Throughout all of our lifetimes, the Middle East is a region that has been nearly synonymous with warfare, instability, and conflict. You have heard nearly every single year of your life about some kind of conflict going on in this place, regardless of when you were born, because conflicts have been raging here without a pause for nearly the entirety of the past century. Just since the turn of the 21st century alone, there have been major wars fought across the territories of Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and Yemen that have variously attracted the military involvements of Iran, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, and powers from even beyond the Middle East like the United States, United Kingdom, France, and Russia. These 21st century conflicts in the Middle East alone have claimed the lives of millions of people and forced millions more into exile and refugee status while costing trillions of dollars, making the Middle East arguably the most geopolitically turbulent region anywhere in the 21st century world. But why is this part of the world the way that it is? Why do you always hear about wars and conflicts taking place here? And why will you probably continue hearing about wars and conflicts taking place here for the rest of your life? The answers to those questions are complex, because the modern Middle East is the most geopolitically complicated chessboard in the world to really understand, with dozens of different actors and competing interests all variously working against each other at some times and then working together at others. But in order to understand the root cause of the modern Middle East's many problems, you only have to rewind the clock a little more than 100 years ago to learn how the Middle East borders we know today came into being, and why they have guaranteed more than a century's worth of forever wars and misery for the entire world ever since. For many centuries, the Turkish Ottoman Empire dominated practically the entirety of the Middle East and enforced its own rule of law across the land. Dozens of ethnicities, languages, and religions all compose the extremely diverse peoples of the empire that at one point spanned from Hungary to Yemen. The Ottoman Empire had regions within it, but it had no tolerance for nations. And nationalism within the empire of any kind was always ruthlessly repressed and crushed in the name of greater imperial stability and peace. But the Ottoman Empire eventually entered into a long period of gradual decline, and by the 19th century, the rising British Empire was growing increasingly interested in the Middle East that the Ottomans had so thoroughly dominated for so long. The Middle East, you see, geographically stood in the way between the British home islands and the Crown's most important colony, India. In order to better safeguard British ships traveling between India and the home islands, the British began gradually acquiring protectorates across the Middle East, beginning with the modern United Arab Emirates in 1820, and then gradually expanding from there to include southern Yemen, Bahrain, and eventually Egypt itself in 1888. Nearly 20 years after the Suez Canal had first been completed, which granted the British the quickest possible journey time between the home islands and India by way across the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. The Suez Canal, owned by British and French shareholders despite running through Egypt, was therefore one of Britain's most geopolitically valuable assets, and they intended to ensure their continuous access to it by forcing Egypt into the status of a protectorate. The British further established protectorates over Oman and Kuwait, and then in 1914, alarmed by the increasing British meddling in the Middle East and their internal affairs, the Ottoman Empire took the decision to join the First World War on the side of Imperial Germany. It was shortly after that when the British and the French decided that the Ottoman Empire would have to be completely destroyed by them. But it was initially unclear what exactly would take the place of the centuries-old rule of the Ottomans. In 1916, British and French diplomats named Mark Sykes and Francois-Georges Picot negotiated a secret treaty regarding how their respective governments would divide and partition the lands of the Ottoman Empire between themselves after the war's conclusion and the ancient empire's destruction. The agreement became simply known as the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and basically went as follows. This zone would fall under direct colonial British rule. This zone would in time become an independent Arab state under British influence. This zone would fall under direct colonial French rule. This zone would in time become another independent Arab state but under French influence. This zone would be given to the Russian Empire, while the region of Palestine and Jerusalem, with its immense religious significance, would be placed under some kind of as of yet unspecified international administration. These initial political lines that the British and French diplomats drew across the Middle East for the future of the region in 1916 paid little attention to the complex real borders of the Middle East's various religious beliefs, languages, and ethnicities. But the lines were also not just arbitrarily drawn either. While not based on ethnicity, language, or religion, or really even geography in many cases, the lines were instead based upon the older Ottoman internal divisions that they had created, which also had little to no regard for ethnic or religious boundaries in their vast ethnically, linguistically, and religiously diverse empire, where nationalism and separatism was never tolerated. The British zone initially encompassed the Ottoman's provinces of Baghdad and Basra and parts of Deir ez-Zor and Damascus, while the French zone initially encompassed the Ottoman's provinces of Mosul, Deir ez-Zor, Aleppo, Adana, Beirut, and Lebanon, while the International Palestine area was based on the province of Jerusalem itself that reported directly to the Ottoman capital. This was the map that Sykes and Picot drafted their own new lines atop of in 1916, rather than any detailed ethnic, linguistic, or religious map of the region, resulting in massive consequences that have reverberated down the decades ever since. The initial terms of the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement were then even further complicated by several other British wartime promises, guarantees, and assumptions. In order to encourage an Arab revolt against their Turkish overlords, many British officials guaranteed that they would favor the creation of a large, unified Arab state across the Arab lands following the end of the war. At nearly the same time, though, in 1917, Britain also proclaimed the Balfour Declaration, which promised that the British government would favor the creation of a national home for the Jewish people in the land of Palestine. And then, finally, there was the question of oil. Oil had been first discovered in the Middle East in a remote part of Iran in 1908, that the British subsequently dominated through their state-owned Anglo-Persian oil company, which would later evolve into the British Petroleum or BP company that we know of today. But Iran's oil at the time wasn't considered enough. World War I was proving to everyone involved how critical oil was becoming as a strategic resource to fuel the new machines of war. From battleships to airplanes, and the United States was at that time by far the world's largest producer and supplier of oil. America therefore provided the British Empire with most of their oil needs. But America's president at the time was also Woodrow Wilson, a man who was staunchly opposed to the concept of empires in the post-war world, including Britain's. So, believing America to be a potentially unreliable provider of oil to their empire in the future, the British government was, at the time, highly incentivized to acquire influence and control over as much of the Middle East nearby to Iran as possible, where they believed that potential future massive oil deposits would be later discovered and owned by them, providing Britain with the critical oil it would need to fight through whatever conflict would come to them next. After World War I concluded, the victorious Allies met at Versailles in 1919 to set the terms of the peace, and the borders of the Middle East were shifted once again. The Ottoman province of Mosul was transferred from the French zone of influence over to the British zone of influence, and as the Ottoman Empire was actively collapsing, the Allies pressed the infamous terms of the Treaty of Sèvres upon the dying empire in 1920. The terms of which made even the Treaty of Versailles that was pressed upon Germany seem fairly generous. The terms of the previous Sykes-Picot agreement between Britain and France would remain intact. With the Russian Empire now gone, a huge independent state of Armenia was to be carved out of northeastern Anatolia. Another independent state for the Kurdish people was to be further carved out of southeastern Anatolia. Italy was to seize control over several of the empire's Aegean islands. Greece was to annex much of eastern Thrace and a chunk around the city of Izmir on the Anatolian mainland, while the area around the strategically important Turkish straits was to fall under an international regime outside of Turkey's remaining jurisdiction. The Turkish state that was to be left over was doomed to become nothing more than an insignificant rump state. And thus, outraged by the treaty's terms, the emerging Turkish government almost immediately rebelled and continued fighting against the Allies for the next 2 years. After the Turkish forces made significant military gains on the battlefield, they forced the Allies to return back to the negotiating table again and concluded with the terms of the 1923 Treaty of Lausanne, which replaced the terms of the previous Treaty of Sèvres and were far more favorable to Turkey. Finally, the borders of the modern Middle East as we roughly know them as today were set in ink. But the terms of Lausanne in 1923 still left many questions and problems unresolved. There would be no independent state created for the Kurdish people after all, for example, a problem that has vexed the region for the century ever since. Today, the Kurds are one of the largest stateless people in the world, numbering some 40 million strong, with their own separate ethnic, cultural, and linguistic identity, but divided between the borders of what became Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, where in all 4 countries they are minority groups and have often been subject to persecution and discrimination. Kurdish nationalism and separatism and the desire to create an independent Kurdish state out of these areas has been a constant flashpoint of conflict in this region ever since. The British also smushed together the former Ottoman provinces of Mosul, Baghdad, and Basra into their mandate for Mesopotamia, which would later evolve into the state of Iraq. But the problem with that was that all 3 of those Ottoman provinces contained very different people with very different interests, identities, and beliefs. The people of Mosul were mostly ethnically ethnically Kurdish. The people of the Baghdad province were primarily Sunni Muslim Arabs, while the people of the Basra province were mostly Shia Muslim Arabs. Even further, what became Kuwait had also been a formal part of the Basra province under the Ottoman administration, until the British showed up and transformed it into a protectorate of theirs. After World War I, the British legally separated Kuwait from the Basra province and from Iraq, and they kept Kuwait as their own protectorate until the 1960s. Which, in the end, would give the Iraqi state a decent historical claim to Kuwait that would eventually be acted upon by Saddam Hussein's invasion in 1990. Iraq became independent from the British Mandate in 1932 and emerged as a deeply internally fragmented state, with a historical claim on Kuwait. And it was also almost completely landlocked, with only a tiny sliver of a coastline on the Persian Gulf wedged in between Kuwait and Iran. And it further controlled neither of the headwaters for the two great rivers that it would rely so heavily upon for its civilization, the Tigris and Euphrates, both of which begin further to the north within Turkey. The French mandates weren't created much better either. The Lebanon province of the Ottoman Empire was deliberately separated as an independent state by the French based on that province's slight religious majority of Christians at the time. But it had very significant minorities of Sunni and Shia Arabs and Druze Arabs as well. Meanwhile, the polyglot Ottoman provinces of Aleppo, Beirut, Damascus, and Deir ez-Zor were all smushed together to form what became Syria, putting large numbers of Sunni Kurds, Sunni Arabs, Alawite Shia Arabs, and Christian Assyrians and Arabs all into the same country. And then in the 1930s, the Turkish government began pressuring the French to cede over the Syrian province of Alexandretta, owing to that province's large Turkish community, fearing that if they did not yield to the Turkish demands that Turkey may join in an alliance with Nazi Germany. The French relented and pushed out Alexandretta from the Syrian mandate as the independent state of Hatay in 1938. Then the following year, in 1939, the independent Hatay state held a highly controversial referendum on annexation into Turkey that was passed, resulting in it entering Turkey as the Hatay province. And ever since then, the government of what would later become Syria has continually claimed the Hatay province as rightfully Syrian territory under Turkish occupation. And even further, the headwaters for the Euphrates River that runs all across Syria begins up in Turkey as well, meaning that Turkish-built dams on the Euphrates and the Tigris present direct challenges to both Syria's and Iraq's supplies of water, leading to further sources of potential conflict between Iraq and Syria on one side and Turkey on the other. Lebanon became independent from the French Mandate in 1943 and Syria in 1946, and Syria immediately emerged with territorial disputes with Turkey over Hatay and territorial claims to the whole of Lebanon based on the French decision to artificially separate it based on religious demographics, while being itself a deeply internally fragmented state along sectarian and ethnic lines just like Iraq and also Lebanon. Then, all of these political divisions created by the Allies' mapmaking between 1916 and 1923 were even further exacerbated by the future discoveries of oil and gas across all of these brand new countries. Oil was only first discovered in Iraq in 1927, years after the borders had already been drawn and settled, marking the first major discovery of oil in the Arab world. Future initial discoveries of oil were made in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia a decade later in 1938, and then much later in Syria and the United Arab Emirates in 1956 and 1958, respectively. But the locations of where the oil and gas reserves were to be discovered across all of these new countries in nearly every single case would ensure generations of nearly continuous conflict over them. Within Iraq, oil was discovered across the former Ottoman provinces of Basra and Mosul, home to the Shia Arab and Sunni Kurdish communities, but hardly any oil at all would be discovered in the central Baghdad province that was primarily home to the Sunni Arabs. Even further, an overwhelming 90% of all of Iran's oil reserves would simply be discovered within the Iranian province of Khuzestan, which encompasses an exposed, flat plain on the western side of the Zagros Mountains that otherwise largely forms the rest of Iran's westernmost borders. And even further, Khuzestan was primarily inhabited by Shia Arabs, rather than the Shia Persians who made up the majority of the rest of the country. Kuwait, though small in size, also had enormous oil reserves nearly equal to the entirety of Iraq's oil reserves. And of course, Iraq contained the historical claim to Kuwait. a card that could be theoretically deployed at any time to double the Iraqi state's oil resources. In Saudi Arabia, home to the largest share of the Persian Gulf's oil, the oil would be almost entirely discovered in just a small area of the eastern side of the country near to the waters of the Gulf itself, within lands that were home to Saudi Arabia's Shia Muslim minority, while hardly any at all would be discovered in the Sunni majority areas. And then in Syria, the oil was found almost entirely in the east and the northeast of the country, in the lands of the Sunni Kurds and the Sunni Arabs, while hardly any at all was discovered in the Alawite Shia Arab lands of the west. All in all, the oil found across the Middle East, scattered across the complicated mosaic of competing ethnic, religious, and political identities, would prove to make up nearly half of the entire world's known supply of oil, meaning that outside powers like the British, the Soviets, and eventually the Americans were all going to be permanently interested in influencing the region's events atop all of the dozens of local ethnic, religious, and political interests and actors seeking to influence events as well. And then the British did something else in the Middle East as well. They created a Jewish state out of their other mandate on the other side of the Middle East in Palestine. In the wake of the Holocaust perpetrated by Nazi Germany and Europe, hundreds of thousands of Jewish refugees had been fleeing for their lives to the British mandate for Palestine, encouraged by the British government's own promises for a Jewish homeland made in the Balfour Declaration of 1917, and in the process changing the mandate's demographics, which had previously been almost entirely populated by Arabs. As Britain prepared to release the mandate for Palestine as an independent state following the end of World War II, the newly created United Nations released a plan for the partition of mandatory Palestine in 1947, between a newly created Jewish state and a Palestinian Arab state, and an international administration placed in control over the holy city of Jerusalem. The plan was accepted by most of the Jewish groups, but nearly universally rejected by most of the Arab groups, on the basis that the proposal was too unfair and tilted too much towards the Jewish side. Despite the Palestinian Arab population at the time in mandatory Palestine being more than twice as many as the Jewish population was, the 1947 UN partition plan called for giving the Jewish state 62% of the mandate's land, while only 38% of the land would be allocated to the Arab state. Fighting between the Arabs and the Jews in mandatory Palestine escalated, and as the British withdrew in 1948, the State of Israel declared its independence, thus starting the continuous Arab-Israeli conflict that has remained ever since. Not one Arab country in the world would recognize Israel's existence as legitimate at first, and a coalition of mostly recently created or independent Arab states went to war with Israel in 1948 in support of the Palestinian Arab cause. Israel ended up emerging victorious in that war and ended it in control over all the lands that the UN had assigned to the Jewish state in the 1947 partition plan, in addition to 60% of the UN proposed Arab states' land and the western half of Jerusalem, while Jordan occupied and then annexed the Palestinian-assigned West Bank and international East Jerusalem, while Egypt occupied the Palestinian-assigned Gaza Strip and transformed it into a protectorate. No independent Palestinian Arab state would end up emerging, and an estimated 700,000 Palestinian Arabs were exiled or became refugees displaced from their homes, with many of them fleeing into neighboring Lebanon, in an event that they referred to as the Nagba, or the catastrophe, which would gradually alter that country's demographics to being more Muslim-dominated, leading to future internal demographic conflict in that country, like the long Lebanese civil war that would last between 1975 and 1990. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of additional Jews would migrate towards Israel from the shattered communities left behind by the Nazis in Europe, further tilting Israel's demographics more in favor of Jews. The defeat of the Arabs against Israel in 1948 gave way to the rise of Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt, a secular Arab nationalist who dreamed of unifying all of the Arab lands in the Middle East beneath a single Arab superstate that would utilize most of the Middle East's oil as their super weapon. A super weapon that he hoped would lead to the defeat of Israel and its primary backer, the United States. Nasser came to power in Egypt in 1954, and he would only be the first of many post-World War II Middle Eastern leaders who would set about to change the map of the region set into place by Sykes-Picot. He railed against not only Israel and the United States, but against the Arab monarchies like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait as well, whom he saw as corrupted and who were actively developing closer relations to the United States over their vast oil resources. In 1956, Nasser took the fateful decision of nationalizing the Suez Canal and destroying the ownership structure over it that had been dominated by the foreign British and French shareholders for nearly a century. The British, French, and Israelis all retaliated with war and an invasion of Egypt to try and regain colonial control over the canal. But this time, both the United States and the Soviet Union alike rebuked the colonial invaders, and Egypt emerged victorious, catapulting Nasser and his flavor of secular Arab nationalism to the status of much of the Arab world's new champion. In 1958, a coup by military officers in Syria pledging personal loyalty to Nasser took over the country and joined it with Egypt in the short-lived United Arab Republic, which only fell apart just 3 years later in 1961 when another group of Syrian officers launched another coup and restored Syria again as an independent nation. Civil war in North Yemen exploded the following year in 1962 between the monarchist government there and Nasserist-style Arab nationalist Republican rebels, leading to the modern Middle East's first proxy conflict. The monarchist Middle Eastern states like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Jordan, and Imperial Iran all balked at the prospect of a revolution in Yemen toppling the monarchy there and then spreading to their own monarchies. And so they all intervened militarily on behalf of the Yemeni monarchist regime, while Nasser, wanting to spread the cause of Arab nationalism and unity, massively supported the nationalist rebels by sending tens of thousands of Egyptian troops and copious volumes of weapons. The war ended up turning into Egypt's version of the Vietnam War, consuming enormous amounts of manpower and resources and developing into a stalemate, greatly weakening the Egyptian armed forces in the process. By 1967, Nasser was again threatening war with Israel over on another front. But, encouraged by Egyptian defeats in Yemen, the Israelis decided to strike first. Surprise Israeli airstrikes against Egyptian forces caught them completely off guard, leading to rapid Israeli military gains against Egypt, Jordan, and Syria in what would become known as the Six-Day War. Israel ended the war by occupying the Golan Heights from Syria, the West Bank and East Jerusalem from Jordan, and the Gaza Strip and the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt, placing Israeli forces on the entire eastern bank of the Suez Canal itself, which caused Egypt to shut the canal down to all maritime traffic for the next 8 years. Jewish Israeli settlers would then begin to move in and colonize all of the recently occupied territories, leading to further conflicts between the Israeli state and the Arab and Islamic worlds. And then, crushed and humiliated by the defeat, Nasser was forced to withdraw from the war in Yemen and died shortly afterwards from a heart attack at just 52 years old in 1970. It was also around that time that the British Empire decided that they could no longer financially maintain their commitments to security in the Middle East and the Persian Gulf, and critically, all of the oil there. In 1971, the British protectorates of Bahrain, Qatar, and the modern United Arab Emirates in the Gulf were all finally granted their independence. And without the British there any longer, the United States began taking an increased interest in the region instead, wishing to maintain the status quo and regional stability in the Gulf in order to safeguard the world's supply of oil, in contrast to the frequent wars that were being fought over on the other side of the Middle East. The United States began encouraging their ally at the time, Imperial Iran, to step forward as the new guarantor of the region's security and to block the expansion of the Soviets from entering into the Gulf. Massive amounts of American weapon sales were made to arm Imperial Iran for this exact purpose, a policy that would quickly backfire very badly. But on the other side of the Middle East, Nasser's Arab nationalist successor in Egypt, Anwar Sadat, and the recently risen to power Arab nationalist in Syria, Hafez al-Assad, decided to join forces again and attack Israel in order to reclaim the occupied Golan Heights and the Sinai Peninsula. Israel once again emerged victorious in that war, but fearful that they would not always be so capable of winning surrounded by enemies, the 1973 Yom Kippur War paved the way for peace between Egypt and Israel 6 years later in 1979, following the Camp David Accords negotiated by the Carter administration in the United States, in which Israel agreed to dismantle all of their settlements in the Sinai Peninsula and return it back to Egypt, in exchange for Egypt recognizing the legitimacy of Israel's statehood, which made Egypt the first country in the entire Arab world to ever do so after more than 30 years of Israel's existence. Peace between Israel and Egypt had at last been achieved, But the peace was denounced by every other Arab state in the world, including most of all, by Syria, which by that time was under the nearly totalitarian regime of Hafez al-Assad, and his brand of extremely militant secular Arab nationalism, or Ba'athism. Egypt was expelled from the Arab League for a decade over the peace agreement. Sadat himself was assassinated by Egyptian Islamist militants who believed that he was a traitor, and Syria began championing itself as the new primary backer of the Palestinian Arab cause. As more and more Palestinian refugees fled into neighboring Lebanon, that country's extremely diverse demographics began tilting ever more in favor of the Muslims, to the point where the Christians eventually became less than half of the overall population. The Lebanese Christians had generally dominated the government, and they generally sided with Israel in the Western world, while the Lebanese Sunni and Shia Muslims generally sided with the Arab and Muslim world instead, eventually culminating in the explosion of a complex and multi-sided civil war beginning in 1975 that would last for 15 years until 1990. Ba'athist Syria would invade Lebanon in 1976 and then spent years attempting to integrate and annex the country directly into Syria, based on the separation that the French had done with their map-making after Sykes-Picot. Israel would also invade Lebanon in their attempts to fight against Palestinian forces there and secure the safety of their northern border, leading to direct Israeli and Syrian fighting in the country as well. The Israeli occupation in Lebanon would only end in 2000, while the Syrian occupation only ended in 2005. In retaliation for their worsening relationship with Syria, Israel unilaterally declared to annex the occupied territories of East Jerusalem in 1980 and the Syrian Golan Heights in 1981, setting it on the path of a permanent territorial dispute with Syria that lasts into the present day, as each side ever since has claimed that the Golan Heights is a core part of their integral territories. And at nearly the same time as these events were ongoing, a revolution exploded in Iran in 1979 that toppled the autocratic US-aligned monarchy of the Shah and replaced him with a new revolutionary theocratic regime dominated by the Iranian Shiite Muslim clergy and their leader, the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. The new revolutionary Iran completely changed the way the Middle East worked, because they emerged as the first truly Islamist government in the region. The new Iranian regime's Shia Islamist ideology believes and continues to believe in the concept of a grand Islamic civilization, consisting of all the Islamic peoples and territories all across the world, and that all of these Islamic territories should be united under the rule of the Islamic clergy and their supreme leader. The new revolutionary Iran was also open about their desire to export and spread their Islamic revolution, first to the Shia Muslim majority lands across the Middle East in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen, and then from there to the rest of the Islamic world. All of the monarchies in the Islamic world, like the Arab monarchies of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, were to be toppled during this revolutionary process, while Israel, in the Iranian mind a Western occupier of rightfully Islamic lands, would have to be completely destroyed. These foreign policy goals would ultimately make Iran a bitter and irreconcilable enemy of both the Israelis and also the Saudis and every other Arab monarchy across the region, in addition to the United States, all of whom wish to contain the Islamic Revolution within Iran and prevent it from spreading any further. It also initially made Iran a terrifying enemy within Iraq, where power had just recently been seized by the Ba'athist secular Arab nationalist Saddam Hussein, just as the revolution in Iran was erupting. Saddam and his ruling clique of Ba'athists in Iraq came from the Sunni-era minority of the country from the former Ottoman province of Baghdad, and he deeply feared revolutionary Iran's exportation of the Shia revolution into the Basra area of Iraq, where the majority of the population were also Shia and where the majority of Iraq's oil reserves were also located. Thus, determined to kill the Iranian Revolution in its cradle before it could spread, Saddam invoked the call of Arab nationalism when he decided to send the Iraqi army invading into Iran in 1980, with the stated goal of conquering the Arab-majority province of Khuzestan on the flat plain west of the Zagros Mountains, and adding its massive oil resources to his own already large existing Iraqi oil arsenal, and setting himself down the path as the next great aspirant to the mantle of the Arab hero who would rail against the map of the Middle East created by Sykes-Picot. But instead, the Iran-Iraq War would turn into an 8-year-long apocalypse that would claim the lives of 500,000 people and injure around 1 million more. desperate to keep Iraq afloat as a buffer state between themselves and the fiercely anti-monarchist and expansionist revolutionary Iran, who had just toppled their own monarchy, the Kuwaitis and the Saudis each lent tens of billions of dollars to Saddam in order to keep him in the fight for longer. The origin of the long-standing Saudi-Iranian Cold War. But for Saudi Arabia, the fear went much deeper. You see, across the 17th and 18th centuries, Bahrain, an island in the Persian Gulf right off of the Saudi mainland, had been ruled by various dynasties coming from Persia and Iran. The British had transformed Bahrain into a protectorate of theirs only in 1861, and after it was granted independence a century later in 1971, the imperial state of Iran claimed the island as rightfully belonging to them instead. After the 1979 Islamic Revolution, the new theocratic revolutionary Iran continued the claim that Bahrain was a lost Iranian province, and that it should be returned to them, further amplified by the fact that the vast majority of Bahrain's citizens were and are Shia Muslims, but ruled by a Sunni Muslim monarchy, friendly to the fellow Sunni monarchies in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. Bahrain is these days directly connected to Saudi Arabia by an 18-mile-long bridge. The island is only located about 60 kilometers away from Saudi Arabia's largest single oil field, Gawar, only about 50 kilometers away from the headquarters of Saudi Aramco, the state oil company, and only about 80 kilometers away from Ras Tanura, which is the Saudis' largest oil export terminal. Bahrain is placed directly off the coast of the Shia Muslim majority area of eastern Saudi Arabia, where nearly the entirety of Saudi Arabia's oil reserves and infrastructure are located, meaning that were the Iranians to successfully export the revolution into Shia majority Bahrain and topple the Sunni monarchy there, the next target would be the next-door Shia majority areas of eastern Saudi Arabia, which could place the entire Saudi monarchy and state into jeopardy. Thus, to prevent that from ever happening, the Saudis decided to bankroll Saddam to keep the Iranian revolution contained within just Iran, and they have worked tirelessly ever since to do whatever they can to bottle Iran up. After the Iran-Iraq War concluded in a stalemate without any changes made to the borders in 1988, Saddam requested that Kuwait forgive the $65 billion worth of loans that they had given him to fight against Iran. And after they refused, Saddam went on to utilize Iraq's theoretical historical claim to Kuwait and invaded that country next just 2 years later in 1990, annexing it and adding all of its own oil reserves into Iraq proper. The Iraqi conquest of Kuwait suddenly doubled the amount of oil reserves that Saddam controlled, and placed him personally in control of nearly a fifth of all the known oil reserves in the world. Then, the Iraqi army began lining up on the Kuwaiti border with Saudi Arabia next, a stone's throw away from the massive oil fields in Saudi Arabia. It appeared quite obvious that Saddam was planning on using the Iraqi army to invade Saudi Arabia next and conquer their oil fields as well, which would have further boosted his control over the world supply of oil to nearly 45% of it, which would have made Saddam Hussein the master of global oil, and given him the fuel he needed to continue on with his ultimate ambition of unifying the Arab world beneath his authority and finally overturning the map drawn up by Sykes and Picot. Not willing to allow any of that to happen, however, the United States gathered together a massive military coalition of 32 nations and militarily intervened against him during the Gulf War of 1990 to 91, which rapidly ejected the Iraqi military from Kuwait and liberated the nation once again. The map of Sykes and Picot was once again restored. Afterwards, the United States began fully stepping into the role as the new primary security guarantor of the Persian Gulf and its oil supplies, in order to make sure that the source of half of the world's oil would remain stable and accessible. The United States Fifth Fleet was reactivated and headquartered in Bahrain, providing the US with a big incentive alongside of the Saudis to keep the island out of the hands of revolutionary Iranian influence, while the United States Air Force set up a massive new airbase at Al Udeid in Qatar. Shortly after that, Jordan became the second Arab state in the world to make peace with Israel, when they recognized the Jewish state in 1994. But the increasing setbacks for secular Arab nationalism in the Middle East and the growing presence and legitimacy of the United States and Israel in the region gave rise to a new brand of Sunni Islamism in the Arab world that rivaled both the more Shia Islamism in Iran and the secular Arab nationalist movements like Ba'athism in Iraq and Syria and the previous Nasserism in Egypt. This set the stage for new organizations like Al-Qaeda to emerge, who wanted to ignite a worldwide Islamist revolution to unite the entire Muslim world beneath a new Islamic state that would fully encompass all of the Muslim lands, and finally do away with the borders in terms of Sykes-Picot once and for all. This newest challenge to the map of the Middle East set by Sykes-Picot would eventually evolve even further into the form of ISIS, an even more radical Sunni Islamist organization with roots in Al-Qaeda that for a time in 2014 and 2015 exploded onto the world stage with a series of conquests across the border between Iraq and Syria, a border that had been set by Sykes-Picot a century before their time in 1916, and a border which they were adamant they were going to finally be the ones to destroy, just like many others before them, and probably like many more in the future. Before we get into the next video of this compilation, I wanted to suggest some other relevant videos I produced that weren't able to make it into here, like my documentaries I produced covering the wars waged by Saddam Hussein against Iran and Kuwait, the American invasion of Iraq in 2003, the 20-year-long American occupation of Afghanistan and the eventual return to power of the Taliban again, the First and Second Civil Wars in Libya, the long civil war in Syria as well as the Russian intervention there, the earlier civil war in Lebanon, the long conflict between Turkey and the Kurds, and the rapid rise and fall of ISIS across Iraq and Syria, along with many, many others. And you can go and watch all of these other videos that I've produced about the making of the modern Middle East on Nebula, the sponsor of this compilation that helps fund all of my videos and helps to make all of this possible. And in addition to all of my exclusive content like this that's only available on Nebula, we have more than 200 other creators on the platform right now, many of whom are also producing exclusive and early content like Tom Scott, Lindsay Ellis, Real Engineering, Wendover Productions, and Jetlag, and so many others you probably already are familiar with. We also have absolutely no ads and no AI on Nebula either, which is why I treat Nebula as my own personal entertainment refuge away from the ads and AI that are increasingly choking the rest of the internet these days. And best of all, when you follow the link that's down below in the description at nebula.tv/reallifelore, you can go to Nebula and experience all of this right now with a great deal we're currently running that'll get you a whole 50% off of an annual Nebula subscription, which will bring the cost for you down to just $30 for the entire year or $2.50 per month, a fraction of other streaming platforms. Giving us a shot on Nebula is the absolute best thing that you can do to help support my channel and my journalism. And with that, let's get back to the making of the modern Middle East. The United States and Iran have one of the world's most complicated and controversial relationships. The United States is the world's most preeminent superpower with a population of more than 320 million, while Iran is a major power in her own right, with a population of more than 80 million. These countries represent 4% and 1% of the living human population, and for the past 41 years, they've had absolutely zero diplomatic relations, and have come close to the brink of total war on more than one occasion. At the beginning of 2020, war between the two sides seemed almost inevitable. The United States assassinated an Iranian major general in a drone strike, and Iran retaliated by initiating artillery strikes against American military bases across Iraq. Had a war broken out from there, it had the potential to become the biggest conflict in human history since the Second World War. This time, that fate was thankfully avoided. But in order to understand how it got so close and why it could still happen during another crisis in the future, you've got to understand the entire history of the conflict between America and Iran so far. And that story begins back before the start of World War II. At the beginning of the 20th century, oil was first discovered within the deserts of Iran by the British. As more and more of these discoveries were made, it was revealed that Iran in fact contained the fourth largest proven reserves of oil anywhere on the planet, and that the country was an undiscovered and unrealized energy superpower. The only problem for the British, of course, was that these discoveries were located within Iran, and Iran wasn't within Britain's vast colonial empire that already spanned a quarter of the globe. Not too worried about that pesky little detail, Britain negotiated a deal with Iran to share in the massive profits that were bound to come from the extraction of all this oil. They created the jointly owned Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, but it wasn't exactly set up very fairly. Iran, the country where all of this oil was actually located, was only entitled to 16% of the company's profits. whereas the other 84% of profits were going directly to the British. By the start of the Second World War, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company grew to control all of Iran's oil and had grown to become the largest company in the entire British Empire. But this massively valuable asset was coming under threats. Discontent at the company's unfair terms was growing within Iran itself, while at the same time in 1941, Nazi Germany invaded the Soviet Union and opened up the largest military front line ever seen in human history. Iran stood geographically at the Soviet Union's southern flank, and their intentions were considered suspect by both the British and the Soviets. Despite having declared neutrality at the onset of the war, Iran's ruling Shah, or emperor, was widely considered by the Allies to be too friendly towards the Nazis. If Iran were to have cooperated with the Axis, it could have opened up another southern front for the Soviets to deal with that would have diverted vital troops away from the critical Eastern Front. It could have jeopardized the Soviet Union's own oil fields in the Caucasus right on Iran's doorstep, and it would have potentially placed Britain's largest oil company in the hands of the Nazis. So in order to prevent any of that from happening, and in order to ensure that Iran could be used as a transportation corridor to get vital supplies into the Soviet Union, neutral Iran was invaded by both the Soviets and the British. Vastly outnumbered and far behind in technology, Iran never stood a chance and surrendered within just a week. The old, troublesome Shah was overthrown and replaced by the invaders with his much younger 21-year-old son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, whom the Allies felt would be far less capable of acting against their interests. Iran was effectively occupied for the entire Second World War by the Allies, which eventually saw the deployment of more than 30,000 Americans and the transportation of nearly 1/3 of all the supplies that America sent to the Soviet Union. After the war ended, the Allies left and ended their occupation, but the unfair terms that the British had established in regards to Iran's oil came back into question. By the early 1950s, Britain was still taking home the majority of Iran's oil profits, while the conditions for Iranian oil workers and their families remained terrible. At the same time, the British were also withholding all of the company's financial records from the Iranians, and had refused all of their requests at being audited. The support for nationalizing the company within Iran was getting overwhelmingly massive, and by 1951, Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, with unanimous approval from the Iranian parliament, finally did so. Britain responded to this by immediately embargoing all Iranian oil, and then 2 years later, in 1953, Britain's MI6 and America's CIA organized a military coup within the country to overthrow Mossadegh's government. As many as 300 Iranians were killed during the coup. Mossadegh himself was placed under house arrest for the rest of his life, while the Shah was elevated to being essentially an authoritarian dictator within the country. Having had his position installed and guaranteed by Western powers twice now, the Shah became widely viewed in Iran as little more than a Western puppet. And as the Cold War developed out of the ashes of the Second World War, Iran's strategic location at the Soviet Union's southern flank, her vast strategic reserves of oil, and her authoritarian leader who owed his position and loyalty to the West, made Iran a natural and valuable ally of the United States for the very first time. The Shah pursued a staunchly pro-American and pro-Israel foreign policy, and for decades, Iran became one of America's most important Cold War-era allies. But over the decades, the Shah's policies and cozy relations with the West alienated much of his home base support. He ran a vast network of secret police within the country who arrested thousands of political opponents, and many more, like Ayatollah Khomeini, were exiled. Widespread torture of political dissidents in prison was reported. He outlawed the Iranian Communist Party. He continued friendly relations with both America and Israel, despite nearly none of the rest of the Islamic world even recognizing Israel, while he carried out a domestic policy of modernization, secularism, and the enfranchisement of women. All of these policies combined alienated Iran's leftists, the working class, and the hardcore Shiite Muslim conservatives and clergy, and by the late 1970s, Iran's long-standing political unrest had transformed into full-scale revolution. A movie theater was set on fire in Abadan that killed at least 420 people, with the Shah's regime blaming Marxist and Islamist insurgents, while many of the protesters felt like it was more likely the Shah's own secret police. The following month, protesters gathered in the capital Tehran's main square, and the Shah's army opened fire on them indiscriminately, killing and wounding hundreds more. More than 5 million Iranians took to the streets demanding the Shah's abdication, and after defections from his army became rampant, Mohammad Pahlavi realized that his position was impossible to maintain, and he fled the country in exile in early 1979. The new radical Shiite Islamist government that replaced the Shah's regime immediately abolished the monarchy and invited Ayatollah Khamenei back to the country after 15 years of exile to become Iran's new supreme leader, and the modern Islamic Republic of Iran was born. And this new Iranian regime was radically different from the one that it preceded. It was a totalitarian Shiite theocracy that was staunchly opposed to the United States and Israel, and mass executions and purges of political opponents and members of the former regime were almost immediately carried out. To the United States and the rest of the world, Iran's Islamic Revolution came as an enormous shock. Almost overnight, Iran had flipped from being one of America's most important Middle Eastern allies to her greatest Middle Eastern enemy. After the Shah was overthrown, the United States welcomed him into their country for a cancer treatment operation, and the new Iran demanded that he be extradited back to stand trial for the crimes that he had committed throughout his reign against the Iranian people. Knowing that his return would mean a certain execution, the United States rejected all of Iran's demands, but that did little to dissuade Iran's revolutionary paranoia. Since the Shah was actively inside America, and since Western powers had already initiated 2 previous coups in the past to install him over the will of the Iranian people, the paranoia was widespread that America and the CIA could be plotting yet another 3rd coup attempt from within their embassy inside Tehran. And so, in November of 1979, thousands of Iranian revolutionaries and students stormed the American embassy and took 52 American diplomats and civilians as hostages. America eventually sent the Shah away to Egypt, while the Carter administration worked for months to secure the hostages' release. But when diplomacy went nowhere, Carter authorized a raid by the United States Army Rangers in April of 1980 to attempt a rescue operation. But the raid turned into a disaster. Codenamed Operation Eagle Claw, a helicopter crashed into a transport plane before any contact with the Iranians was even made, and 8 American soldiers lost their lives. Carter ordered the mission to be abandoned, and the hostages remained under Iranian control. It was at this point that the United States decided to sever all diplomatic relations with Iran's new regime, and they have been frozen ever since. But a few months later, something else incredible and unexpected happened. In September of 1980, Saddam Hussein's Iraq launched an all-out invasion of conquest into Iran. For years preceding this, Saddam had wanted Iraq to overtake and supplant Iran as the dominant power in the oil-rich Persian Gulf. But they were never capable of doing anything about it, because Iran had a colossally larger military, and they had the support of America and Israel, all of which made her vastly more powerful. But after Iran was thrown into chaos by her revolution and regime change, with massive purges and executions of government officials, and after she was abandoned by both America and Israel and was left without any major foreign allies, Saddam calculated that now was better than ever to take advantage and attack. Iraq expected a rapid victory, but the war that followed turned into an 8-year-long stalemate that most resembled the Western Front of World War I. After the massive Iraqi invasion, Iran was forced to reevaluate the American hostage situation, and they agreed to release all 52 back into U.S. custody after holding them for 444 days. America levied heavy economic sanctions upon Iran as a consequence, and then began heavily supplying Saddam and Iraq in their war effort that they hoped would destabilize Iran even further. The Iran-Iraq War would ultimately prove to be one of the largest and the bloodiest of the 20th century's second half, with as many as 400,000 Iranians losing their lives across the front line, owing in part to the widespread deployment of chemical weapons and landmines from Iraq, who is being heavily supplied and supported with conventional weapons by the United States. Throughout the war, the US contends that Hezbollah, a Shia Islamist militia organization operating out of Lebanon who is a client of Iran, carried out multiple anti-American terror attacks across the region. In 1983, they carried out a bombing of the US Embassy in Beirut, which killed 17 Americans, and later that same year, they carried out another massive truck bombing attack against the barracks of a military compound in Lebanon, which killed a further 241 American and 58 French soldiers. These events and others contributed to the United States placing Iran on their state sponsors of terrorism list the following year in 1984. By April of 1988, the Iran-Iraq War was still raging, and Iran had mined a large section of the Persian Gulf in order to counter the Iraqi Navy. An American frigate who happened to be passing through struck one of these mines and became severely damaged and almost sank, but with no loss of life. Regardless, America decided to initiate a retaliatory attack against Iranian targets and initiated Operation Praying Mantis. It was the largest U.S. naval combat operation seen since the Second World War. And it saw 2 American surface groups launching coordinated strikes that blew up 2 Iranian offshore oil platforms and sank 6 of their warships. The attack destroyed or severely damaged half of Iran's entire fleet and killed 56 Iranians, while resulting in only 2 American deaths. Just 3 months later, in July of 1988, an American cruiser strayed into Iranian territorial waters and received warning shots fired from Iranian speedboats. At the same time, Iran Air Flight 655, that was taking its normal flight route above from Tehran to Dubai and was at this point flying over Iran's territorial waters above the Strait of Hormuz. The American cruiser misidentified this commercial aircraft as an Iranian fighter jet and, assuming that they could have been under attack, they launched a missile that targeted and then completely destroyed the whole plane. There were 290 people on board that flight, and 254 of them were Iranians. None of them survived the missile strike, and it was the deadliest aviation shoot-down incident in history until the horrible shoot-down of Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 over Ukraine by pro-Russian rebels more than a quarter century later. These deadly events between both sides sharply escalated tensions between America and Iran, and each felt that the other had done grievous harm towards them. In 1995, the Clinton administration enacted a total embargo on all dealings with Iran by any American-based company, which effectively killed all trade between both countries. In 1996, the Iranian client Hezbollah carried out yet another terror bombing strike against a U.S. target in Saudi Arabia, this time killing 19 American Air Force personnel and wounding nearly 500 others. And then, 5 years after that, came the September 11th attacks. Just 4 months after 9/11, US President Bush made his Axis of Evil speech, in which he lumped Iran, Saddam's Iraq, and North Korea all together as an axis of evil conspiring against America. Just a little more than a year after that speech, the United States used the pretext of Saddam possessing weapons of mass destruction to invade Iraq and completely toppled his regime in around a month. No weapons of mass destruction were ever uncovered, and the message sent to both Iran and North Korea was clear as day. It was either develop nuclear weapons, or you would be next. North Korea managed to successfully test an atomic bomb just 3 years after the American-led invasion of Iraq, while Iran hastily carried out their own nuclear weapons research as well. However, the United States made it clear that a nuclear-armed Iran would never be tolerated, and a combination of sanctions and diplomacy were used for years to try and convince Iran to stop. By 2015, the Obama administration had successfully negotiated the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, better known colloquially as the Iran nuclear deal. The treaty's terms are complex, but the TLDR is that the US agreed to end a sweeping series of sanctions they had previously placed upon Iran, while Iran agreed to give up their pursuit of nuclear research and allowed foreign inspections to routinely investigate them. Iran's and America's relationship was beginning to show some signs of rapprochement. But then, things took another curveball. In 2016, Donald Trump was elected the new president of the United States on a platform that included a vow to fully withdraw the US from the Iran nuclear deal and to reinstate tougher economic sanctions. In 2018, Trump carried through with these campaign promises, and Iran counter-threatened that they would continue on with their nuclear program and even close the Strait of Hormuz to international shipping if things escalated any further, which would have completely crashed the global oil economy. Relations between the two were back to being tense, and then things got even worse the next year. In May and June of 2019, several merchant ships traveling through the Persian Gulf were damaged in two separate violent incidents. The West blamed Iran, and then Iran denied all involvement. In June, Iran shot down an American drone that was flying over the Strait of Hormuz, and tensions increased even further. And then in July, an Iranian oil tanker was seized by the UK as it was passing through the Strait of Gibraltar on the grounds that it was shipping oil to the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria, in direct violation of EU sanctions. Iran countered this by capturing a British oil tanker and taking its crew hostage as it was later passing through the Persian Gulf. Both sides eventually released the other ships and crew, but it was clear that tensions were reaching a boiling point. And then they dramatically escalated near the end of the year. On the 27th of December 2019, a rocket artillery attack from some assailant on America's K-1 military base in Iraq left one U.S. civilian contractor dead and 4 other soldiers wounded. America blamed the attack on Hezbollah and other Shiite Islamist militias supported by Iran, though both Hezbollah and Iran denied all responsibility. At this point, there were about 5,000 U.S. troops who were stationed in Iraq who were helping in the ongoing fight against ISIL, and 2 days later on the 29th, they decided to initiate a retaliatory strike against Hezbollah's weapons depots and command centers across both Iraq and Syria. These American airstrikes killed 25 Hezbollah-affiliated militiamen and wounded nearly 60 others. Escalating things even further a couple days after that on December the 31st, Iran-backed militiamen stormed and attacked the United States Embassy in Baghdad. The embassy was heavily vandalized, but nobody on either side was killed, and the US blamed Iran once again for the provocation. And then came the 3rd of January 2020, when the already high tensions skyrocketed to levels never seen before. Qasem Soleimani, an Iranian major general widely believed to be the second most powerful figure within the Iranian regime, had just arrived in Baghdad on a flight. He was scheduled to meet with Iraq's prime minister later on in the day, but as he departed the Baghdad airport in a convoy of vehicles, a US drone that had been hovering nearby overhead fired a series of missiles that completely destroyed them. This missile strike had been personally authorized and ordered by President Donald Trump himself, and resulted in the deaths of Soleimani and 9 others. This event profoundly changed the crisis between Iran and the United States. It was the first time that America had assassinated a major military leader of a major foreign country since the plot to kill Isoroku Yamamoto of the Japanese Imperial Navy back in 1943, who had been the mastermind of the Pearl Harbor attacks. 2 days later, Iran announced that it would no longer abide by any of the terms of the 2015 nuclear deal and demanded that Iraq remove all of the American presence from their country. And then, on the 8th of January, 5 days after Soleimani's death, Iran launched its own retaliatory strike against America. Codenamed Operation Martyr Soleimani, Iran initiated multiple ballistic missile strikes against 2 US military bases within Iraq, and the entire world held its breath. This was the closest that America and Iran had ever come to full-scale war, and the crisis could have easily escalated into that. America had already rapidly deployed thousands of soldiers to the Persian Gulf from the US East Coast in the days between Soleimani's death and this Iranian artillery attack, but thankfully, nobody was killed by it. The bases experienced significant damage to buildings and infrastructure, but everybody present remained alive. And this was sort of a godsend because it gave both Iran and America the opportunity to de-escalate without losing any face. Iran got to look strong and powerful by firing rockets at American targets, and without any casualties, America was given the option not to retaliate, which is what they chose to do. Unfortunately, though, tragedy still managed to find a way to strike. While Iran likely designed the attack intentionally to not cause any American casualties, Iran didn't necessarily know that the US wasn't going to retaliate, and their anti-air batteries across the country were on high alert for any kind of response. One of these missile batteries detected what they believed to be an American cruise missile on their radar, and they opened fire on it with 2 surface-to-air missiles. It turned out that the target wasn't a cruise missile at all, but was just a regularly scheduled commercial airliner that had just taken off from Tehran International Airport mere minutes before. The plane in question was Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752, traveling from Tehran to Kiev with 176 people on board. The Iranian missiles completely destroyed the plane and killed everybody on board, including 82 Iranian and 63 Canadian citizens. Initially, the Iranian government denied all responsibility and attempted to cover the disaster up by blaming the crash on technical faults with the plane itself. But after raising suspicion when they wouldn't allow any investigators access to the crash site, the government finally admitted to mistakenly shooting the plane down a few days later on January 11th. That attempted cover-up sparked massive protests across Iran and against the regime, and the brink of war against the United States had just narrowly been avoided. Hundreds of innocent people died as a result of the conflict between Iran and the United States in 2020. But of course, it could have always been far worse. Had the conflict escalated by any number of countless different ways, all-out war could have broken out that would have resulted in the deaths of many, many more. I only hope that peace between my country and Iran can be maintained in the future, but at the same time, I'm aware of how precarious this peace is and the history behind all of this, and I'm fearful that one day in the future, we might not get as relatively lucky as we did at the beginning of 2020. This is a stretch of water that's only a tad more than 30 miles wide. It's so small that you couldn't even fit Luxembourg inside of it, and yet, these 30 miles make up the most important location to understand in the entire known universe. By controlling these 30 miles, you can effectively rule the entire world, and by closing them down, you can effectively destroy the world. And this is why. The ocean spans most of our planet's surface, about 70% of it to be precise. In order to transport goods from one of Earth's many continents to another, this vast ocean that takes up 70% of the planet has to be traveled across. And in the 21st century, there are many ways to do so. Simply using an airplane to fly across in mere hours might be how you choose to do it, but airplanes are expensive, especially the more and more heavy an object it is that you're moving. So when it comes to cargo, 80% of the 21st century's global trade is still being carried out the way that it generally always has been for thousands of years now, by ship. At any given normal time, there are around 50,000 merchant vessels carrying as much as 6 million containers full of cargo and goods all across the world's oceans and between all the world's continents. These networks and streams of ships that you see moving in lines across the world's surface here are the literal arteries that power the beating heart of the 21st century global economy. And unfortunately, the world's oceans aren't very easy to navigate through. The geographic placement of the world's continents, islands, and land masses have created numerous natural choke points that these trade arteries have no other choice but to move through. And when these choke points become blocked by whatever means, they can cause a veritable stroke upon the world economy. This is exactly what happened earlier this year when one of the most important of these, the Suez Canal, was blocked for several days when a cargo ship became unexpectedly stuck in the middle, which blocked nearly $10 billion worth of global trade and caused widespread shipping and logistical delays across the entire world from North America to Australia. But there are other strategic maritime choke points to consider across the world as well. The Panama Canal controls the flow of trade between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans across the American landmass. The Cape of Good Hope controls the flow of trade around the African continent. The Strait of Gibraltar controls the flow between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. The Danish Straits between the Baltic and the North Sea. The Turkish Straits between the Mediterranean and Black Seas. And the Strait of Malacca between the Pacific and Indian Oceans. However, none of these are as important nor as dangerous as the Strait of Hormuz here, for many, many critical reasons. First among them, it's the only possible way for ships to move back and forth between the Persian Gulf in the west and the Gulf of Oman in the east, which then leads out to the greater global ocean. The Persian Gulf is particularly important for this equation, because 8 countries share some of its coastline. Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. And for 4 of those countries, the only maritime access they have is within the Persian Gulf, which means that the 30-mile-wide Strait of Hormuz is the only possible location they can pass through in order to access the world's oceans. And if you know anything at all about the Middle East and the Gulf countries, you know that they're pretty much all completely loaded in oil. But oil is only part of what makes the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz especially so critically important. Oil is still the lifeblood of the modern world's economy. Around a third of our energy worldwide is produced by using it, and every single day, humanity consumes more than 9 million barrels of it. Oil is still by far the most common source of energy for human civilization in the 21st century. And as a non-renewable, it can't simply be produced. Oil is a resource that can only be extracted from where it already exists, and as it happens, it's not naturally found in too many parts of the world. Around the Persian Gulf Basin, across these dozens of oil fields marked in green, you can find roughly half of the entire planet's proven reserves of oil, including the single largest oil field in the world here in Saudi Arabia at Qatar, which all on its own produces nearly 6% of the entire world's oil supply. There are dozens of fabulously rich oil fields here that stretch across all 8 of the countries that border the Persian Gulf. But that's not the only valuable resource that can be found here. Marked in red, you can also find roughly 40% of the world's proven reserves of natural gas. Natural gas is the world's 3rd most common source of energy, behind oil and coal, and more than a 1/5 of the world's energy is produced by using it. Qatar itself produces the highest amount of liquefied natural gas in the world. And according to British Petroleum, Iran possesses the world's largest reserves of natural gas. Between all of these combined reserves, there is more oil and natural gas in the seas of the Persian Gulf and the land immediately surrounding it than anywhere else on the planet Earth. Since a third of all the world's oil production is currently taking place around the Gulf, and a third of the world's energy is powered by oil, and since a further 1/5 of natural gas production takes place around the Gulf, and about a 1/5 of the world's energy is powered by gas, it can therefore be said that about 15% of the entire planet's energy supply comes from around the Persian Gulf, and largely behind the Strait of Hormuz. This is why the 30 miles of water here is so insanely important, because roughly 15% of all the energy that humanity is collectively consuming right now largely has no other choice but to pass through it. No other choke point in the 21st century's global transportation network can come anywhere even close to that level of critical importance. And it doesn't help that navigating through it is pretty geographically difficult. There are 8 major islands located inside of the strait which must be avoided by any ships, 7 of which are de facto controlled by Iran. These 3 strategically placed ones are contested by the United Arab Emirates, but the Iranian military has occupied them since the 1970s, so they're effectively controlled by Iran. These areas of water highlighted are too shallow for any tanker to traverse, while these areas separately highlighted have very limited visibility due to the obstructions from islands and land. Dust storms, morning fog, and haze can all make visibility within the strait even more challenging and are particularly common events during the summer months. The UN has established a special traffic separation scheme for tankers and other ships to take while traveling through to avoid the most risk. This scheme consists of only 2 2-mile-wide shipping lanes, one for incoming and another for outgoing traffic, while each is only separated by a 2-mile-wide buffer zone. The whole route travels through Iranian, Emirati, and Omani territorial waters at various times, and all of the world's largest ships must pass through them, and limited capability to avoid any unexpected obstructions that might or might not crop up. The overwhelming majority of all the oil that flows out of the Gulf travels towards East Asia, 76% of it. And most of that travels to only 5 countries. China is the world's largest importer of petroleum and the world's 2nd largest economy, and is heavily dependent on the oil flow coming out from the Strait of Hormuz, because it imports about 45% of its supply from the 8 countries around the Persian Gulf. Japan, the world's 3rd largest economy, is even more critically dependent dependent and addicted. Infamously barren of most natural resources that are required for an industrial society, Japan has always been forced to seek them out abroad and away from their home islands, at times through war, while at other times through trade. Currently, they rely on trade, while oil and liquefied natural gas power more than 60% of Japan's energy needs. Nearly 100% of all of it is imported, and nearly 80% of that is transported by tankers from the Persian Gulf and through the Strait of Hormuz. Therefore, nearly half of Japan's energy, the fuel that powers the world's third largest economy, has to travel through the 30 miles of water at the Strait of Hormuz. And South Korea, the world's 10th largest global economy, has similar dependencies. They import nearly 70% of their oil from the Persian Gulf states. And since oil powers more than 40% of their energy needs, nearly a third of South Korea's energy supplies also have no other choice but to be delivered by tankers that are coming through the 30-mile wide Strait of Hormuz. Were the strait ever to be obstructed or shut down for very long, the world's second, third, and 10th largest economies would immediately come to a screeching halt. The primary source of revenue for all 8 countries around the Persian Gulf would also immediately dry up, and the ripple effect from there would almost certainly crash the entire global economy. And in that event, there aren't many options for getting the oil and natural gas around the strait. Saudi Arabia does have a crude oil and liquefied natural gas pipeline that they can use to transport limited amounts from the rich fields around the Persian Gulf over to their ports on the Red Sea, while the United Arab Emirates has a similar pipeline that they can use to transport further limited amounts to the other side of their country on the Gulf of Oman and away from the Strait of Hormuz, but these amounts are all limited, while Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq possess no such ability. At a maximum, it's believed that these pipelines can only divert about 20% of the oil coming out of the Persian Gulf around the Strait of Hormuz, and building any more oil pipeline infrastructure is expensive. All of this means that the 30-mile wide Strait of Hormuz is the most important choke point in the entire world for the global economy to function smoothly, and as a result, it's attracted considerable attention of countless empires and foreign powers from the outside, most notably the United States. The US maintains dozens of bases across Oman, the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq, 7 of the 8 countries around the Gulf, save for Iran. This includes an Air Force base in Qatar, and the United States' 5th Fleet being further headquartered within Bahrain, which is generally composed of more than 15,000 sailors, 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of other vessels, and between them and the Air Force base, countless aircraft. As the current largest single source for all of humanity's energy, all of this presence in the area from the United States is generally in place to ensure that the oil continues flowing, and to counter Iran's influence over on the other side of the strait. The United States and Iran have had no official diplomatic relations for more than 40 years now since 1980, and relations between the two sides of the strait have been continuously tense. In the event of a war breaking out, Iran has made numerous threats over the years to close the Strait of Hormuz from their side over to Oman, which, if successful, would shatter the world economy. And that's enough of a threat to always make America, or any other foreign power, think twice. But Iran's capability to do that is realistically pretty limited. While the Iranian military is powerful, America's is a lot more powerful, and the presence of the 5th Fleet so close by in Bahrain would almost guarantee American naval and air superiority almost immediately across the entire strait. Iran knows that their Navy and Air Force couldn't compete though, so as a result, most of their focus over the past decade has been centered around building air defenses and missile batteries across the coast that could simply bombard any ships passing through. Iran also possesses a massive arsenal of thousands of maritime mines that they could theoretically quickly fill the 30-mile wide strait with that would ground all trading activity through it to a halt for who knows how long. Theoretically, Iran could probably shut the strait down, but doing so would almost certainly invoke a very sharp response from a coalition of countries who would be staunchly opposed to it, likely led by the United States and Saudi Arabia. That conflict wouldn't be very pretty, and it's come dangerously close to already happening. Just 2 years ago in 2019, the United States began a military buildup around the Persian Gulf, while simultaneously withdrawing from the Iran nuclear deal and imposing new sanctions upon the country. The conflict escalated from there to the point where an Iranian major general was assassinated in a US drone strike at the beginning of 2020, and led from there to Iran bombarding US military bases across Iraq with rockets and artillery. It was the closest that America and Iran have ever come so far to a full-out war, and the tension still hasn't gone away. There's 62 countries around the world today who have small populations of less than 3 million people. Because of their small size, they're all generally limited in their power and influence to their immediate surroundings. And even then, in the case of places like Armenia, Moldova, or the Gambia, they're usually minor players even within their own neighborhood. The fascinating exception to this rule of thumb for the world's smallest countries, however, is Qatar, a small, dusty, and largely empty peninsula no larger than the state of Delaware that juts out from Saudi Arabia into the Persian Gulf. While Qatar has an overall population of around 2.8 million people, which is already smaller than Albania, only 320,000 of them are actually citizens of the country, while the remaining nearly 2.5 million people are almost entirely foreign and expatriate labor that have come to the country from abroad. That means that with only around 320,000 citizens, Qatar's citizen population is only about the same size as tiny Vanuatu, a little island country in the Pacific Ocean. And yet, despite its tiny size in both land and people, Qatar commands global prestige, power, and influence on the same scale of countries that are dozens of times larger than it. For years now, Qatar has often been described as the wealthiest country in the world, with the highest GDP per capita of all the world's nations for multiple years in a row. The Qatari economy was larger than Ukraine's even before the Russian invasion, and with nearly 16 times fewer people even when including all the foreign labor. The state of Qatar wields the 9th largest sovereign wealth fund in the world, with assets exceeding $450 billion, including a large 10.5% stake in the Volkswagen Group and the outright ownership of the Paris Saint-Germain football club, the 7th most valuable football club in the entire world. This is all in addition to a diversified real estate portfolio that makes the state of Qatar the largest single property owner in London, including a 95% stake in the tallest building in Western Europe, the Shard, 100% ownership of the Harrods department store, a majority stake in the Canary Wharf Financial Centre, and a 20% stake in London's Heathrow Airport, the 7th busiest airport in the world by international passenger traffic. This sovereign wealth fund's assets equate to more than $1.4 million per citizen of Qatar, by far the largest of any sovereign wealth fund in the world. The state-owned airline Qatar Airways is one of the largest and the most influential in the entire global aviation industry. Ranked by assets, Qatar Airways is the 9th largest airline in the world and is roughly equivalent in scale to Air France KLM, and they have even greater revenue numbers than Turkish Airlines. The state-owned media company Al Jazeera is one of the largest public media conglomerates in the world, second only to the BBC in the number of news bureaus located across the world. And perhaps most infamously of all, they are by far the smallest country and the first in the Arab world to ever host the FIFA World Cup, which is currently ongoing as of the release of this video. The Qatar of today is a fabulously wealthy country for its small size, and with that wealth also comes enormous global influence and power. And as a result, I would argue that Qatar is by far the most overpowered country in the 21st century world, with a level of influence ranking it as a middle power alongside states that are many, many times larger than it, like Turkey, South Korea, the Netherlands, or Canada. And they're only going to continue getting even more overpowered as this decade advances. But it wasn't always so certain to be this way, because Qatar only really started getting rich and overpowered pretty recently in the 1990s. For thousands of years before then, hardly anybody would have ever been able to guess how Qatar's fortunes would eventually turn out because, geographically, Qatar possesses very few advantages to help it become powerful. It's just a small, dusty, flat peninsula covered in deserts, with scarce arable land, little rainfall, and without even a single river to use for freshwater or irrigation. The prospects for anyone living here were bleak for thousands of years, and the only way anybody could really make a living was limited either to fishing or to diving for pearls in the Gulf. and consequently, hardly anybody actually did live here. Qatar was an isolated, impoverished, and underdeveloped backwater for basically all of human history, until things finally began changing when oil happened to be discovered in 1939 across the Dukan field here found across the westernmost edge of the peninsula. But of course, the same year it was discovered was the same year that World War II began, so it was never really developed until a decade later in 1949. By the 1950s, Qatar was producing a modest amount of oil from this field, but it paled in comparison to the gigantic oil fields that had been found nearby across Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. The largest oil field ever discovered in the world is the Ghavar field less than 150 kilometers away from the Qatari border within Saudi Arabia, and it alone contains nearly twice the amount of oil found across all of Qatar. But after scouring across their tiny peninsula, the Qataris never discovered any other significant oil reserves on land. And that pushed Qatar and their partnered Western oil companies to begin searching for offshore oil reserves around the peninsula within their territorial waters in the Gulf. Several were found, but again, none of them were anything like the huge earth-shattering finds that the Saudis and Kuwaitis were making just nearby. It would eventually turn out that Qatar had the 14th largest reserves of oil in the world, a significant asset and a boon for the people of the tiny peninsula. But in the grand scheme of the Persian Gulf, these oil reserves were still fairly small. They were but a quarter of the reserves found in Kuwait in the United Arab Emirates, and only a tenth of those found just next door in Saudi Arabia. If it was only ever going to rely on oil, Qatar would never grow to be as rich as its neighbors. But naturally, Qatar wanted to strike it big like the rest of them, and so they kept on searching for more. And then in 1971, they would finally end up making the geologic discovery of the century, and it wouldn't even be oil. With the assistance of Shell, what they ended up discovering was this: a big offshore natural gas field in the middle of the Persian Gulf, split roughly 60-40 between their own exclusive economic zone and Iran's. Their side of the field became known as the North Field, while Iran's became known as the South Pars Field, and its discovery would ultimately change both countries' destinies forever, because this field is by far the largest natural gas field ever discovered in the world. It is so enormous that the Qatari side of the field alone contains an estimated fifth of all the entire world's natural gas reserves. This single field overnight catapulted little Qatar into the number 3 position in the world for natural gas reserves, just behind Iran and Russia, and nearly double the natural gas reserves found across the entire United States. Its discovery would one day transform Qatar into the financial and economic juggernaut that we know it as today, and it is the primary source of Qatar's OP status on the world stage. But when it was first discovered, the Qataris and Shell were actually disappointed that it wasn't oil and thought it was almost useless. You see, back at that time in the 70s, the natural gas industry was completely different than it is today. Natural gas is, of course, a gas, and that means it takes up a lot of volume. Exporting natural gas to somewhere else while it's still in its gaseous state takes up a lot of space, and that means that exporting the gas by ship is incredibly inefficient and doesn't make any financial sense. This is why the liquefied natural gas, or LNG business, was born shortly after the Second World War. By converting natural gas into a liquid, it takes up only 1/600th of the same volume it does when it's in its gaseous state. And that means that LNG can be transported in huge quantities by tanker ship from any source to any destination in the world, in theory. The problem with LNG has always been that it's the most expensive way to transport natural gas, because of all the complicated and advanced infrastructure that needs to be put in place to get it all running. You need complicated refrigeration plants at the source of the gas that can cool it down to its liquid state at -161 degrees Celsius. No easy task to do around the Persian Gulf, which has some of the hottest average temperatures in the world. You need to commission specialized refrigerated tanker ships that can continue keeping the gas that cold for weeks to months on end while they carry it across the world's oceans. And you need another specialized plant at the final destination that can safely transform the LNG back into gas to be used by consumers. It costs billions of dollars to get all of this set up before the first shipments even arrive, and worse, in the 1970s, there was nowhere near enough of a market or a demand for LNG. Europe received plentiful, cheaper gas from pipelines coming in from places like Russia, Norway, and the Netherlands, meaning that expensive LNG was not going to be competitive there. But the increasingly advanced and developing island economies of East Asia were a completely different matter altogether. Japan, in particular, is an island nation that is bereft of fossil fuels, meaning that as their economy developed and their demand for gas increased, their geography was better suited towards importing gas as LNG from container ships rather than through long pipelines built across or beneath the ocean. The same became true of Taiwan and eventually South Korea as well, which effectively functions as an island as well for the purpose of importing energy from abroad because of North Korea and the ocean to their other three sides. All three of these rising East Asian economies' demand for LNG began to grow over the years, and at first, their demand was almost entirely met by nearby producers in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. This was the world that Qatar and Shell found themselves in 1971, when they suddenly discovered the biggest natural gas field in the world. And they initially decided that they couldn't economically compete for any of the market in Asia. Building up an LNG industry from scratch was thought to be too costly and too risky, and building out long pipelines to markets in Europe was just too ridiculous and expensive to even consider. They had both hoped that their discovery was oil because, unlike natural gas, oil is naturally a liquid, and so it's far less costly to just load it up on tankers and ship it around the world. So rather than developing Qatar's natural gas in the North Field, Shell abandoned the project, and with global oil prices skyrocketing following the Arab oil embargoes in the 70s, Qatar continued to focus on its smaller oil reserves for the next 20 years. And then, everything would begin to change again in the late 1980s. In 1986, the price of oil unexpectedly crashed by more than 50%. Production and revenue from oil sales in Qatar crashed alongside it, and the Qatari economy, which almost entirely relied upon selling oil at the time, was put into a crisis mode. By the 1990s, with oil prices and revenue still low, the Qataris began turning their attention back towards all of that natural gas they found 20 years previously in the biggest field in the world. And at the same time, global demand for natural gas was beginning to increase. Natural gas emits 50% less CO2 than coal when it's burned for energy, and about 30% less than oil, while releasing less air pollution as well, making it a desirable and slightly cleaner fuel to use for electricity for nations weary of climate change and pollution, or for nations seeking a transitory fuel source while they move towards full carbon neutrality and green energies like wind or solar. And at the same time, the costs of building out LNG infrastructure had dramatically come down after more than 20 years of continuous technological developments and understanding. In 1995, the ambitious son of the ruling Qatari emir launched a bloodless coup d'etat against his father and overthrew him. And it would be under his leadership that little Qatar would be transformed into a world power. Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani strongly believed in the potential of the natural gas reserves in the North Field and in the growing LNG business. Equipped with billions of dollars worth of investments secured from Western energy companies like ExxonMobil, the Qataris and their partners set out to build no less than the largest and the most competitive LNG business the world had ever seen, backed up by the single largest gas field ever discovered. The Qataris managed to increase the scale of their LNG operations to never-before-seen heights. They constructed the largest artificial harbor in the world for their Ras Laffan industrial city, which became their primary production and export center for Qatari LNG. They commissioned larger and larger LNG container ships that could carry increasingly larger volumes of LNG to customers abroad. And by 1996, Qatar was exporting their first shipments of LNG through the Strait of Hormuz and abroad to global markets. It would end up revolutionizing both Qatar and the entire world in the process. Within just 10 years of them beginning their operations by 2006, Qatar had already overtaken all of its LNG competitors, like Malaysia and Indonesia, to become the largest exporter of LNG in the world, with the bulk of their shipments eating into the market share in the East Asian economies of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. South Korea became their single largest customer, and they still continue to purchase roughly 27% of their entire natural gas supply from Qatar alone. And the vast revenues that these countries were paying for Qatari LNG flooded back into the coffers of the Qatari government, which, of course, made them mind-bogglingly rich. This is a chart of the gross domestic product per capita in Qatar from 1987 to the present. This year, 1996, is when Qatar first began exporting LNG to the world market, and you can clearly see how immediately afterwards, their wealth began to absolutely skyrocket to the point in 2006 where they became the largest LNG exporter in the world. Tens of billions of dollars a year began flowing directly to Qatar in exchange for their shipments of LNG. But all of this newfound wealth came with a problem. Qatar was growing too overdependent on a single source of income, and was transforming into the world's first LNG state. By the 2010s, 70% of the entire government's revenue, 60% of the entire country's GDP, and 85% of their export earnings were all simply coming from the LNG and petroleum business. If the business were to ever crash or run out of supplies, Qatar would be forced into going back to the impoverished, empty peninsula that it had been for thousands of years beforehand. And of course, the government has always been aware of this, and so in order to diversify their income streams and secure their future, they began investing into other businesses, ideas, and avenues. Qatar Airways was founded in 1993 and expanded with the LNG and oil money to become one of the top 10 largest airlines in the world today. The Qatar Sovereign Wealth Fund was established in 2005 as a means to invest their massive revenues into projects, real estate, and companies abroad to the point where today, the fund's assets are nearly equivalent to the entire annual GDP of Egypt, a nation of more than 100 million people. And then in 1996, the same year they began exporting LNG, they also founded the state-owned Al Jazeera Media Group, translating from Arabic into English as literally the Peninsula, the Qatar Peninsula. But Qatar still had a low natural population base, in addition to being located in a dangerous geopolitical neighborhood. Saddam Hussein's Iraq had previously launched wars of conquest into both Iran and Kuwait in order to seize control over their oil industries. And little Qatar was hypothetically a much more vulnerable target than either of those had been. There was also the fact that Qatar shared the largest natural gas field in the world with Iran, which meant that each of their governments had to collaborate together and remain friendly to an extent in order to safely and mutually extract all of the gas there, a situation that made next-door Saudi Arabia, the greatest rival of Iran, intensely apprehensive. Qatar's solution to defending themselves in this precarious geopolitical neighborhood was by simply aligning itself very closely to the United States. At the same time as they were getting their LNG business up and running, Qatar invited both the American and British militaries to assist in constructing the Al Udeid Air Base in the country, which eventually went on to become the US military's largest base in the entire Middle East. With more than 11,000 total personnel and more than 100 operational aircraft as of today, it became an invaluable asset for the United States through multiple conflicts, used as a primary air base to conduct operations from in Afghanistan, Iraq, and later against ISIS in Syria. And beyond that base, Qatar also supplied enormous quantities of energy supplies to many of America's most important allies in Asia: Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and India. This is all in part why the Biden administration would eventually label tiny Qatar as a major non-NATO ally of the United States at the beginning of 2022, a status that is similarly bestowed upon great power nations like Japan and Brazil, with nearly 100 times Qatar's population. Meanwhile, Qatar's low population base of only a few 100,000 people also proved to make it difficult to actually use all of that money from LNG and petroleum to build things like skyscrapers and stadiums for the World Cup. And so to solve that problem, Qatar began encouraging enormous migration to the country for low-skilled workers coming primarily from South Asian nations like Nepal, India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. This is why today, Qatar's demographic structure is one of the strangest and the most exploitative in the entire world. Nearly 9 in 10 people in the country today are foreign workers without any citizenship who have recently moved to the country from abroad, including more than 700,000 from India. Since the overwhelming majority of the foreign workers who have come to Qatar are also men, Qatar's gender profile is by far the most lopsided in the world, with roughly 3 men in the country for every 1 woman. And ever since these migrations began to Qatar, there have been countless reports of terrible human rights abuses that have been made against them, with many publications suggesting that the treatment of the millions of foreign workers in Qatar essentially amounts to modern-day slavery. South Asian men would be promised by Qatari officials of high pay and good conditions and then lured to the country, where they would then often have their passports confiscated and, with no way to leave, forced into much lower-paying labor jobs with much worse conditions than they had initially been promised. Over the past decade, Qatar has spent more than $200 billion of its LNG and petroleum wealth to build out stadiums and infrastructure for the World Cup and put millions of their foreign laborers to work. And according to some reports, at least 6,500 of those workers died, building everything simply due to atrocious working conditions. That is simply unacceptable, and it is a dark stain on Qatar's success story and the World Cup in general. At the same time, Qatar's LNG wealth was also coming under threat in the later 2010s. After an investment of more than $250 billion into their own LNG industry, Australia suddenly surpassed the Qataris for the #1 largest exporter of LNG at the end of 2018, and the United States wasn't very far behind them, with billions worth of investments into the industry of their own. Australian and American LNG were suddenly competing with Qatari LNG for market share across Asia. And not content with playing second or even third fiddle, the Qataris decided to double down. In 2019, they announced a $30 billion plan to expand their LNG production from the North Field, with billions of more dollars coming from Western energy giants like Shell, Exxon, and Chevron, among others. The plan was that Qatar's LNG exports would be increased by nearly 2/3 by 2026, which hypothetically would have enabled Qatar to regain the position of the world's largest exporter and to then keep it indefinitely. But many people were worried at the time that such a massive investment into even more LNG production would have never paid off, with the stiff competition growing from the Australians and the Americans. Where would all the excess Qatari LNG go to? The Asian market's demand was already largely being met. North America was growing increasingly energy independent and less reliant on imports. And Europe hardly bought any LNG at all, with most of their gas demand being met by the Russians, Norwegians, and Algerians through their pipelines. And then, of course, everything changed when the Russians invaded Ukraine and the Europeans began to cut out all of their gas imports from Russia. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a brand new, enormous market for LNG that is roughly the same size as Asia's market opened up to the suppliers, and Qatar immediately became one of the best positioned to capitalize on it. There is perhaps no other country in the world that'll benefit more from Russia's invasion of Ukraine than Qatar. A flurry of high-ranking European Union and German energy executives have now been flying back and forth with Doha to discuss new LNG contracts and shipments. And now, the Qatari economy is expected to grow by more than 4% this year alone, and it could potentially only be the beginning. With Russian gas now being completely locked out of the European market, LNG replacements from elsewhere will be highly in demand and competitively priced. And Qatar is currently estimating that at least half of their ongoing LNG expansion in the North Field will now be headed straight for Europe by 2026, ensuring them billions of dollars a year in extra revenues from today, and increased leverage over European demand and influence. Naturally, Qatar's newfound wealth has also come with newfound ambitions and abilities to influence the world around them. And this has often gotten them into trouble. Since they share the largest natural gas field in the world with Iran, Qatar has always maintained that fairly close working relationship with them out of necessity, which, like I said before, has never sat well with Saudi Arabia, Iran's fiercest geopolitical rival. But Qatar's and Saudi Arabia's foreign policies clash in many more ways than just this. Following the Arab Spring revolutions that swept across the Arab world in the early 2010s, Qatar and Saudi Arabia nearly always found themselves supporting the opposite sides in every conflict all throughout the region. Qatar came to support the wave of democratic and Islamist revolts against long-standing Arab regimes, such as by supporting the Muslim Brotherhood's democratic rise to power in Egypt with billions of dollars, generous media coverage within Al Jazeera of the uprisings in Bahrain against the monarchy, and eventual backing of the Tripoli-based government of national accord during the Libyan civil war, all of which the Saudis fiercely opposed and fought against. There became increasing concerns within Riyadh that Qatar's overt support for revolutions against long-standing autocratic regimes across the Arab world meant that one day they would also be bankrolling a revolution against the nearly century-old absolute monarchy in Saudi Arabia, with both money and generous media coverage. By 2017, the Saudis had had enough of their conflicting ambitions, and all on the same day, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Egypt, Jordan, Djibouti, Senegal, Mauritania, the Comoros, the Maldives, and the Saudi-supported Tobruk-based government in Libya, as well as the Saudi-supported Hadi government in Yemen, all announced the severing of their diplomatic relations with Qatar. Saudi Arabia and the UAE went another step further by also shutting down all of their ports to Qatari-registered ships. and shutting down all of their airspace to the state-owned airline, Qatar Airways. The Saudis also shut down their entire land border with Qatar, effectively transforming the country into an island state. And then, to make Qatar's isolation even more permanent, the Saudis even proposed digging a canal across their entire land border and filling it in with water from the Persian Gulf, which would have literally transformed Qatar into an island. They made several demands of Qatar in order to lift the blockade, including that they shut down Al Jazeera, reduce their diplomatic relations with Iran, end their alleged support for foreign organizations considered to be terrorists by the Saudis, like the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and Hamas in Gaza, among others, agree to reparation payments and 10 years of monitoring, and to align themselves fully with the geopolitical interests of Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf states. Naturally, Qatar refused all of the demands, and the economic consequences of the Saudi-led blockade over them immediately became apparent. Qatar Airways had relied extensively on both Saudi and Emirati airspace for a significant amount of their routes, and nearly overnight, they had to suddenly change all of their flight paths to longer and more costly routes to avoid both countries entirely. The Saudi-led blockade over Qatar would go on for another 3.5 years, until January of 2021, and it largely only ended out of the Saudi regime's own desire to rebrand their image with the incoming Biden administration over in the United States. Many figures in Washington had been frustrated with the blockade for years, because both Saudi Arabia and Qatar are nominally strategic allies of the United States. And even more strange, the United States, Qatar, and the Saudis had all actually been cooperating together alongside of each other for years in another major conflict in the region, the civil war in Yemen. In late 2014 or early 2015, a Shia Muslim-adjacent group called the Houthis managed to seize control over the capital in Yemen and declared themselves as the sole legitimate government of the country, sparking a civil war between themselves and the previously Sunni Muslim-led government. The sudden possibility of Yemen flipping into a Shia-led country immediately sent shockwaves throughout the Islamic world, and especially in Saudi Arabia, over the fear that a Shia-led Yemen could end up aligning itself with the Iranians, the world's most preeminent Shia power. Were this scenario to take place, Saudi Arabia would be placed into its worst imaginable geopolitical position, with its primary enemy Iran being theoretically capable of blockading the Strait of Hormuz, that leads between the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea, and an Iranian-aligned Yemen theoretically capable of simultaneously blockading the Bab el-Mandeb Strait between the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea. Were that to happen, Saudi Arabia would economically collapse because the country relies so extensively on selling their oil exports to countries in Asia on the backs of tanker ships. The most direct route to Asia for these tanker ships to take from Saudi Arabia are, of course, from either the Saudi east or west coast through either the Strait of Hormuz or the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. But if both of them are blockaded, then the only possible way that Saudi oil could actually continue reaching their Asian customers would be through the Suez Canal and around the entirety of the African continent, which would make Saudi oil far more expensive and less competitive, and potentially crash their economy in the process. So, in order to prevent that from ever happening, the Saudis gathered together a massive military coalition that included the Qataris and support from the Americans, and they began invading and blockading Yemen in March of 2015 in order to topple the Houthis from power. Djibouti is a small country in the Horn of Africa that is most well known in the Western world for its funny-sounding name in English. Indeed, Djibouti is a country that few Westerners probably ever give a second thought about. It's only about the size of New Hampshire, and it only has a small population of about 957,000 people, the lowest population of any country on the entire mainland African continent. And yet, despite its small size and funny-sounding name, Djibouti is one of the most serious and influential geopolitical hotspots in the entire world because of this: the sheer number of foreign military bases that have been established on its territory. I mean, just look at this map of the area immediately around Djibouti's capital city, which is also called Djibouti. You've got an American military base here, which is the only permanent military base the United States has got anywhere on the African continent. You've got a collection of French military bases up here, a French-operated air base down here that the United States also uses to fly drones out of. You've got a Japanese military base over here, which is literally the only overseas base that the Japanese operate anywhere. You've got an Italian military base wedged in here by the Americans. You've got another French naval base up here, here, you've got German and Spanish soldiers who don't have bases of their own but get stationed up in these hotels. And then you've even got a Chinese People's Liberation Army naval base over here on the other side of town, opposite of the Americans and friends. The first overseas military base that the People's Republic of China ever built anywhere. And other countries are still actively trying to build their own bases here as well. In 2021, Djibouti agreed to allow Saudi Arabia to begin construction of a new military base in the country as well, which will likely appear somewhere near the American base when completed. And then for years now, Djibouti has also been courted by the Indian and Russian governments to construct some kind of base there for themselves as well. All of this means that as of 2023, little Djibouti in fact has by far the highest per capita concentration of foreign military bases on its soil out of any country in the world. And that kind of begs a question. Why and how did this little country in the Horn of Africa essentially become the 21st century's global military base for all of the world's great powers to set up their operations in? Well, a lot of Djibouti's significance and value comes from its ideal geographic position. You see, while Djibouti is indeed small, it also sits precisely on the western side of the narrow Bab el-Mandeb Strait, immediately opposite of Yemen. At its narrowest point, this strait is but 28 kilometers wide, and it is those 28 kilometers that all ships must pass through in order to get between the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. And in effect, because of the Suez Canal further to the north through Egypt, it is these 28 kilometers that all ships must pass through in order to get between the Mediterranean Sea and the Indian Ocean, at least quickly. This makes the Bab el-Mandeb Strait one of the most geopolitically crucial maritime choke points in the world, especially from the perspective of the global oil and gas industry and the state security of dozens of countries from all around the world. You see, while the Red Sea and the area around the Bab el-Mandeb Strait never yielded very many lucrative oil or natural gas discoveries, the nearby Persian Gulf region on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula literally contains the highest concentration of oil and gas found anywhere on the planet. Approximately half of all the world's known oil reserves and around a third of all the world's current oil production, in addition to around 40% of all the world's known natural gas reserves, are found only here, scattered around the shores of Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. These reserves include the largest single oil field ever discovered in the world here at Ghavar in Saudi Arabia, and the largest single natural gas field ever discovered in the world here at the North and South Pars field in the center of the Gulf shared between Qatar and Iran, which all on its own represents around a fifth of all the natural gas reserves ever found on the entire planet. The Persian Gulf is therefore arguably the single most important location on the entire planet in the 21st century, as it is effectively the greatest single source in the universe for the energy that humanity collectively consumes. The 8 countries around the Persian Gulf harvest their oil and natural gas resources, load them up onto container ships, and then ship them through the similarly narrow Strait of Hormuz and into the Indian Ocean, where they then travel onwards to markets all around the world. For the ships carrying Persian Gulf oil and natural gas towards Asia, the journey then takes them across the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, then through the narrow Strait of Malacca, and then onwards to the energy-hungry economies of China, Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. But for the ships carrying Persian Gulf oil and natural gas onwards from the Strait of Hormuz to Europe, the quickest and most efficient path is for them to then head west across the Gulf of Aden, through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait past Djibouti, up the Red Sea, and through the Suez Canal across Egypt and into the Mediterranean, before then continuing onwards to ports across the European continent. As of 2022, approximately 20% of the European Union's oil imports and 24% of their liquefied natural gas imports were all coming in from countries around the Persian Gulf and delivered almost entirely by containers passing through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the Suez Canal. Were either of these choke points to become somehow obstructed or blockaded, the European Union would in a flash lose a major import route for huge volumes of their oil and gas supply that powers their societies and economies. And the only possible alternative route for Persian Gulf oil and gas to reach the European market would be by then sailing the very long way around the entirety of the African continent, a route that adds weeks to delivery times and consequently adds higher costs to the prices of imports. This risk was most laid bare back in March of 2021, when a container ship ran aground within the Suez Canal and blocked it all off to trade for a period of 6 days, resulting in hundreds of ships queuing up to pass through the canal that collectively prevented an estimated $9.6 billion worth of trade from taking place. Were the Bab el-Mandeb Strait to become blocked for whatever reason instead, the result would largely be the same. And that is a massive fear to Saudi Arabia. You see, if there were ever a textbook definition of what a petrostate looks like, it is Saudi Arabia. The country controls 15% of the entire world's proven reserves of oil, largely around its territory bordering the Persian Gulf. The Saudis are the largest oil exporter in the entire world, and they also maintain the largest oil production capacity in the entire world. The Saudi state is defined by its vast oil reserves and production and ability to sell and export that oil to markets around the world. 40% of the entire Saudi GDP is simply the country's oil industry, while on average over the past decade, Saudi oil revenues have provided a whopping 75% of the government's entire annual budget that funds everything from ambitious construction and infrastructure projects to the Saudi armed forces. Therefore, if Saudi Arabia's ability to export oil abroad and earn revenue to fund their government was ever put into jeopardy, it could end up literally meaning the collapse of the central Saudi state and even the Saudi absolute monarchy. Since nearly all of Saudi Arabia's oil fields are located in the east of the country near to the Persian Gulf, the easiest and most obvious method of getting their oil out to global markets is by putting them on container ships and sending them through the Strait of Hormuz. But that strait is vulnerable because at its narrowest point, it is less than 34 kilometers wide, and the entire northern shoreline of the strait is controlled by their greatest geopolitical rival, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Throughout the decades, the Iranians have frequently threatened and boasted about their ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz if they ever felt like it, either by placing countless naval mines across the strait and/or by lining the north shore of the strait with area denial weapons, like surface-to-ship and surface-to-air missiles, and just attacking everything that comes through it. Such an action would probably trigger a military response from the United States, but it would also, at least temporarily, crash Saudi Arabia's ability to export oil through the Strait of Hormuz and keep their government functioning. So, in order to mitigate that risk a bit, the Saudis constructed what's known as the East-West Pipeline, which can transfer limited volumes of their crude oil from their fields around the Persian Gulf to ports over on the Red Sea, where the oil can then continue on to world markets through either the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the south or the Suez Canal in the north. But unfortunately for the Saudis, even this ability has come under threat because of the civil war in Yemen. Beginning in 2014, a generally Shia Muslim-adjacent faction in Yemen known as the Houthis rose up in revolt against the predominantly Sunni Muslim and Saudi-backed government in the country, and they quickly seized control over the capital city. The Houthis have allegedly received weapons and financing from the Iranians, and their zone of control primarily exists near to the eastern shore of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Were the Houthis to become successful and take control over Yemen and remain aligned with Saudi Arabia's greatest geopolitical rival, Iran, it is conceivable that the Houthis and Iranians could coordinate a joint blockade action wherein the Iranians block the Strait of Hormuz and the Houthis block the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the exact same time, and in doing so deny the Saudis pretty much any way to continue exporting their oil to their largest customers in East Asia, like China. The only way the Saudis could continue transporting their oil to markets in Asia under this scenario would be the very, very long and limited way across the East-West Pipeline to the West Coast, up the Red Sea, through the Suez Canal, across the Mediterranean and through the Strait of Gibraltar, and then around the entirety of the African continent just to get to the same place where Saudi oil exports normally begin at anyway. This is why the Saudis have been attacking and bombing the Houthis in Yemen for years now, and it's why the Saudis have been so interested in building their own overseas military base on the opposite end of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in Djibouti, so that they can quickly respond to this situation and free the strait up if that time ever comes. But of course, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait isn't just of critical importance to the Saudis and their state security. Following the Russian invasion of Ukraine in Europe, the European Union has been steadily divesting itself away from their previously high imports of Russian oil and gas. One of the primary countries that has stepped up to supply the Europeans with greater quantities of natural gas is Qatar, a small country but with big resources. The second largest reserves of natural gas of any country on the planet after the Russians themselves. The Qataris are currently investing tens of billions of dollars into expanding their LNG production out of their North Field in the Gulf, a large amount of which is slated to be exported further to Europe as the European demand for alternative supplies of gas away from Russia continues to increase. Qatar is thus becoming a major component of the European Union's new energy profile, as the EU continues to increase their LNG imports and divest themselves away from Russian natural gas pipelines. But just like the oil making its way to Europe, the cheapest, quickest, and easiest way for Qatari LNG to make its way to Europe is also through the Strait of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and the Suez Canal. Consequently, the Bab el-Mandeb and the Suez Canal alike are both gaining growing in global importance. Even as far back as 2018, before all these major geopolitical shifts, an estimated 6.2 million barrels worth of crude oil a day were passing through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait toward Europe, Asia, and North America, representing around 9% of all the traded oil in the world. And it's not just oil and gas that makes the Bab el-Mandeb so important either. From China's perspective, the strait is a critical component making up their shortest maritime export route to Europe as well. China's economy is basically based around importing enormous amounts of raw energy materials from the Persian Gulf states, using those enormous raw energy materials to produce enormous volumes of manufactured goods, and then exporting those enormous volumes of manufactured goods to the world's largest consumer markets in North America and Europe. These manufactured exports represent around 30% of the entire Chinese economy, and the quickest and cheapest way for their exports to make it to the European market ends up passing through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the Suez Canal, rather than sailing the long way around either Africa or the Pacific. Ultimately, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is one of the most critical maritime choke points that keeps the pace of globalized trade alive and well. Europe needs the strait to be secure to continue importing large amounts of their oil and gas from the Persian Gulf, and large volumes of manufactured products from China as cheaply and as quickly as possible. Persian Gulf states, and primarily Saudi Arabia, need the strait to remain secure so that they can continue selling oil and gas to Europe and Asia, and keep their foreign policy options flexible. China needs the strait secure to continue exporting their manufactured goods to Europe as quickly and cheaply as possible, while the United States wants the strait to remain secure to keep global trade from falling apart, and to keep the European oil and gas supply steady in the face of Russian aggression and energy warfare in Europe. That's why the security of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is so important to so many people. But it's also unfortunately placed in a very geopolitically turbulent neighborhood. Yemen, which occupies the entire north shore of the strait, has been consumed by one of the most devastating civil wars of the 21st century for nearly a decade now that is still continuing. A civil war that has claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people and has become an intense proxy conflict between Saudi Arabia and Iran, as each vies for supremacy over the other in the country. On the southern shore of the strait is Eritrea, a ruthless, totalitarian, one-party dictatorship that has been ruled by the same man ever since 1993, and which is generally considered to have one of the most abysmal human rights records and freedoms on the planet, genuinely on a par with North Korea. Eritrea was also locked in a conflict over disputed lands with neighboring Ethiopia for decades, until it was resolved only in 2019. But the very next year after that, the Tigray War exploded in Ethiopia just across the border, as the Tigray region of Ethiopia rebelled against the central Ethiopian government. A horrible conflict which would ultimately, between 2020 and 2022, descend into the bloodiest and most violent conflict of the entire 21st century, and claim the lives of around 600,000 people. The Eritrean army invaded the Tigray region at the behest of the central Ethiopian government and committed numerous atrocities and massacres, and still, as of the production of this video, has never agreed to any formal peace settlement. And then there's also Somalia, a country whose very name is essentially synonymous in the Western world with anarchy and chaos. The country has been locked in a multi-sided civil war for more than 40 years now. There's really no concept of a centralized authority anywhere across the country. Over the decades of chaos and lack of central authority in Somalia, insurgents and pirates alike have thrived as they realize their country enjoys a coastline directly adjacent to one of the most strategically valuable and lucrative maritime trade routes in the world. And so, Somali pirate attacks on container and cargo vessels transiting the Bab el-Mandeb Strait have been frequent occurrences over the past 20 years. Yemen, Eritrea, and Somalia are all generally unstable and fragile countries who've been frequently involved in both internal and external conflicts. And all of that combines to put maritime shipping through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait into jeopardy, which threatens the economies and security of countries from all around the world. This then led to the sense in many countries that a military presence of some kind nearby to the strait was necessary in order to ensure the strait security and the continued uninterrupted global flow of cheap oil, cheap gas, and cheap manufactured goods through it could continue. And so for the most part, that left only little Djibouti as an island of relative stability in a very chaotic neighborhood for outside powers to construct their military bases in. Bases which would enable their militaries to project power into the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and keep the flow of global trade continuing through the dangerous neighborhood and the various risks. But Djibouti itself is also a fairly autocratic country since it has been ruled by the very same president ever since 1999, Omar Guelleh, and elections are generally viewed as being unfair and undemocratic. But that doesn't really matter because, crucially, ignoring some fairly minor border skirmishes with Eritrea back in 1999 and 2008, Djibouti is a country that has remained relatively free of conflicts in a region of the world that is usually full of them. And part of the reason why is because recognizing their status as a small and largely defenseless country in control of extremely strategically valuable real estate, President Guelleh has welcomed the presence of foreign militaries to come and establish their bases within his country that will protect it from the chaos that surrounds it. And Djibouti's strategic location is important even beyond the shipping concerns through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. This is because Ethiopia, immediately to the southwest of Djibouti, is home to Africa's second largest population of more than 120 million people, but is also completely landlocked, which severely limits their ability to send exports or receive imports to and from the rest of the world. So, because Ethiopia and Eritrea have been locked in some kind of territorial conflict for decades and have had a very tense relationship, and because Somalia is, well, Somalia, that basically just leaves Djibouti as the only possible nearby source with maritime access for Ethiopia to receive imports or send exports through. That is why little Djibouti, a nation of less than 1 million people, handles more than 95% of all the imports from around the world that make their way into giant Ethiopia, a nation with more than 120 times their own population. Djibouti's location and relative stability within its dangerous neighborhood grants it outrageously outsized power and influence over Ethiopia and the globalized trade network, which makes it a potentially lucrative target to many outside powers, which is why the country has been more than happy to allow military great powers from all around the world to set up their bases there and dissuade any potential hostile outside power from ever trying anything funny. And that is why all today you have American, French, Italian, Japanese, German, Spanish, Saudi Arabian, and Chinese military bases all crowded together so nearby to each other, and attempts from the Russians and Indians to build their own as well, all of whom want to project power into the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and protect their own interests in the region. The American base in Djibouti is the only permanent US military base on the mainland African continent, and it enables the US military and their drones to conduct operations in nearby Yemen against al-Qaeda elements, and in nearby Somalia against al-Shabaab and ISIS elements, with support from the French, Japanese, Italians, Germans, and Spaniards. The American base has also helped with refueling Saudi warplanes as they bomb Houthi targets across Yemen, while Saudi Arabia's own future base in Djibouti will help them do this themselves, after the Biden administration in the United States withdrew all of their direct American support for the Saudi war effort in Yemen back in 2021, like helping them refueling their aircraft. And then the Chinese naval base is there officially to help fight against piracy in the region and ensure that critical maritime shipping lanes remain open and secure, though it has generated a fairly high degree of geopolitical angst with the American military base that is only a few miles away from it. Both the Americans and the Chinese have lodged official complaints with the Djiboutian government, accusing the other of using their base to spy on their own base, with one incident even being reported by the Americans of Chinese troops in their base on the north side of town shining laser beams into the cockpits of American planes flying nearby. But nonetheless, Djibouti allows them both to remain, along with all of the other military bases in the country as well, because they all serve Djibouti's own purposes. Who would dare attack little defenseless Djibouti and provoke both of the emerging global superpowers, the United States and China? Djibouti's strategic calculus here is really nothing short of a genius play, and the best possible use of the geographic hand that they have been dealt. Perhaps more than any other country today in the 21st century, Saudi Arabia has the most uncertain future ahead of itself. The country truly has almost countless problems ahead of it that it must overcome in order to survive. And they've only been able to overcome all of these problems so far because of their dominance over a critical resource that everyone in the world has wanted for the past 100 years, but from which the world is currently starting to move away from: oil. The Saudi Arabian state is one that is nearly utterly defined by its control over this black liquidy resource. As recently as 2018, the petroleum business in the country accounted for a whopping 87% of the government's annual budget, 90% of the country's export earnings, and a massive 42% of the country's entire GDP. This is because Saudi Arabia is known today to control approximately a quarter of all the proven oil reserves in the world. The second largest reserves of all the world's countries, second only to Venezuela. But unlike Venezuela's technically larger oil reserves, which are highly crude, difficult, and expensive to access, Saudi Arabia's only slightly smaller reserves are located under pressure just beneath the Earth's surface, and they are extremely easy and cheap to access, and they're much easier to refine. This is why for decades, Saudi Arabia was the largest producer of oil in the world, and is currently the world's second largest producer, just barely behind the United States. Alongside Russia, these three countries are collectively referred to as the Big Three of global oil production today, because no single other country comes anywhere close to matching them, and they combined produce approximately 40% of all the oil in the world. But America's population is 332 million, and so most of America's oil production is consumed within the country and not exported abroad, which is why America is only the world's 14th largest oil exporter. Saudi Arabia has just about a tenth of the American population, but produces nearly as much oil as it, meaning that they simply have far more that they can never possibly consume on their own, and so they have far more left over to export to other countries. Saudi Arabia is thus by far the largest exporter of oil in the world. And oil continues to provide roughly a third of all the energy that humanity collectively consumes worldwide. Countries like India, China, Japan, South Africa, and numerous European states all import enormous volumes of their own oil supplies from Saudi Arabia, and are thus all heavily reliant on keeping those flows of oil continuing for now. It is this simple calculus that has given Saudi Arabia enormous geopolitical power and clout over the past century, because they've just got more oil to give others than anybody else. And more than any other country, Saudi Arabia is the one most capable of influencing the global price of oil, either negatively or positively. This is because, besides being by far the largest exporter of oil, Saudi Arabia also has by far the largest spare capacity of oil production. And this is what truly gives the Saudi state its unbelievable levels of global power. Spare capacity in the oil business refers to the number of oil wells that a country possesses that are not currently being used, but which can be brought online again in a very short notice to rapidly increase production. Saudi Arabia wields the largest spare capacity of oil production in the world, and they usually keep around 1.5 to 2 million barrels per day of oil production reserved in this spare capacity. By rapidly turning the spare capacity back online, Saudi Arabia can rapidly increase its globally significant oil production and dump those extra supplies onto the world market, thus decreasing global prices of oil. And by doing the reverse, by shutting more wells offline and increasing its available spare capacity, Saudi Arabia can rapidly decrease its globally significant oil production and restrict global oil supplies, thus increasing worldwide oil scarcity and increasing global oil prices. This is why Saudi Arabia is often referred to as the central bank of world oil, and it's how the Saudi state can exert significant leverage over every single country in the world, including the world's most powerful country, the United States. While America only imports a fraction of its oil supply from Saudi Arabia these days, overall oil prices in the United States can still be severely impacted by the whims of the absolute monarchy in Saudi Arabia. After the Russians invaded Ukraine in February of 2022, the Western world immediately passed a series of sanctions against Russia that shut that country's oil supply out of their markets, which obviously reduced the supply of oil in their markets and led to a rise in oil prices. And when oil prices rise, it tends to increase inflation in every other sector of the economy, because nearly every business in the world relies on oil at some point in time in its production process. Which means that when oil prices go up, businesses have to raise their prices in order to offset their increased production costs. So, after the Russians invaded Ukraine and the global price of oil shot up, and inflation rates went up along with it, the Biden administration in the United States requested that Saudi Arabia turn more of their spare capacity on and ramp up production to place more oil onto the global market, in order to decrease oil prices that would help tame global inflation. But the Saudis instead did the complete opposite. They ended up cutting more of their production over and over these past several months, adding more wells to their offline spare capacity and decreasing the supply of global global oil in coordination with Russia, which is increasing oil prices around the world, which is enabling the Russians to earn more money on their own oil sales that is being plowed into waging their war in Ukraine, and it is increasing inflationary pressures in gasoline prices in the United States. As of May 2023, the American Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR, the usually massive emergency stockpile of petroleum that the United States keeps stashed away in tanks in Louisiana and Texas to release during an oil supply crisis, has been gradually depleted every single day since the invasion of Ukraine began, to the lowest level seen in 40 years right now since 1983. Doing so has helped tame gasoline prices in the country for now, but with the reserve now heavily depleted, Washington possesses very little other options available to keep gasoline prices from spiraling upwards leading up to the November 2024 presidential election, other than calling Saudi Arabia and requesting them to turn more of their spare capacity back online, which the Saudis will surely only do if they are given certain favors. This is precisely how Saudi Arabia is able to wield its oil might and exert geopolitical influence across the entire world in the process. But Saudi Arabia's great challenge in the 21st century is that this greatest of its powers has a finite lifespan remaining. And at a certain point in the future, a day will come when this power will completely evaporate altogether. Because over the next several decades, as countries around the world steadily continue moving their economies away from oil as an energy source, Saudi Arabia's great advantage of being the global oil business's central bank will matter less and less. And if the country does nothing to change itself between now and whenever that uncertain future date arrives, it will only be left with sand, one of the worst human rights records on the planet, an archaic religious absolute monarchy that most of the outside world finds repugnant, and a lack of protection from the United States, while being surrounded by countless enemies from both within and without. If Saudi Arabia does nothing to change, Saudi Arabia will no longer exist at all by the end of the century. But change is also going to be very, very hard and uncertain. And if you want to understand where Saudi Arabia is going in the future, you've got to understand where Saudi Arabia came from in the first place, and why the country would have almost certainly never managed to exist at all in its current form, were it not for the very fortunate discovery of oil very early on into its history. For thousands of years, the Arabian Peninsula was divided between various different tribes, sheiks, kings, and empires. There was very little to note about the lands in the center of the Arabian Peninsula where the House of Saud first originated in history, a little more than 300 years ago, in a region known as the Najd. The overwhelming majority of Saudi Arabia's current lands are completely uninhabitable. The country is, after all, the largest in the world today that doesn't have a single river anywhere to be found within it. Rainfall across most of the country's land is extremely scarce, and so fresh water for drinking and agriculture have historically been extremely difficult to come by. Across the south of the modern country is a vast desert known as the Rub al-Khali, better known in English as the Empty Quarter. It is the largest continuous expanse of sand that can be found anywhere in the world. It is nearly completely devoid of life, and it is larger in area than the entirety of France. The region of Najd, deep within the interior of the Arabian Peninsula, was an extremely sparsely populated and isolated backwater, separated from the rest of the world by vast empty deserts and high mountains with nothing of value to offer anyone in the outside world. It was a place hardly anyone paid any attention to, and its extreme isolation from the rest of the world was partially why an extremely strict interpretation of Sunni Islam gradually developed there, now sometimes known as Wahhabism. It was an unlikely place from which one of the most powerful nations of the modern world would arise from, but so it did regardless. Across the 18th and 19th centuries, two small and largely unknown family clans within the Najd region cemented an alliance between themselves: the House of Saud, who would run the politics and day-to-day governance of the lands they controlled, and the clan of Wahhab, who would run the land's religious affairs based upon their own extremely strict interpretation of Sunni Islam, the previously mentioned branch of the faith that is sometimes referred to as Wahhabism. After joining forces, the Saud and Wahhab alliance went on to carve out the first Saudi state that survived between 1744 and 1814, before it was ultimately destroyed by the Ottomans. A group of survivors managed to take back the Saud's ancestral capital at Riyadh in 1818, and from there they carved out the second Saudi state that survived for most of the rest of the 19th century until 1891, when catastrophic infighting among the royal family and conflict with a rival family clan known as the Rashidis led to the state's ultimate collapse. The surviving Saud family members warriors were forced to flee from Riyadh as exiles into nearby Kuwait, where they were powerless without any lands and without any wealth, but with a very good historical claim to the supposedly worthless lands of Najd in the interior of Arabia. There and then, the Saud family probably would have vanished into irrelevance, never to be seen or heard from again, were it not for the ambitions of a young man of the family who would ultimately become known as Ibn Saud, the man who would create the modern-day Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Determined to restore his family's position of power, a 27-year-old Ibn Saud in 1902 led a party of a couple dozen loyal men from Kuwait to recapture his family's ancestral seat in Riyadh from the rival Rashidi clan. It was the beginning of a decades-long campaign of conquest waged across Arabia for the young man. But at first, very few people from the outside world paid any attention to it. The lands that now constitute Saudi Arabia back then in the early 20th century may have only been home to as few as 2 million people, who were almost entirely very poor desert roaming nomads. And so the squabbling between two rival clans in these lands was hardly noticed by any of the great powers of the day. But things began shifting during World War I. The Rashidi clan was allied to the Ottoman Empire, and after the war broke out, the British began supplying weapons and cash to Ibn Saud, who was fighting against them. That, combined with Ibn Saud's own alliance to the ultra-Sunni Wahhabi clan that provided tens of thousands of fanatical and now well-armed troops, proved decisive. By the early 1920s, the Najd region of Arabia had been entirely conquered, but the campaigns weren't quite finished yet. After World War I's conclusion and the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East, the British appointed the Arab Hashemite family as the new reigning monarchs in 3 newly created kingdoms: Iraq, Jordan, and the Hejaz, which crucially included the 2 holiest cities in Islam, Mecca and Medina. But relations between the British and the Hashemite family quickly soured after the war's conclusion, after the British transformed Jordan and Iraq into colonial mandates and began letting Jews settle in Palestine. The Hashemites ruling the Kingdom of Hejaz refused to ratify the 1919 Treaty of Versailles, and so the British withdrew their support for the family and backed up their other Arab wartime ally, Ibn Saud and his expanding kingdom in the Najd. Emboldened, Ibn Saud launched a new military campaign by invading the Kingdom of Hejaz in 1924, which was fully conquered within only a single year. By 1925, the modern territory of Saudi Arabia was fully under the control of Ibn Saud after more than 20 years worth of nearly constant warfare, including the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. A few years later on, in 1932, Ibn Saud proclaimed the creation of a brand new kingdom over all of these lands, and he named it after himself and his family, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with himself, naturally, as the new kingdom's absolute monarch. The third Saudi state had been born, covering a large amount of the lands that the previous 2 Saudi states from the 19th and 18th centuries had also encompassed. The very basis of Ibn Saud's argument and later the Saudi state's argument right up into the 2020s today, that he was merely restoring his own family's historical territorial claims. But his new kingdom entered into life in 1932 as a severely troubled one. The kingdom had been created through decades worth of violent warfare and conquest, and many of the lands Ibn Saud now controlled were forcefully conquered, and included many people who found his alliance with the extremely orthodox Wahhabists as off-putting. Shia Muslim minority populations were found in the eastern province near the Red Sea, and in the south near Yemen, who often felt religiously persecuted by the Sunni fundamentalist, Wahhabi-aligned regime. And even less strict fellow Sunni Muslims in the now conquered Kingdom of Hejaz felt on edge. Moreover, the exiled and furious Hashemite family continued to rule kingdoms in neighboring Jordan and Iraq, with very good claims to the Hejaz region. Internal instability within the new kingdom was rife, and to try and preserve the peace, Ibn Saud married a daughter of every one of the other tribes he had conquered. 20 wives in all, who would go on to produce more than 100 children for him, including 45 sons, 6 of whom would go on to later rule the kingdom after his death, including the current 87-year-old king today in 2023, who was born when Ibn Saud was 60. And after decades of warfare, the new kingdom's finances were in a pretty terrible state. With nothing but a tiny tax base of 2 million impoverished people, the only actually important thing that Ibn Saud's new kingdom controlled to earn money from was its control over the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, which only brought in modest amounts of religious tourism to the state's struggling coffers. At this point in time, it was far more likely that either Egypt or Iraq, with their plentiful agricultural farmland around the Nile and Tigris-Euphrates rivers, would emerge as the dominant source of the Arab world's geopolitical power in the 20th century, just as they had both been for literally all of human history beforehand. But of course, the discovery of oil suddenly changed everything. You see, oil had been discovered previously in commercial quantities in nearby Iran, Iraq, and Bahrain, and Ibn Saud had convinced himself that there was still oil to be discovered within his kingdom nearby as well. But it was the British who had discovered oil in Iran, Iraq, and Bahrain, and Ibn Saud didn't exactly trust the imperialist and colonial tendencies of them. So, instead, Ibn Saud went to the Americans to get them searching for oil in his kingdom. In 1933, the year after his kingdom was proclaimed, Standard Oil Company of California, or SoCal, later known as Chevron, was granted the exclusive contract to begin the search. It was only 5 years later, in 1938, when they made the first discovery of oil in Saudi Arabia at a well known as Dammam No. 7, right by the Persian Gulf. Initially, SoCal created a wholly owned subsidiary assigned to the oil they discovered in Saudi Arabia that would eventually be named Arabian American Oil Company, aka Aramco. After Saudi Arabia managed to take full control over the subsidiary company itself later on, it became simply known as Saudi Aramco, the modern state-owned Saudi oil giant. From 1938 onwards, more and more oil fields were steadily discovered across Saudi Arabia's sparsely populated eastern province, and production steadily increased up to the point where the country was the 22nd largest producer of oil in the world, significant enough to begin attracting the attention of the American government during World War II. Oil was becoming more important than ever before during that war, and the American president at the time, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, knew that America and the post-war Washington-led alliance structure needed as much oil as they could possibly get to compete with the Soviet bloc in the war's aftermath. Ibn Saud was a man who still had many enemies, with the British-backed Hashemites still in power in Iraq and Jordan, and many Saudis within the country who didn't like his and the Wahhabists' absolute rule. And so it eventually became time for him and FDR to finally meet. They did so upon a ship in the Suez Canal in February of 1945, mere weeks before FDR's own death, and their agreement became the basis for the Saudi-American relationship that has largely endured ever since. The United States, despite being a secular constitutional republic, would back the ultra-Islamic absolute monarchy of Saudi Arabia, because both had something the other desperately wanted. America wanted access to the increasingly important Saudi oil fields, both for itself and for its allies all around the world, while the Saudis wanted America's security, because, as a sparsely populated country with nothing of value whatsoever besides for oil, they knew they could never hope to defend themselves or their oil on their own, either against their own people or their external rivals. But who would ever dare to attack them if they had the backing of the most powerful country in the world? Over time, this basic arrangement between America and Saudi Arabia, security guarantees in exchange for oil, has continually evolved but remained more or less the same ever since. Ibn Saud died in 1953, and his sons have ruled the kingdom as absolute monarchs ever since. Eventually, more oil fields were discovered around the initial Dammam No. 7 well, like Safaniya in the Gulf, the largest offshore oil field ever discovered in the world, and the mighty Ghawar field, the largest onshore oil field ever discovered and the largest single source of human energy that we as a species have ever so far discovered. It turned out that the lands Ibn Saud had conquered for his kingdom were not so worthless or useless after all, because they contained within them the most valuable oil fields that have ever been discovered on the planet. Money began flooding into the kingdom as the oil fields continued to be developed, but the true era of wealth only came after the 1973 oil crisis. After Israel defeated the combined Arab armies of Egypt and Syria during the Yom Kippur War, the OPEC oil cartel, made up of major oil-producing countries from all around the world, decided to embargo many of Israel's most major supporters, including the United States. Saudi Arabia briefly participated in that embargo, and the global price of oil subsequently quadrupled and remained high for more than a decade afterwards. The flood of money into Saudi Arabia suddenly became a deluge of money over the following decade, and the kingdom became one of the wealthiest countries in the world. And the House of Saud became one of the wealthiest families in the world. It was with this unbelievable money that Saudi Arabia made its great bargain with the people of the kingdom. The centuries-old alliance between the House of Saud and the clan of Wahhab remained intact, meaning that the Saudi state was governed by a set of extremely fundamentalist Sunni Muslim values that a lot of the state's minority groups, like the Shia and less fundamentalist Sunnis, didn't exactly get along with very well. which in a vacuum would have led to domestic instability. But the enormous revenues that the state was earning from its oil business enabled the government to basically just bribe all of its citizens into complicity. And so, Saudi Arabia essentially became a massive welfare state for all of its citizens. Zero taxes were levied on anything or anyone because oil was paying for all of the government's budget. A flood of money went into subsidizing everything for Saudi Arabia's citizens, from healthcare, education, food, water, fuel, electricity, and whatever else you could possibly think of. Nearly all of the citizens' needs were completely being covered by the government. And, in exchange, it was expected that all of the citizens would accept some of the strictest and most totalitarian religious laws anywhere in the world. And, more importantly, accept the House of Saud's absolute legitimacy to rule a medieval kingdom in a 20th century world. As the 20th century continued progressing, oil production in the United States diminished, while production in Saudi Arabia only increased, to the point where the kingdom even overtook America to become the world's largest oil producer for decades. America became increasingly committed to protecting the kingdom's strategically important oil supply, and by 1991, as production in the United States continued to flounder, America found itself importing nearly a third of all of its imports from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. America needed to protect Saudi Arabia at all costs, but justifying doing so in Washington was growing increasingly difficult, because Saudi Arabia was growing even more totalitarian. As more and more Westerners came to the country for work in developing the numerous oil fields, the country's ultra-Orthodox Wahhabi establishment grew increasingly agitated at their growing presence. By 1979, it had just gotten to be too much for some, and a group of hundreds of armed religious militants stormed the Grand Mosque in Mecca and seized control over it, denouncing the Saudi king as a blasphemer for increasingly westernizing the country. The Grand Mosque, one of the holiest sites in all of Islam, thus became the site of a military siege that lasted for weeks as Saudi security forces battled with the militants inside to regain control. It marked the very first major direct challenge to the House of Saud's legitimacy to rule over the kingdom since its establishment back in 1932, and the Saudi monarchy chose to respond to the challenge by further embracing the Sunni Wahhabi religious leaders, and increasing the severity of religious laws in the country. All of the previous social reforms that were taking place in the country were reversed. Movie theaters were universally banned. Women were completely removed from all of the media and newspapers altogether. Women's dress codes were much more strictly enforced in public, homosexual activity was much more punished by the death penalty, and the Saudi state-sanctioned religious police increased their patrols on the streets to rigorously enforce the newly strengthened religious laws. For the next 40-odd years, Saudi Arabia would be among the most theocratic and totalitarian regimes anywhere on the planet, as the ruling Saudi royal family used strict Islamic religious laws to strengthen their own legitimacy in the eyes of the ultra-conservatives of the country. But the trend towards religious fundamentalism at home would eventually go on to produce even more problems for the kingdom in the future, and even jeopardize its relationship with its own greatest protector and security guarantor, the United States. It was no coincidence that Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda were initially both produced within the ultra-religious environment of Saudi Arabia. In 1990, when Saddam's Iraq appeared likely to invade Saudi Arabia, bin Laden offered the Saudi king his own mujahideen fighters who were battle-hardened during the Afghan war against the Soviets to resist. But the king refused and instead decided to allow the Americans to send hundreds of thousands of their troops to defend the kingdom against the invasion instead. The presence of hundreds of thousands of Americans within the kingdom granted by the king, who is supposed to be the protector of the two Islamic holy cities, infuriated bin Laden and al-Qaeda, and the outrage was never forgiven. In 1995, bin Laden declared that the king of Saudi Arabia was a heretic, and a war between the kingdom and al-Qaeda has raged on ever since, with al-Qaeda continually seeking ways to overthrow the monarchy and replace it with what it sees as its own vision of restored fundamentalist Sunni theocratic rule. But the fact that Osama bin Laden himself was born in Saudi Arabia, and that many of al-Qaeda's fighters as well turned out to be Saudi citizens, including 15 out of the 19 hijackers responsible for carrying out the 9/11 attacks, has remained a sore spot for relations between the kingdom and the United States ever since. But in addition to the growing Sunni Islamist threat within the kingdom, represented by the likes of al-Qaeda, who felt that the Saudi royal family wasn't quite religious enough, External threats to the Saudis' rule in the kingdom were greatly growing in numbers as well. The emergence of the revolutionary Shia Islamist regime in neighboring Iran in 1979 presented the Saudi kingdom with its most major external arch-enemy that it has been locked in an on-again, off-again Cold War with ever since. The revolutionary regime in Iran had overthrown their own absolute monarch after all, and replaced him with a totalitarian Islamic theocracy, ruled by the country's Shiite clergy and their supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, and they were intent on exporting their revolution to every other monarchist regime in the Islamic world, and overthrowing all of their kings as well, including Saudi Arabia's monarchy and the other Gulf Arab states. But for a time, both revolutionary Iran and absolute monarchist Saudi Arabia found some common ground in their mutual enemy in Iraq, Saddam Hussein. Saddam had led Iraq into a brutal invasion of Iran in 1980, and then in 1990, Saddam invaded and annexed Kuwait and was preparing the Iraqi army to invade Saudi Arabia next. The United States and a massive coalition involving Saudi Arabian troops intervened and kicked the Iraqi army out of Kuwait and liberated the country in 1991. But Saddam still remained in power and remained as a potential threat to both the Saudis and the Iranians for the next decade. Relations between Tehran and Riyadh were therefore fairly cordial, but that all suddenly ended in 2003, when the United States invaded Iraq in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks and overthrew Saddam and replaced him with a democratic republic. A move that Saudi Arabia fiercely disagreed with Washington over. And part of why they disagreed with it so strongly was because they knew that with Saddam now out of the way, the Iranians would make moves into exporting their revolution into Iraq next. Which is exactly what they began doing. Iraq, with the majority of its population being Shia Muslim Arabs and immediately adjacent to Iran, was one of the most obvious first targets for the Iranians to export their revolution into. Quickly after Saddam was removed by the Americans, Iranian troops began entering into the country and building militia organizations out of the country's large Shia Muslim population, and indoctrinating them with Iran's revolutionary anti-monarchist zeal. Naturally, to try and prevent Iraq from becoming essentially an Iranian-controlled puppet, the Saudis began funding and supplying Iraqi Sunni Muslim militias to counteract them, and the first major proxy war between Tehran and Riyadh had begun. Then in 2011, the United States mostly withdrew all of their troops from Iraq, and that very same year, the Arab Spring revolutions began sweeping all across the Arab world, as restless and angry Arab populations unsatisfied with their longtime regimes began taking to the streets for change. Popular revolutions eventually managed to topple the long-standing regimes in Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and Yemen, while enormous civil wars exploded in Libya, Yemen, and Syria. Fearful about the wave of revolution penetrating into their own long-standing kingdom and their own potentially restless population, the Saudis began massively increasing their purchases of American-made weapons, tanks, jets, and ships to keep themselves in power in a series of deals worth tens of billions of dollars. But the confrontation between revolutionary Iran and monarchist Saudi Arabia quickly came to a boiling point over the small island of Bahrain just off of the Saudi coast. Approximately 60% of the island's total population are Shia Muslims, but the ruling monarchy there are Sunni Muslims. Revolutionary Shia Iran on the other side of the Gulf further claims Bahrain as a lost Iranian province based on their own historical territorial claims to the island, and has repeatedly pressed the issue and insisted that the Shia majority on the island are being repressed by the minority Sunni monarchy. Back in 1986, Saudi Arabia and Bahrain finished the construction of the 25-kilometer King Fahd causeway that connects the island to the Saudi mainland. It was ostensibly built to further facilitate trade and travel between the two countries, but one cannot help to notice that it can also be used as a bridge for Saudi tanks and soldiers to come storming into the island across were the island's monarchy ever in jeopardy of falling during a revolution. Were Iran to successfully foment a revolution on the island that would do that and install a revolutionary Shia government similar to their own in its place, the very existence of the Saudi state itself would be directly put into question. The island is only located about 60 kilometers away from Saudi Arabia's largest single oil field, Ghafar, only about 50 kilometers away from the headquarters of Saudi Aramco, the state-owned oil company, and only about 80 kilometers away from Ras Tanura, which is the Saudis' largest oil export terminal and indeed the largest one in the world. Moreover, Bahrain is placed directly off the coast of the Shia Muslim majority areas of eastern Saudi Arabia, where nearly the entirety of Saudi Arabia's oil reserves and infrastructure are also located. meaning that were the Iranians to successfully export their revolution into Shia-majority Bahrain and topple the Sunni monarchy there, the next target would be the next-door Shia-majority areas of eastern Saudi Arabia, which could put the entire Saudi oil business into jeopardy, which could put the entire Saudi monarchy and state into jeopardy. And that could never be tolerated. So when uprisings began in Bahrain aimed at toppling the monarchy in 2011, Saudi troops indeed came storming across the bridge to help put them down. Saudi Arabia came to back the rebels seeking to overthrow Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria, because if it worked and he was removed, it would be Iran who would lose a core component of their overall grand strategy. The Assad regime in Syria has been a core ally of the Iranians for decades over their mutual opposition to Israel, and together with an Iranian-dominated Iraq, they form Iran's so-called land bridge across the Middle East towards the Mediterranean Sea, enabling Iranian militias and proxies to safely and reliably transport weapons to Iranian-aligned organizations like Hezbollah in Lebanon and across the Mediterranean Sea to Hamas in the Gaza Strip, who all share Iran's desire to destroy the Israeli state from existence. It also, from Saudi Arabia's perspective, makes it appear that Iran is attempting to encircle them and overthrow their kingdom. Thus, to shatter Iran's land bridge and break out of their potential encirclement, the Saudis backed up rebel forces in Syria while Iran backed up the regime. The proxy war quickly extended into Libya as well, as the Saudis backed the Tobruk-based House of Representatives government against the Iranian-supported Tripoli-based government of National Accord. But the absolute terror in the royal halls of Riyadh over being encircled by the revolutionary Iranians came to a fever pitch in 2014, when the Shia-adjacent Houthi movement suddenly managed to conquer the Yemeni capital, and was advancing on the city of Aden next, the most significant port anywhere between the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea. Were the Houthis to completely capture the entirety of Yemen, it would have placed a highly militant and probably revolutionary Shiite Muslim power closely aligned with the Iranians across not only more than 1,300 kilometers of their southern border near to their own Shia Muslim subjects in the south of the country, but also directly on the strategic maritime choke point of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait as well. Were that to happen, Saudi Arabia truly would be effectively encircled and checkmated, surrounded by a hostile Iran who wants nothing more than to topple its monarchy, and Iran's allies placed into power in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, and potentially in Bahrain and in Yemen as well. Iran could hypothetically mine or blockade the Strait of Hormuz, regulating all the maritime traffic between the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, while the Houthis could simultaneously use Iranian-supplied missiles and weapons to blockade the Bab el-Mandeb Strait as well. Such a scenario would be an utter doomsday one for the Saudis, because they would lose the easiest ability to export all of their oil to their largest customers in East Asia. The only way remaining for them to continue exporting oil at all under that scenario would be via the Suez Canal through Egypt. But even that too nearly came under risk. After the revolution in Egypt toppled the longtime dictator of that country in 2011, the Muslim Brotherhood's candidate came to power in a democratic election next. The Muslim Brotherhood is a Sunni Islamist organization that, like Iran, is also staunchly opposed to the concept of monarchies in the Islamic world, including the Saudi monarchy, so obviously the Saudis despise them. Were a Brotherhood government in Egypt to, hypothetically, deny the Saudis access to the Suez Canal, in conjunction with the Houthis and Iranians shutting down their access through the Bab el-Mandeb and Hormuz Straits, and nobody like the Americans did anything to stop it, Saudi Arabia would just completely collapse very rapidly because they would lose any ability to actually export any of their oil out of the country, and 87% of their government's budget would just evaporate, meaning their ability to bribe all of their divided and repressed citizenry would end, and their ability to buy massive amounts of weapons would end, and their monarchy would just collapse into dust. And thus, the Saudi-sponsored a military coup in Egypt in 2013 that luckily for them panned out and overthrew the Muslim Brotherhood from power, and replaced it with a much more friendly military government. But coups and plots would not work to dislodge the Houthis from power in Yemen. Instead, the Saudis initiated a massive military intervention of their own into the country, with enormous bombing and missile attacks and a devastating naval blockade to choke the Houthis into submission and remove what they perceived as Iran's revolutionary influence from the country. Yemen thus became the focal point for the Iranian-Saudi rivalry from 2015 onwards, and the Saudis agreed to buy up tens of billions of dollars more worth of additional American weaponry to wage that war with. Weapons that would help contribute to what the United Nations has described as one of the 21st century's greatest humanitarian catastrophes. The Saudi Arabian defense budget exponentially exploded to fight the war in Yemen, and to fight all of these other proxy conflicts in Iraq, in Syria, and in Libya, because the Saudi royal family saw external enemies circling all around them, all being led and coordinated by the revolutionary Iranians. And they decided to respond in the only way they knew how to do: throw tens of billions of dollars at the problem they earned from selling their oil and hope it all went away. Saudi defense spending grew so high in the mid to late 2010s that it became roughly on a par with Russia, and was only outmatched by the superpowers of China and the United States. In 2015, Saudi Arabia was spending $2,748 per person in the country on its military, while the United States was only spending $1,975 per person on theirs. But throwing money at trying to overpower their enemies wasn't really working. The Iranians only spent a few tens of millions of their dollars arming the Houthis in comparison to the tens of billions that the Saudis were spending attempting to crush them. And the war gradually transformed into a quagmire, with the Houthis no closer to being removed than when the war began. And after nearly 400,000 deaths in the country caused by the conflict, Bashar al-Assad has remained in power in Syria for over a decade despite the Saudis' best efforts to remove him, while Iraq increasingly falls under Iran's influence as well. And then, in September of 2019, a series of drone and cruise missile attacks bombarded Saudi Arabia's oil refineries at Abqaiq and Quraysh in the eastern province, destroying the kingdom's largest oil processing and refinery facilities. 5.7 million barrels per day worth of Saudi oil production were knocked offline in the kingdom by the attack, representing what was nothing less than the biggest disruption ever seen in the entire oil industry up to that point. The Houthis down in Yemen quickly claimed responsibility for the attack as a reprisal for the Saudi air campaign, but they were more than 1,200 kilometers away from the attack's location. American intelligence later determined that the attacks probably actually originated to the north, and were probably fired by the Iranians themselves, either from within Iran itself or from within their Shiite militia-controlled areas in Iraq. It could have been interpreted as an act of war by the kingdom, but the United States made it clear that they didn't see things that way and would not militarily back the kingdom if that's the route they chose to go down. America wasn't prepared to go to war with Iran over the issue, and with their military already struggling in Yemen, the Saudis were left with no other choice but to back down and de-escalate. The oil processing facilities were quickly repaired, and business went on as usual. But the Saudis never forgot that America had just refused to defend them. The days back when America was willing to deploy hundreds of thousands of troops to protect the kingdom and its oil back in 1991 during the Gulf War appeared in Riyadh to be over. The development of shale oil in the United States in the early 2010s had resulted in a massive increase in America's own oil production, and by 2018, the year just before the Abqaiq attack, America had finally surpassed Saudi Arabia and regained its title as the world's largest producer. America was relying less and less on Saudi oil for themselves, and by 2019, only about 7% of America's oil imports were still even coming from the kingdom, coming to how nearly a third of their oil imports were from Saudi Arabia back in 1991 during the Gulf War. As Washington began relying less on the Saudis themselves for their oil, America's distaste for Saudi Arabia's totalitarian regime and human rights practices became more pronounced as well. An absolute monarchy in the 21st century with extremely authoritarian religious laws waging a brutal war in Yemen with hundreds of thousands of deaths on its hand, all fueled by American weapons no less, and responsible for carrying out assassinations on journalists, would not be a usual ally of the United States were it not also for all of its oil. And all of that oil was becoming less important to Washington. Moreover, the world at large is beginning to move more and more away from oil as an energy source, as nations around the world try and fight back against global climate change. The countries of the European Union, many of whom are currently and historically some of Saudi Arabia's largest oil customers, are planning on completely phasing out their own fossil fuel usage by 2050. And if they're successful, none of them will be customers of the Saudis any longer within only 27 years from now. Japan also plans to eliminate oil and gas as energy sources at some point in the future this same century, though without the same strict 2050 timetable as the Europeans. One of the biggest reasons why the Americans still sort of support Saudi Arabia today, even though they import export hardly any of their oil themselves is because the Saudis still supply enormous amounts of oil to many of America's closest allies, like the NATO states in Europe and the Japanese. But when this too ends, America will have almost no reason left to continue protecting the kingdom, and the deal established between FDR and Ibn Saud nearly 80 years ago will finally come to an end. And without a major protector, and with less and less customers to continue selling their oil to, Saudi Arabia will have less money to buy weapons to defend themselves with and less money to subsidize their restless population with. And their many, many enemies both within the kingdom and outside of it will be emboldened like they have never been before to finally take their chance at overthrowing the monarchy. Thus, in order to avoid this dangerous spiral toward destruction over the coming decades, Saudi Arabia needs to radically transform its entire society and economy if it is going to survive. And this is why the current crown prince and soon-to-be king of the country, Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, announced with much fanfare the Vision 2030 plan back in 2016, which aims to do exactly that. Sweeping reforms across the country have already taken place as a part of Vision 2030, and more are still to come. Women were finally granted the ability to drive in the country in 2018, while their dress codes in public were slightly relaxed, with the aim of encouraging and enabling more women to enter into the Saudi workforce. A push towards encouraging both religious and non-religious tourism to the kingdom has been sent into overdrive, with massive new building developments being put into motion around the holy city of Mecca, in order to further encourage religious tourism, and grand mega projects like the $500 billion futuristic city of Neom, the Jeddah Tower in the city of Jeddah planned to be the new tallest building in the world, and the Red Sea Islands mega project in the Red Sea, all set to attract a new set of non-religious tourists to the kingdom. Saudi Arabia even managed to secure its own Grand Prix on the Formula One calendar in 2021, and even announced a brand new airline in 2023 called Riyadh Air, which will include the purchase of 72 brand new Boeing 787 Dreamliners at a price of $37 billion. All combined, Saudi Arabia hopes to establish tourism from all around the world to the kingdom in order to add diversification in the economy away from oil, while investing hundreds of billions to trillions of dollars at the same time into a brand new sovereign wealth fund to invest in companies all around the world, to add even more diversification. And to diversify away from their own usage of oil as a fuel source, the government plans to invest aggressively into solar energy, which, in the deserts of Saudi Arabia, does have a lot of very high potential. But Vision 2030 contains within it two critical problems for the kingdom. First, while this process is ongoing and tons of tourists from the Western world begin coming to the country, while religious laws in the country are relaxed or destroyed altogether to continue encouraging them to come and visit, it is certain to generate a high degree of instability amongst Saudi Arabia's traditional Sunni Wahhabi fundamentalists. Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda previously went to war with the Saudi monarchy over their allowance of US troops into the country to protect the kingdom. So what do you think will happen if and when millions of Western tourists are being allowed to enter the country? Thus, Saudi Arabia needs as little external conflicts as possible while it is focusing on dealing with this internal conflict for years. Saudi Arabia thus wants to get out of its failed war in Yemen, and in March of 2023, they even signed a historic agreement with Iran, restoring relations with them and establishing a truce. Riyadh couldn't possibly be foolish enough to believe that the truce will last forever, as the revolutionary regime in Iran will always remain militantly committed to overthrowing their monarchy. The Saudis know that the truce with Iran is a temporary one, but Iran also wanted to take it, so they could spend the next few years focusing their efforts on Israel and the United States, while the Saudis wanted it to spend crucial time focusing inwards in implementing these vital reforms. From Riyadh's perspective, the hope is that they will finish reforming their society and emerge stronger before Iran decides to resume hostilities with them again. But in order to further guarantee that Iran and its proxies will stay off of their back, the Saudis also need to entice the United States to stick around as their protector for as long as possible. They know that America is naturally losing interest in doing that, but the Saudis still have levers that they can pull. They have even suggested that they might be willing to recognize Israel and normalize relations with the Jewish state in exchange for an ironclad US security guarantee of the kingdom, and the elevation of Saudi Arabia to the status of a major non-NATO ally, as well as gaining access to a civilian nuclear energy program which could, in a pinch, enable them to develop a nuclear weapon on their own. if the Iranians suddenly develop one first. Washington seems unprepared to accept those demands for now, over fears of being bound by treaty to go to war with Iran if the kingdom comes under attack again, and over fears of nuclear proliferation spreading across the Middle East. But the Saudis could potentially always sweeten the deal ahead of the November 2024 election, by also agreeing to turn more of their spare capacity wells back online and flooding the oil market with their fresh supply, decreasing global oil prices and inflationary pressures in America, which is part of the reason why they've been cutting production for months. They want that firm security guarantee bound in treaty from the United States. And recognizing Israel will lead to even more tensions with the Sunni Wahhabi fundamentalists within the country, and with revolutionary Iran outside of the country, who is uncompromising on their aim of destroying Israel and overthrowing the Saudi monarchy. And the second problem related to Vision 2030 is that while it is generating all of this religious instability within the kingdom, it is also going to cost an absolute fortune. Current estimates believe that the Saudis are going to end up spending more than $3 trillion on this plan to reform and diversify the kingdom. And in order to fund that enormous amount of money, Saudi Arabia is gradually selling small amounts of shares in the state-owned Saudi Aramco oil company to foreign investors, while the Saudis simultaneously need higher global oil prices for several more years to come, in order to add even more money into the state's coffers before it's all too late. Which is the other reason why they've been coordinating with the Russians to decrease production together in order to keep oil prices elevated for longer. It's not that Saudi Arabia and Russia are really aligned in any real sense. It's just that their interests in having higher worldwide oil prices are currently aligned. So then Moscow has more money to fight their war in Ukraine, and Riyadh has more money to fund their crucially important reforms. But doing so is also upsetting the United States to a pretty large degree, who obviously prefers lower global oil prices both to deprive the Russians of more money and to lower gasoline prices and inflation back at home. The Saudis are currently playing a very, very delicate balancing game as they must simultaneously weigh their own self-interest and need to reform or die, which will cost a lot of money and require high oil prices, the relationship with the United States as their biggest security guarantor and provider of arms who prefers lower oil prices, their relationship with Russia as the second largest oil exporter in the world who can most help them manipulate oil prices to be higher, but who is stuck in a proxy war with the United States and Ukraine, and their relationship with China, who is the Saudis' single largest oil customer, but who is also locked in a sort of Cold War with the United States and the Pacific over Taiwan. It is a balancing act between all of these various interests that the Saudi royal family, led by MBS, must carefully tread between for decades, and if they ever stumble along the way during any part of it, they will all immediately die and lose everything. And at the same time, this careful balancing act must all be maintained, as Iran carefully eyes them with their gains in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen, and as the 15,000 other members of MBS's own royal family jockey and position themselves at court in Riyadh for their own positions of power. And as the religious fundamentalists within Saudi Arabia increasingly feel that the House of Saud at large is at last fully betraying them after the 300-year-old alliance between them and the Wahhabists is ended. Internal strife within the kingdom is a certainty, and the Saudi regime is already responding to it by cracking down on emerging Islamist opposition within the kingdom whenever it can, and outside the kingdom whenever it can. It's all a part of the very complex relationship between the Saudi kingdom and radical Sunni Islamist organizations with roots in the kingdom like Al-Qaeda and even ISIS. For decades, Al-Qaeda sought to overthrow the Saudi monarchy, and its strategy to do so has been to sow as much chaos in the kingdom as possible by attacking foreigners and discouraging any tourism to the country, and attacking skilled workers in the oil and gas industry and discouraging them from coming, thus eventually leading to the kingdom's collapse by the erosion of both its oil and its tourism industries. The Saudi state has thus fought back against Al-Qaeda ever since the 1990s. But a new and perhaps even more menacing internal and external threat suddenly appeared on the scene in 2014, when ISIS exploded across the territory of Iraq and Syria in a lightning series of conquests. ISIS, too, just like Al-Qaeda before it, vowed that it would one day overthrow the Saudi Arabian monarchy, after it completed its conquest of Iraq and Syria first. And the Saudi monarchy wasn't put any more at ease after it turned out that thousands of ISIS's fighters had in fact come from within the kingdom home and were Saudi citizens. Thus, in order to destroy the threat, Saudi Arabia sent military officers to Syria to help train and equip resistance fighters fighting against ISIS and join the American-led military coalition to destroy ISIS altogether by the end of 2014. A coalition that would eventually encompass dozens of countries from all around the world in the largest military alliance seen in history since the alliance to destroy Nazi Germany 70 years beforehand. When you gaze out across a map of the world, there are few other countries you'll see on it that appear to be more twin-like than the duo of Yemen and Oman. Both countries roughly evenly divide the southern tip of the Arabian Peninsula between them. They each have a very similar looking shape, and they're even of very similar sizes, with Yemen being only slightly larger at around the same size as France, while Oman is around the same size as Italy. Neither of them have any permanent rivers flowing in their territory, with both of them being restricted only to seasonal streams known in Arabic as wadis. And yet, despite having no permanent rivers, they also both occupy the two rainiest locations that can be found on the Arabian Peninsula in their upper highland regions. Although, the rainfall levels seen in Yemen are considerably higher than those found in Oman. And in addition to their similar rainfall levels and similar mountainous and desert topography, they both contain similar amounts of geological resources as well. Both countries have a very comparable amount of proven oil and gas reserves, with Oman only having slightly more of each. And both countries occupy strategically important territory that positions themselves at the gates of extremely important global maritime trade routes. Oman controls the valuable territory directly on the southern edge of the Strait of Hormuz that funnels trade routes between the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, while Yemen controls the similarly valuable territory on the eastern side of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which funnels trade routes between the Suez Canal and the Indian Ocean, which gives both Yemen and Oman a degree of immense geopolitical leverage owing to the spaces on the board that they each occupy. Both countries are inhabited by ethnic Arabs who share a similar language and culture, and both countries overwhelmingly follow the Islamic faith. Sunni Islam is the dominant branch of the faith in each today in terms of raw numbers of followers, though Yemen is home to a very significant Zaidi Shia minority, while Oman is home to a very significant Ibadi minority that has traditionally ruled the country, and which is often considered to be a completely separate branch of the Islamic faith from the more well-known Sunni and the Shia. There are a lot of similarities between Yemen and Oman, not least of which is their shared border that runs for 183 miles or 294 kilometers. And yet, despite all of their similarities and neighboring locations on the map, there are perhaps no other two bordering countries in the entire world today who experience such radically different realities today in the 21st century. Yemen is these days most well known for being essentially the poster child of a failed state. The country has been locked in a devastating civil war for a decade now, ever since 2014, that still doesn't see any end in sight and which has resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Just last month in March of 2024, the United Nations still described Yemen as experiencing one of the worst humanitarian disasters in the world, with millions of people remaining forcibly displaced from their homes, and with roughly 6 million people remaining on the brink of famine. In reality, Yemen ceased being a functioning country years ago and is more of a geographic expression these days than a real country. Yemen's territory is still divided between multiple different factions and warlords supported by various different outside powers. And many of these factions in control of Yemen's territory are widely recognized internationally as terrorist organizations, such as the Houthis, who control most of the country's population centers, and are considered a terrorist organization by Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Malaysia, and the United States. And there's also Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, or ACAP, who also controls significant territory and is widely considered a terrorist organization by dozens of countries all around the world. Within the past decade alone, Yemen's territory has been bombed by foreign countries from all around the world, and it remains one of the most deeply dangerous and troubled countries on the planet. The Human Development Index, or HDI, is a composite index that combines scores in a country's per capita income, access to education, and access to healthcare to figure out a score between 0 at the lowest and 1 at the highest. Yemen's 2023 HDI score clocked in at an abysmal 0.424, which is literally the 8th lowest score in the entire world, and by far the lowest that can be found anywhere in the world outside of sub-Saharan Africa. And most sub-Saharan African nations are actually doing better than Yemen is according to the HDI. And on top of the abysmal HDI score, Yemen also ranks near the very bottom on the Annual Corruption Perceptions Index for 2023 as well, having come in as the 5th most corrupt country in the entire world, somehow even beating out the corruption score for North Korea. Yemen also has one of the lowest levels of GDP per capita in the world, one of the highest levels of poverty in the world, one of the lowest levels of literacy in the world, especially for Yemeni women, and a whole host of other problems that are genuinely just far too many to even count. Meanwhile, Oman, just right next door across the border, couldn't possibly be any more different. Oman hasn't seen a war fought in its territory for decades since the 1970s. Oman's 2023 HDI score stands at an impressive 0.819, which is a massive difference between them and Yemen of 0.395 basis points. To put that chasm of a difference in a further perspective, Oman's HDI score is roughly equivalent to Romania, while Yemen's is roughly equivalent to Mali. So imagine if Mali and Romania shared a border between each other. This difference is significantly larger than even the much-discussed HDI difference between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, who share the same island of Hispaniola in the Caribbean, and it's probably a larger gap than even the difference in HDI between North Korea and South Korea. In fact, the difference in HDI score across the border from Yemen to Oman is the second largest HDI disparity between any two borders in the entire world. And it remains only just slightly behind the even larger difference in HDI score across Yemen's other border into Saudi Arabia. There is literally nowhere else on the planet that has as stark of a difference in HDI score immediately across borders as between Yemen and its two neighbors. And it's not just the HDI score that Oman excels over Yemen with. The nominal GDP per capita in Oman is currently a whopping 34 times higher than it is in Yemen, with Yemen's being the 9th lowest in the entire world and Oman's being roughly equivalent to Hungary. Despite Yemen's population being significantly higher than Oman's, and despite Yemen's control of the most agriculturally fertile land in the Arabian Peninsula, and its roughly similar amount of oil and gas resources as Oman's economy is still more than 5 times larger than Yemen's is. Oman's score in the Corruption Perceptions Index is about on a par with Italy, which is much, much better than being the 5th lowest in the entire world. And the list of differences really just continues to go on from there. Oman is ultimately a stable, prosperous, wealthy, and healthy nation that is notably ruled by one of the very few absolute monarchies remaining in the 21st century, while Yemen is basically an apocalyptic nightmare right next door across the border. So, how did this massive divergence between two otherwise similar-looking countries develop into the way it is today? It didn't just come out of nowhere, and it begins with the slight but notable differences between each of their geographies. A very important component of both of these countries' geographies are their mountains that separate their interiors from their coastlines. In the case of Yemen, their more isolated mountainous highlands enabled the Zaidi Shia Muslim movement to emerge as a distinct religious identity in a region otherwise dominated by the Sunni branch of Islam, while in Oman, the presence of the country's northern mountain chain separates the interior region from a more narrow band of coastal plains immediately butting up against the Arabian Sea. It was within this isolated coastal plain, geographically separated from the rest of the Arabian Peninsula and the Middle East, that a unique Islamic identity took hold that became known as Ibadism, a branch of Islam that is often regarded as being distinctly separate from the larger and more well-known Sunni and Shia branches. The Ibadis, secure in their isolated coastal plain here, developed around the port city of Muscat. And because of their easy access to global maritime trade routes out into the Indian Ocean, they became more commercially focused, outward-looking, and cosmopolitan in nature, which has influenced the Ibadi sect's outlook on religious tolerance and peaceful coexistence with other beliefs for centuries now. The interior of Oman, conversely, grew to become more inward-looking, theocratic, and fundamentalist in nature, not too dissimilar to the pattern seen in modern-day Yemen and Saudi Arabia. In Yemen, the southern coastal areas on the Gulf of Aden grew to also become more outward-looking, trade-oriented, and secular, while the interior mountainous highlands home to the Zaidi Shia movement grew to become more inward-looking and theocratic. Just as in Saudi Arabia, where the coasts were more cosmopolitan and the interior around modern-day Riyadh was the birthplace of the modern-day ultra-conservative Wahhabi movement in Sunni Islam. So Yemen and Oman both struggled for centuries with this difference in geography and outlook between their coastal populations and interior populations, while Yemen's northwestern mountains receive many times more rainfall than anywhere else in Oman or in the Arabian Peninsula. As a result, these mountainous parts of northwestern Yemen are the most agriculturally productive in the Arabian Peninsula anywhere outside of Iraq. And so, they've always been the most densely populated part of Arabia for thousands of years as well. Yemen's agricultural potential is many times higher than that of Oman's, and as a result, Yemen has always had the greater population between them. Even today, Yemen's 2024 population is nearly 35 million people, while Oman has fewer than 5 million, meaning that Yemen has roughly 7 times the population of Oman. But Yemen's much larger population base carries with it certain challenges that have been absent in Oman. In the late 20th century, when large oil and gas reserves were discovered across both of them, it turned out that each had pretty similar amounts, though Oman's were slightly larger. Oman's greatest inherent advantage, however, was that its slightly larger amount of oil and gas reserves were always going to be able to go much further in the way of directly benefiting its much smaller population. It was always going to be easier to have these similar amounts of oil and gas resources benefit the population of Oman, that's just 1/7 of the size of the population in Yemen. And Yemen's population is only expected to continue growing further and further beyond Oman's. Because as the two countries' development destinies diverged radically, so too did each of their fertility rates. Even though Yemen's fertility rate has been continually declining since the late 1980s, it is still today, as of 2023, one of the highest seen anywhere in the world. The average Yemeni woman continues to have 3.6 children during her lifetime. Conversely, Oman's fertility rate has also continually declined since the early 1980s, but at a much faster pace than Yemen's, to the point where today the average Omani woman only has 2.5 children, meaning that with its much larger population base and much higher fertility rate, Yemen's population is going to continue growing multiple times larger than Oman's will. By the midpoint of the century in 2050, Yemen's population is currently projected to reach a staggering 60 million people, while Oman's isn't projected to grow much further than 6 million people, meaning that by then, the Yemeni population will be about 10 times larger than Oman's will be, which simply means that Yemen's limited resources will continue being spread out more thinly than Oman's will have to be. In addition to geographic and demographic differences between the two, there are also very notable historical differences between the two that explain a lot of the current divergence between them as well. Both countries were conquered or colonized by non-Arab powers in the 16th century. The Ottoman Turks took over most of northern Yemen in 1519 and would control it for the next 400 years until the end of World War I, while the Portuguese took over most of modern-day Oman in 1507, just a few years before the Ottomans took over northern Yemen. But the people around Muscat in modern-day Oman managed to push out their foreign occupiers much earlier than the Yemenis did. The Portuguese only stayed around in Oman for about a century and a half until 1650, when local Omani tribes from the interior region managed to push them out and take over Muscat, after which they declared the new Sultanate of Oman. This makes modern Oman the oldest continuously independent state in the Arab world today, having remained largely independent ever since then right up until the modern day. From there, the Omanis utilized their centuries of previous ship and trade experience and everything they learned from the Portuguese to then pursue the Portuguese Empire across the rest of the Indian Ocean. And in the process, the Omanis created a vast maritime empire of their own that at times dominated much of the Arabian Sea and controlled overseas territories in modern-day Iran, Pakistan, India, and all across Eastern Africa, including the strategically important trade hub of Zanzibar. The sprawling Omani Empire was eventually partitioned in 1856 between the northern holdings based around modern-day Oman and the southern holdings based around Zanzibar in Africa. And so the northern half became known as the Sultanate of Muscat in Oman, essentially ruled by a more secular sultan in the coastal plain around Muscat and a more theocratic imam in the interior region. Muscat and Oman eventually became a de facto British protectorate in 1872, but the Sultanate always retained its internal political independence and even ceased being a British protectorate after only a few decades later in 1920, when it received its full independence back. The same wasn't true for Yemen, however, which endured much longer and deeper colonization than Oman ever did. Yemen's densely populated, mountainous, and largely Zaidi Shia northwest was controlled by the Ottomans for centuries until they withdrew from the area after their defeat in World War I in 1918, while the rest of modern-day Yemen was steadily colonized by the British. This other part of modern-day Yemen, without the rain and agriculture of the northwest, is significantly more sparsely populated than the northwest of the country and is largely based around small, dense clusters of civilization on the coast, like in Aden. Most of this territory in Yemen outside of the control of the Ottomans eventually fell under the colonial influence of the British, just like Oman eventually did, but the British came to Yemen much earlier and stayed for much longer than they did in Oman. The British were particularly interested in holding onto the port of Aden in southern Yemen directly, one of the most strategically valuable ports in the entire region, because it's a natural harbor that sits very close by to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait that all traffic between Europe and the Indian Ocean has to use when transiting across the Suez Canal further north. The British therefore directly colonized the city of Aden in 1839, and administered it directly as a colony for more than a century until the 1960s, while the remaining sparsely inhabited hinterlands of southern Yemen were administered as a protectorate, long after the Ottomans withdrew from the north in 1918. The Zaidi Shia of the Yemeni mountains frequently rebelled against Ottoman rule and failed, and so after the Ottomans finally left in 1918 after the last 400 years of control, a theocratic Zaidi Shia religious leader seized power in the vacuum and transformed northern Yemen into a theocratic kingdom that became the precursor of the modern-day Houthi movement in Yemen that we know today. This theocratic kingdom in North Yemen was led by a Zaidi Shia Imam king, who launched frequent failed invasions into the southern British Yemen trying to take it over, while its autocratic Zaidi Shia absolute theocracy had no tolerance for Yemen's other internal religious groups like Sunnis and Jews. This led to mounting unrest within the kingdom, especially among the Sunnis, which culminated with a violent coup d'etat in the kingdom happening in 1962, when Yemeni military officers overthrew the Imam king and attempted to install an Arab nationalist-style republic in its place. The 1962 coup was directly supported by Gamal Abdel Nasser's Arab nationalist government in Egypt, while the deposed monarchy was supported by other monarchies in the region like Saudi Arabia, who were fearful of Arab nationalism and republicanism spreading and toppling their own monarchies in the process. What followed became the first of many devastating modern proxy wars that had been fought in the territory of Yemen, as Egypt threw enormous resources at the nationalist side, including the overseas deployment of 70,000 of their own soldiers to fight, while Saudi Arabia and the other Arab monarchies threw their own resources at the monarchist side. The civil war went on for a brutal 8 years until 1970, and is believed to have killed anywhere between 100,000 and 200,000 people in North Yemen, before the nationalist Republican side eventually emerged victorious and proclaimed the new Yemen Arab Republic, the very first republic to ever appear in an Arabian peninsula that is otherwise completely dominated by monarchy still today. The presence of an independent Arab republic in Yemen and the violent toppling of its monarchy was a precedent that none of the other monarchist powers in the Arabian Peninsula wanted to tolerate or accept. But then, what happened in southern Yemen somehow became even more radical and revolutionary. As the civil war was raging in North Yemen, a group of radical Yemeni communists managed to push out the British from Aden in southern Yemen, and then in 1967, they proclaimed the independent People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, the first and so far only openly communist Marxist-Leninist state to ever emerge in either the Arab world or in the Middle East. By 1970 then, Yemen was divided between an Arab nationalist Republican government in the north and a revolutionary communist government in the south. And so the second proxy war in Yemen of the modern era began as the lines of the Cold War overlapped it. The Americans began supporting the nationalist North Yemen, while the Soviets in the Eastern Bloc began very heavily supporting communist South Yemen, their only solidly communist foothold in the Middle East. The rest of the Arab monarchies, not happy with the way that the Republican government came into being in North Yemen, still ultimately all decided to begrudgingly support it anyway, rather than back the even more radical communist government in the South, that openly wanted to destroy their monarchies in a wave of Marxist revolution for the Arabs. North and South Yemen went on to fight 2 brief wars against each other, and in 1978, a North Yemeni military officer named Ali Abdullah Saleh rose to power as the country's new president after the previous one was assassinated. After rising to power, Saleh then effectively began treating North Yemen as his own and his family's personal property. He was legendarily corrupt and embezzled ungodly amounts of the country's oil and gas wealth and foreign aid for his own personal benefit. He would end up ruling in Yemen for decades after he took over, and in 2012, after he was finally overthrown, a United Nations sanctions panel had concluded that Saleh was able to use embezzlement, extortion, and theft of public funds from the country's fuel subsidy program to rake in approximately $2 billion per year for his own personal gain. By the same time in 2012, it was also estimated by the same UN sanctions panel that Saleh had spent his decades in power quietly amassing a personal fortune for himself, anywhere between 32 and 64 billion US dollars, all hidden away in various offshore bank accounts across at least 20 different countries. This easily made him one of the wealthiest human beings alive anywhere in the world at the time, and all in a country where, at the time back in 2012, the nominal GDP per capita was less than $1,400 a year. To put that into context, Saleh's personal wealth in 2012 could have potentially been nearly twice as large as Yemen's entire GDP was at the same time, because the man had effectively plundered the entire country dry for decades. After the Soviet Union began collapsing in 1990, Moscow cut off all of its subsidies and funding for the communist government in South Yemen, and South Yemen's economy practically imploded overnight without that support. In the aftermath, the powerless government in the south agreed to unify the country with the north and keep North Yemen's Abdullah Saleh as the unified country's head of state going forward. But Saleh immediately began making terrible foreign policy decisions nearly the moment the country was unified. Merely months after Yemen became a unified country, Saddam Hussein ordered the Iraqi army to invade and conquer Kuwait. Saleh then, rather foolishly, chose to politically support Saddam during the invasion. And after Saddam was decisively defeated and his army destroyed and Kuwait was liberated, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia both decided to immediately end their large amounts of foreign aid that they had previously been giving to Yemen. And on top of that, the Saudis were so infuriated with Saleh's support of Saddam that they expelled more than 850,000 Yemeni guest workers from the country back to Yemen. These hundreds of thousands of Yemenis had been working in the Saudi kingdom, earning higher salaries than what they were capable of back home in Yemen, and they were sending large amounts of the money they were earning back home to Yemen as remittances, which was a huge positive for the Yemeni economy. Their sudden expulsion and exile back to Yemen because of Saleh's foreign policy proved to be a major economic shock to the country at the same time as Yemen was struggling to integrate the South. By acquiring the formerly communist South Yemen, Saleh had increased the amount of oil and gas reserves in his country by roughly fourfold, since the vast majority of the country's oil and gas was in the former South Yemen. And like Germany experienced with the reintegration of the formerly communist East Germany after the end of the Cold War, the newly unified Yemen also struggled to integrate the formerly communist command-style economy in the South into the deeply corrupt and crony capitalist government of the North dominated by Abdullah Saleh. The acquisition of so many more oil and gas reserves in South Yemen was used to essentially line up Saleh's own pockets even further, while the simultaneous shock of the 850,000 Yemenis arriving back in the country all at once from Saudi Arabia, and the further struggles to integrate the South's formerly communist economy, not to mention Saleh's own flagrant and massive corruption, quickly led the recently unified Yemen right back to the breaking point. The South rebelled against Saleh's regime in 1994, only 4 years after the unification of the country happened. And so another brief civil war exploded in the country, and then to help put it down, Saleh began welcoming fighters from what would eventually become Al-Qaeda into the country to fight on his behalf against the South. Al-Qaeda's presence in Yemen eventually morphed into Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, or ACAP, whose presence in Yemen strained Saleh's relationship with the United States, especially after Al-Qaeda bombed an American missile cruiser known as the USS Cole as it was docked in a harbor in Aden in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors. Then after 9/11, Washington took a much more firm line with Saleh's government in Yemen, and so Saleh began switching sides to a more pro-US foreign policy. He allowed the United States to begin conducting drone strikes in Yemen against suspected Al-Qaeda targets, while his public support for Washington enraged many of the more religiously conservative Zaidi Shia Muslims of the mountainous interior. That, combined with Saleh's long autocratic and deeply corrupt rule in the country, and Yemen's long policies of attempted Sunnification of the Zaidi Shia, led to significant unrest mounting beneath the surface that eventually exploded after the 2011 Arab Spring protests began sweeping all across the Middle East. Full-blown revolution erupted in Yemen afterwards, and Abdullah Saleh was finally overthrown from power in early 2012. In the power vacuum that followed, the Zaidi Shia of the Northwest largely coalesced under the Houthi movement, and fighting between them and the Sunni tribes in Yemen began that eventually escalated to the point where in 2014, the Houthis marched on the Yemeni capital and seized it by force, and then rapidly took control of the country's government, which led to the devastating Yemeni civil war that has continued on ever since, that has become the third and current proxy war fought in Yemen's territory in recent history. This time between revolutionary, anti-monarchist, theocratic Shia Islamist powers like Iran and Hezbollah, who support the Houthis, and the more status quo monarchist powers like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain, who oppose the Houthis for similar reasons why they opposed the Arab nationalist Republicans in the same area during the civil war of the 1960s. They fear that a revolutionary, anti-monarchist Islamist victory in Yemen that brings a Shiite clerical class into power as a theocracy will become a direct challenge to their own continued monarchical rule. Yemen has been a battlefield for outside powers from all around the world to fight in for more than 60 years now. And while the country was impoverished and struggling before the current civil war began in 2014 due to its many chronic issues, it got much worse afterwards. After the first civil war in a united Yemen erupted in 1994, the country's GDP as measured in current US dollars proceeded to crash by more than 76% within only 2 years by 1996. It then took the country a decade and a half until 2010 just to recover its GDP from before the civil war in 1994. And then, Yemen's next civil war began only 4 years later after that in 2014, which led the country's economy to crash by another 55% by 2021 as the war continued, while Yemen's oil production levels crashed right alongside the economy by nearly just as much as the civil war intensified. It has since then gotten to the point where in 2023, Yemen has basically become an irrelevant oil producer at only 66th place worldwide, producing even less oil today than Poland does, despite Yemen having 30 times as many oil reserves in their territory as Poland has. And while Yemen has been a hotbed of instability and chaos and foreign interventions for decades, Oman simply hasn't been, and a great deal of why was the very different leadership style that was present in Oman at the same time as Abdullah Saleh ruled in Yemen. Back in 1970, Oman was still just as hopelessly poor as Yemen was and was effectively considered by most of the international community as an isolated medieval-era backwater. The Sultan who ruled the country was an absolute monarch who dominated every facet of the country's existence, to the point where the national treasury was kept in a chest within his own personal palace. After the communists kicked the British out of South Yemen and declared the communist government there, South Yemen began sponsoring a neighboring communist insurgency in the far western Dhofar region of Oman as well. At the time, the then Sultan of Oman was basically an ultra-conservative and eccentric Luddite, who had outlawed virtually all technological development in the country, preferring to keep everything as close to the medieval era as possible, to the detriment of his own people. He also used his absolute authority to outlaw fairly arbitrary things, like speaking to anyone in the country for more than 15 minutes, wearing sunglasses, smoking, and playing football. The Sultan was thus deeply unpopular in Oman as a result, and so, fearful that communism could end up spreading from South Yemen across Oman to replace the Sultan, the British decided to intervene in their former protectorate in 1970 by sponsoring a coup d'etat led by the Sultan's young son, Qaboos bin Said. The coup that followed was entirely bloodless. The Sultan was successfully overthrown and exiled to England while the young Qaboos took over in his place. And, as it turned out, the new Sultan Qaboos was an incredibly competent administrator. While he continued on with a system of absolute monarchy in Oman, with himself remaining as the ultimate political authority, Sultan Qaboos was essentially a 20th and 21st century version of an enlightened monarch like Frederick the Great. He was a reformist who liberalized and revolutionized Oman society for the benefit of the kingdom's people. He welcomed foreign energy companies like Shell to expand their oil and gas exploration and production in the kingdom, and he heavily reinvested the kingdom's growing oil and gas wealth back into the country itself. When Sultan Qaboos took power in Oman in 1970, the entire country was home to a mere 3 schools, 19 medical facilities, and only 10 kilometers worth of paved roads. Within a decade and a half by 1985, Qaboos utilized the kingdom's oil and gas wealth to build out 500 new schools, 100 new medical facilities, and more than 3,200 kilometers worth of additional paved roads, which greatly increased the development of the nation and the people's quality of life. Qaboos immediately outlawed slavery in Oman when he came to power. He granted women in the kingdom the right to vote, and he established a brand new parliament that consisted of elected officials to support the monarchy. He used this rapid development of the kingdom and the support of British and Iranian troops deployed by the Shah to quell the communist rebellion in the Dhofar province. And as the country's wealth was continually reinvested into the country's development, and the people's living standards continued rising, the level of remaining unrest began to evaporate. Far from plundering the country of its resources and wealth dry like Abdullah Saleh did in Yemen, Sultan Qaboos poured his nation's wealth into developing the kingdom for the benefit of the people, and sunk billions of dollars into diversifying the country's economy away from oil and gas to open up other major economic sectors like tourism. Qaboos's strategy of modernization was so enormously effective in Oman that in 2010, the United Nations bestowed Oman with the honor of being first in the entire world for the advancement of their HDI score over the past 40 years, surpassing even the much more well-publicized example of China. Oman's oil and gas production rates continued increasing in this environment of stability, as foreign companies found it more prudent to invest in comparison to the basket case in neighboring Yemen. Sultan Qaboos was also insistent on a forward-looking policy that he called Omanization in the kingdom's oil and gas industry. That is, the foreign energy companies that set up operations in Oman would have to hire local Omani workers and give them working experience in the industry so that, over time, Oman would be able to reduce their reliance on foreign employees and companies and begin taking over control of more and more of the kingdom's oil and gas for themselves. Oman also simply didn't have the long history of divided rule between separate regions of the country the same way that Yemen did, where Yemen had been divided between an Ottoman north and a British south for more than a century, and then between a nationalist north and a communist south for decades until the 1990s. Oman had remained a mostly unified nation for centuries and had been free of Britain's protectorate for decades. Oman didn't have to reintegrate a communist society and economic system the same way that Yemen needed to do, while Sultan Qaboos went further and enshrined a policy of religious tolerance within Oman. While he himself and most of the ruling class in Oman followed the Ibadi branch of Islam, all of his subjects were granted religious freedom and were allowed to mostly follow whatever they wanted. A policy that was again very separate from the deeply sectarian politics over in nearby Yemen that frequently pitted the country's Zaidi Shia community up against the Sunni community. And alongside Sultan Qaboos's policy of reinvesting the country's oil wealth back into the country to further the pace of development and modernization, he also began pursuing a rather unique foreign policy in the region that complemented his domestic strategy of stability very well. Whereas Yemen was frequently the site of various proxy wars all throughout its history, and Abdullah Saleh pursued an interventionist foreign policy that frequently got him and Yemen into trouble, like supporting Saddam's invasion of Kuwait and then working with al-Qaeda and later with the United States, Sultan Qaboos put Oman down the path of radical neutrality in the dangerous neighborhood of the Middle East. Part of this strategy was aided by geography. Because of Oman's northern mountain range, the population core of the kingdom around the capital Muscat has always been isolated and separated from the rest of the Middle East. The political dominance of the Ibadi branch of the Islamic faith in Oman has always been unique in the context of the greater Muslim world, and has put it apart from every other Muslim country that is politically or demographically dominated by the much larger Sunni or Shia branches instead. This naturally set the Omani Sultanate up to become the go-to mediator in disputes all across the region between the Sunni and the Shia, because, as a separate Ibadi-ruled state, they could be viewed by both Sunni and Shia as a true neutral party. Sultan Qaboos wielded this perceived neutrality of the Ibadi sect to then effectively transform Oman into the Switzerland of the Middle East. He led Oman into continuing relations with the Ayatollahs of Iran after the Islamic Revolution overthrew the Shah in 1979. He led Oman to become the very first Gulf Arab state to welcome an Israeli prime minister in 1994, Yitzhak Rabin. In the 21st century, when the Saudis sent tanks rolling across their bridge into the island kingdom of Bahrain in 2011 to put down a popular Shiite revolution there against the kingdom's Sunni-led monarchy, Oman continued to remain neutral. When the Houthis overran the Yemeni capital and most of the country's population centers in 2014, and the Saudis created a military coalition in 2015 to intervene in Yemen against them, Oman once again chose to remain neutral in the war. And the following year in 2016, when diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Qatar broke down over a number of issues and the Saudis began championing a blockade and embargo of Qatar, Oman once again still chose to remain neutral. By remaining neutral in all of the multiple conflicts in the Middle East, and advancing itself as the go-to mediator in all of the region's numerous disputes, Oman was able to safeguard its own stability in a dangerous neighborhood even further and cemented itself as a highly valuable geopolitical asset. And by doing so, it also made itself an indispensable ally and friend to just about every single one of its neighbors. And that further cemented Oman's value to perhaps their greatest supporter, the United States. Washington found Oman's friendly relations with every country in the Middle East to be especially useful. So much so that during the Obama administration, Oman was the site of high-level diplomatic talks between the Americans and Iranians that led to the so-called Iran nuclear deal between them in 2015. Oman has hosted American troops in their country for decades now out of the airbase RAFO Thumrait in the Dhofar region, an airbase that the U.S. Air Force has used to support operations in Iraq and Afghanistan for decades now. Oman's value to Washington is considered to be so great that ever since 2009, the United States has maintained a comprehensive free trade agreement with Oman, one of only 20 nations worldwide that the U.S. has these kinds of trade agreements with. Sultan Qaboos ruled his kingdom for nearly 50 years continually, from 1970 when he overthrew his father to his death in 2020 just a few years ago. During that time, he oversaw Oman's complete transformation from an isolated medieval backwater into a modern, developed 21st century nation. Oman's GDP per capita was a paltry $382 per person adjusted for inflation when he took the throne back in 1970, which was about on a par with sub-Saharan African nations at the time like Zambia and Zimbabwe. Within 2 years of his death by 2022, the nation's inflation-adjusted GDP per capita had increased by more than 65 times over to more than $25,000 per person. He introduced the nation's first political constitution in 1996, and for decades throughout his rule, he undertook an annual tour of his kingdom to visit with his own people and hear about their concerns directly. His twin foreign policy of extreme neutrality and his domestic policy of rapid reinvestment and development transformed Oman into a wealthy bastion of stability in the sea of chaos in the Middle East. And though he was an absolute monarch who banned opposing political parties and ran what has sometimes been described as a benevolent police state, Sultan Qaboos was generally a beloved champion of the Omani people. When the Arab Spring swept unrest across the region in 2011, protests broke out in Oman just as they did elsewhere, but Sultan Qaboos immediately addressed them with a promise to create more jobs and boost incomes. He opened up the government's finances for the benefit of his people over himself, and the protests quieted down and quickly went away. His decades of forward-looking and prudent leadership in Oman contrasts extremely sharply with that of Abdullah Saleh's decades of rule in neighboring Yemen, which were spent effectively plundering the country for his own personal benefit that awarded him no affection when unrest came to Yemen after 2011 too. And after the Sultan's death in 2020, his forward-looking and sound policies appear to have continued under the reign of his cousin and the current Sultan, Heitem bin Tariq. Oman's decades of stability and rising oil and gas output and rising economy attracted further foreign investment into the country, which enabled Oman to extend its oil and gas production and exports even further and earn even more money. In the process, though, Oman also transformed into effectively a petrostate. Oil and gas currently represents 64% of the country's export revenue, 45% of the government's income, and half of its entire GDP. This has exposed Oman to economic shocks whenever the global price of oil decreases, which is partially what sparked protests in the kingdom in the 2010s. But the country has been aggressively investing into diversifying itself away from oil by building out alternative economic sectors. Like most of the other Gulf states, Oman has been particularly trying to build out a robust tourism industry for itself. In 2023, the kingdom welcomed more than 4 million tourists to the country, and Oman currently has about $6 billion worth of tourism-related investments in dozens of projects currently on the table to expand their tourism sector even further. Meanwhile, Yemen is frequently considered as one of, if not the, most dangerous countries in the world to visit. And so the country has virtually zero tourism, and this only further compounds Oman's economic advantages over Yemen. The two neighboring countries have also diverged over time in another very notable way as well. Their radically different uses of their scarce water and agriculture. While Yemen indeed has the most agriculturally productive land in the Arabian Peninsula, it has been very inefficiently used for decades now to produce a plant known as khat. Khat is a mildly narcotic plant that, when chewed, releases natural stimulants to the person chewing, and its use has fairly recently become a very widespread phenomenon across Yemen. In 2007, the United Nations conducted a specific report on the nature of khat chewing in Yemen and found that as recently as the 1960s, the chewing of khat was only an occasional pastime in the country that was largely enjoyed only by the rich. From there, however, khat chewing somehow spread across Yemen to become a virtually ubiquitous hobby. The 2007 UN study concluded that a whopping 72% of men in Yemen and 33% of women chewed khat regularly, with many chewing it every day. It concluded that more than 1 in 5 khat users in Yemen spent more than 6 hours a day chewing it, while more than 93% of users spent more than 2 hours a day chewing it, which takes away productivity from the workplace all across the country and negatively impacts the Yemeni economy even further than everything else already does. The wide-scale cultivation of khat for this large-scale domestic consumption within Yemen has also crowded out the nation's valuable and limited agricultural land and supplanted the cultivation of more valuable cash crops that Yemen used to export for revenue, like coffee and fruits. Khat production in Yemen is almost entirely consumed within Yemen. And because khat is a very water-intensive crop to grow, the cultivation of khat in Yemen is currently believed to consume a massive 30% of the entire country's limited supply of irrigation water. The ubiquitous consumption of cotton in Yemen therefore increases the country's poverty even further, as it makes workers less economically productive, consumes huge amounts of the country's increasingly scarce water supply, and crowds out the growing of other crops that would be more valuable to export in its place. Meanwhile, while cot chewing is incredibly common in Yemen, it is severely illegal in other nearby Arab states. Cot smuggling is punishable by up to life imprisonment in the United Arab Emirates, while in Oman, it is even punishable by the death penalty. Cot chewing is therefore an almost completely absent hobby in Oman, as are all of cot's associated negative economic effects that are present in Yemen. And ultimately, these are the many reasons why Oman is just in a much better place than Yemen is today. It is the result of decades of diverging policies and leadership in the two countries that have resulted in wildly different institutions and realities emerging in both of them. And as the civil war in Yemen continues on, and as the Houthis continue inviting international outsiders like the US and UK to intervene with their attacks on maritime shipping in the region, the divergence between Oman and Yemen is likely only going to continue growing even further with time. It will take a massive shift in Yemen's leadership and fortunes to bring about true change. But that doesn't appear to be on the horizon anytime soon. On the 29th of September 2023, the United States National Security Advisor, who reports directly to the president, Jake Sullivan, was speaking at the annual Atlantic Festival, listing off all of the accomplishments that the Biden administration had achieved in the Middle East. After years of brutal warfare that had resulted in more than 300,000 deaths, a 19-month-long truce in civil war-torn Yemen was continuing to hold. The long-running civil war in Syria was beginning to stabilize and settle down as well, while Bashar al-Assad, the longtime Syrian dictator, was finally being welcomed back into the Arab League again after more than a decade-long suspension over his handling of the war in Syria that had claimed the lives of more than 500,000 people. Brokered by China, Saudi Arabia and Iran had finally agreed on restoring their relations in March of 2023, after having been severed 6 years previously. Brokered by America, Saudi Arabia and Israel were also on the cusp of normalizing their relations. Iran's attacks against American military bases had stopped, and there was a general sense in much of the world that the chronically violent and unstable Middle East was at last beginning to calm down and enter into a new era of peace. Jake Sullivan himself summed up the general foreign policy mood in the region during that speech on the 29th of September, when he said the following.
And the Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades. Now, challenges remain. Iran's nuclear weapons program, the tensions between Israelis and Palestinians. But the amount of time that I have to spend on crisis and conflict in the Middle East today compared to any of my predecessors going back to 9/11 is significantly reduced.
It would only take 2 weeks for those words to immediately come back and haunt him. On the 7th of October 2023, various Palestinian militant groups led by Hamas, the organization who rules in the Gaza Strip, launched a highly coordinated surprise land, sea, and air offensive against Israel. They managed to fire at least 5,000 rockets against Israel, while around 2,500 armed Hamas fighters managed to break through the walls surrounding Gaza and infiltrated into multiple villages of Israel itself, where they massacred at least 1,400 Israelis and other citizens in a single day, wounded more than 5,000 others, and took around 200 more as hostages back into Gaza. The attack represented the single bloodiest day in the entire history of Israel, and the first time since 1948 that a hostile outside military power managed to break into Israel proper. It all came as a profound shock to the state of Israel, which has since responded with an unprecedented declaration of war against Hamas in Gaza that was followed up by the rapid mobilization of 300,000 Israeli reserve troops, the largest and quickest call-up of reserves in Israel's entire history. The 16-year-long Israeli blockade of Gaza then subsequently transformed into a complete and total Israeli siege of Gaza, with the Israelis blocking off all electricity, fuel, telecommunications, water, and medicine from passing into Gaza through any of their territory by land, sea, or air. The Israeli Air Force began initiating a punishing aerial campaign across the Gaza Strip that saw more than 6,000 Israeli bombs dropped across the territory within only the first 6 days of the war beginning. More than double the amount of ordnance that the United States-led coalition dropped in an entire month in the war against ISIS. As the Israeli airstrikes continued on the 13th of October, Israel ordered that more than 1.1 million Palestinians immediately evacuate from the northern Gaza Strip towards the southern Gaza Strip within 24 hours or be potentially considered as enemy combatants. And then 2 weeks later, on the 27th of October, the Israeli ground forces launched their full-scale invasion into the northern Gaza Strip, and as of the production of this video, have Gaza City, the biggest city in Palestine with a pre-war population of more than 560,000 people, completely encircled. Once the Israeli ground forces push into Gaza City, they will likely experience what many military analysts believe will be nothing less than the most ferocious urban combat seen in history since the Second World War. While Israel's stated military objective going forward is to completely destroy Hamas as an institution and its estimated 40,000 fighters held up in the Gaza Strip, while securing the release of the more than 200 hostages that they continue to hold. And in pursuit of those war aims, the Gaza Health Ministry, run by Hamas, claims that, as of the production of this video, the Israeli airstrikes and ground invasion have already killed nearly 10,000 Palestinians within the Gaza Strip and wounded nearly 25,000 more, in addition to the estimated 1,000 or so Hamas fighters who were killed within Israel during the initial October 7th invasion. A truly catastrophic war has thus once again returned to the Middle East, and the longer that the war continues, the longer it risks spreading like a contagion to drag in multiple other powers into an even greater Middle East-wide war. The brief era of peace and stability in the Middle East has once again been shattered. And in order to understand why this is all suddenly happening right now, you only have to go back a few years ago to 2017 in order to understand how the countdown to war in October of 2023 began originally ticking. By the time that 2017 rolled around, the de facto geopolitical situation of the area was roughly the same as it had been for the past decade ever since 2007. How it got there in 2007 was a very, very complicated story. But to cover through it all very quickly, the British Empire acquired this territory in the eastern Mediterranean known as Mandatory Palestine after defeating the Ottoman Empire in World War I, who had ruled the area for centuries beforehand. Most of the people who lived in the Mandate at that time were Arabs. But Jewish immigration to the land was increasing in scale as the Zionist movement in Europe sought to flee increasing anti-Semitism in places like Russia and later Germany, by establishing an independent Jewish state in the land of their ancient ancestors. The British openly stated that they would support the creation of a Jewish state in Mandatory Palestine through the Balfour Declaration of 1917, though with vague and undetermined borders. As more Jews increasingly came to Mandatory Palestine, especially after the Nazis rose to power in Germany, the Arabs of the territory resented seeing more of their land getting taken over, and so they revolted in 1936. The British squashed that rebellion, but they attempted to placate the Arabs by restricting further Jewish immigration and land purchases within the Mandate. But this policy angered Jewish groups in the Mandate, and so Jewish militant groups formed who launched their own rebellion, and violence between themselves and the Arabs escalated even further. By 1947, the British decided to give up and withdraw from Mandatory Palestine altogether, and so they submitted the matter of what to do with it to the United Nations, who, in the wake of the Holocaust in Europe, faced growing international pressure for the creation of an independent Jewish state. They came up with the 1947 UN Partition Plan, which called for partitioning Mandatory Palestine into 3 separate states: an independent Jewish state, an independent Palestinian Arab state, and an internationally run city-state in Jerusalem. The Arab side in particular resented this proposal at the time, though, as they argued it was too heavily biased towards the Jewish side, who were granted most of the Mandate's land despite only representing about 1/3 of the Mandate's population at the time. The Jewish side, meanwhile, had misgivings about the plan as well, since most of the big cities and the actual arable land went to the Arab state, while Jerusalem itself was surrounded by Arab territory. But nonetheless, the Jewish side ultimately accepted the plan, while virtually the entire Arab world condemned the UN plan and rejected it. And the violence between the Palestinian Arabs and the Jews in the Mandate only worsened. In 1948, Israel declared its independence from the Mandate based on the 1947 UN plan boundaries. But the Palestinians and a coalition of outside Arab states refused to recognize them and immediately invaded, determined to overturn the UN partition plan that they saw as just another form of colonialism, seeking to steal more of their land. But Israel ended up winning that war and agreed on an armistice with the Arab states who attacked them in 1949. The so-called Green Line marked the military front line between the Israelis and the Arab states as it stood when that armistice agreement was signed. And though all of the Arab states at the time were very clear that the Green Line did not mark any final or agreed upon borders, it did mark the de facto border between themselves and Israel nonetheless. At the same time, the Gaza Strip fell under the control of Egypt, the West Bank fell under the control of Jordan, while Jerusalem itself became divided between Israeli control in the west and Jordanian control in the east. Israel's own expansion well beyond their originally accepted 1947 UN partition plan area also put them in control over large swaths of Palestinian Arab lands, which resulted in about 700,000 of them who either fled or were forcibly pushed out in an event that became known as the Nagba, or the catastrophe, with many of them fleeing towards the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and others towards Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. And so an independent Palestinian state was immediately extinguished. At the same time, in 1949, there were approximately 1 million Jews of Mizrahi and Sephardi ancestry who lived all across the Muslim world as their ancestors had for thousands of years. But over the decades that followed, as Israel established itself further, the vast majority of them were either forcibly expelled, fled, or voluntarily migrated away in a mass Jewish exodus away from the Muslim world, and largely towards Israel. As a result, fewer than 30,000 Jews continue to live in the Muslim world today, down from around 1 million in 1948. Today, these Middle Eastern and North African Jews who left and their descendants comprise more than 50% of the Israeli Jewish population and represent the country's single largest ethnic group today, while another 32% of the Israeli Jewish population are of Ashkenazi ancestry from Eastern and Central Europe, who represent the second largest group. Ever since that time, both the Palestinians and the Israelis have struggled defining where one of their territories begins and the other ends, within the overall territory of the former British Mandate, and have struggled with achieving universal recognition by the outside world. Israel's mostly internationally recognized boundaries today consist of that so-called Green Line dating back to 1949. But there were also the additional territories that came under Israel's control during the later Six-Day War of 1967 that lay beyond the 1949 Armistice Green Line. Territories that are usually referred to as either the post-1967 territories or the Israeli-occupied territories. They include the Sinai Peninsula seized from Egypt, the Palestinian inhabited territories that Israel seized from Egypt and Jordan, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights that were seized from Syria. After Israel seized all of these territories back in 1967, the United Nations Security Council passed Resolution 242, which effectively considered them all as occupied territories that the Israelis should immediately withdraw from, while the Arab League convened at Khartoum in Sudan, where they proclaimed the 1967 Khartoum Resolution, explicitly laying out their foreign policy towards Israel going forward. No peace with Israel, no recognition with Israel, and no negotiations with Israel. A policy that became known as the Arab world's 3 no's, and the foundation upon which no Arab state would recognize Israel's existence in any context or shape for decades. Over the decades that followed from 1967, Israel treated each of their post-1967 acquired territories very differently. Israel agreed to return the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt in 1979, in exchange for a formal peace treaty with Egypt and Egyptian recognition of Israel's right to exist, marking the first time that an Arab state would ever do such a thing, and the first time that an Arab state would violate the 3 no's agreed upon by the Arab League back in the 1967 Khartoum Resolution. Israel then unilaterally decided to annex all of East Jerusalem in 1980, and subsequently proclaimed a unified Jerusalem as its own capital city, something that the United Nations would immediately declare as legally null and void under international law with Resolution 478, that considered East Jerusalem to still be an Israeli-occupied territory, and which also called upon all UN member states to withdraw their embassies from Jerusalem in the aftermath, which everybody eventually agreed to do. By the time 2017 rolled around, there wasn't a single other country in the world outside of Israel who recognized Israel's annexation of East Jerusalem or Jerusalem as the sole capital of Israel. Israel also decided to unilaterally annex the Golan Heights outright back in 1981, an action that the United Nations similarly declared under the passing of Resolution 497 immediately afterwards as null and void and without international legal effect. The Golan Heights would continue to be universally recognized by the entire international community as Israeli-occupied territory of Syria for decades, and this also continued to remain true by 2017. That left the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which Israel has also treated very differently from all of the other post-1967 territories. Egypt renounced its claim to the Gaza Strip in the peace treaty with Israel in 1978, while Jordan formally renounced its claims to the West Bank and East Jerusalem a decade later in 1988, before becoming the second Arab state to make peace with Israel and recognize Israel's existence in 1994. Those renunciations by Egypt and Jordan to the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and Israel's continued internationally unrecognized occupation of all of them, left them each effectively as Palestinian inhabited territories trapped in a state of permanent legal limbo for decades, as thousands of Israeli settlers began moving into all of them and displacing and angering the Palestinians who lived within them even further. After decades of violence between the Israeli authorities and the settlers on one side and the Palestinians on the other, in both the West Bank and East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip, the Israelis and the Palestinians eventually agreed upon the Oslo Accords of 1993 and 1995, which established the Palestinian Authority as an interim Palestinian government body that was eventually assumed would, one day, take over full authority in the entire occupied West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, as the eventually fully independent state of Palestine. But in the interim until then, the Israeli and Palestinian sides agreed on what originally was supposed to only be a temporary division of the West Bank into three distinctly different areas with varying levels of control between the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli military and state. Area A would be the territories assigned entirely to the Civil and Security Administration run by the Palestinian Authority. Area B would be the territories assigned to only the civil administration run by the Palestinian Authority, but with a security administration that would continue to be run by the Israelis. And then there was also Area C, which would continue to be entirely run by both the Israeli civil and military authorities, without any influence from the Palestinian Authority at all, which effectively placed Area C under the continued de facto control of Israel. Area C consists of approximately 61% of the West Bank's total territory, and is presently the home of all of Israel's settlements and settlers in the West Bank, wedged all in between the Palestinian Authority's Area A and Area B, and ringed all around Jerusalem, where more than 99% of all the land is either strictly off-limits or heavily restricted for Palestinians to access. Area C is also completely contiguous in area, while the Palestinian Authorities administer territories in Areas A and B are not contiguous, and divided between 165 separate enclaves in between the contiguous Israeli-administered Area C, that is chock full of Israeli settlements in a situation that has sometimes been referred to as the Palestinian archipelago of the West Bank, and a system that has been very frequently compared to the system of apartheid that white-ruled South Africa enforced upon their black population until 1994. It was initially intended by the Oslo Accords of 1995 that all of Area C would be gradually transferred by the Israelis over to the Palestinian Authority's administration, but to date, that has never ended up happening. Within 1 week of the Oslo II Accord being signed on the 28th of September 1995 that established the system of Areas A and B in the West Bank and granted the Palestinian Authority limited control, the Israeli Prime Minister who signed them, Yitzhak Rabin, was assassinated by an Israeli right-wing extremist who was opposed to the concept of any independent Palestinian entity. And the next election that came the following year in 1996 brought Benjamin Netanyahu into the office of Israel's Prime Minister for the first time, which resulted in a stalling of any further negotiations between the Palestinian Authority and Israel. The supposedly temporary divisions within the West Bank agreed upon in 1995 immediately before Yitzhak Rabin's assassination have remained indefinite ever since, and the pace of Israeli settlers moving into Area C has only continued. At the current date in 2023, it's estimated that around 230,000 Israeli settlers live in the post-1967 territory of East Jerusalem, while another 470,000 Israeli settlers live within Area C of the West Bank, across at least 132 separate settlements and more than 140 separate outposts, where they have full civil and political rights like every other Israeli citizen does, and representing a four-fold increase in Israeli settlers in the West Bank since the Oslo Accords were initially signed in 1995. This is in comparison to around 300,000 Palestinians who also live within Area C and are subject to Israeli military rule. Another roughly 2.8 million Palestinians who live confined within the Palestinian archipelago of Areas A and B under the Palestinian Authority's administration in the West Bank, and another 362,000 Palestinians who live within the Israeli-annexed East Jerusalem, all of whom have almost zero say over how they are actually governed. Israel's continued control over Area C in the West Bank for decades and hundreds of thousands of settlers that they have allowed to move into the territory since the 1990s have been frequently labeled as a violation of Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which plainly states that, quote, "The occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory that it occupies," in this case being the West Bank. Meanwhile, by 2005, Israel maintained about 8,000 settlers across 21 different settlements in the Gaza Strip, but by then, the situation was becoming untenable. At only about twice the size of Washington, D.C., the Gaza Strip was geographically much smaller than the West Bank was. But with a population of 1.4 million Palestinians back then, it was also substantially more densely populated and urbanized than the West Bank was as well. The high costs associated with defending only a few thousand settlers in this crowded urbanized territory was becoming too costly for Israel to bear. And so, in 2005, they decided to unilaterally withdraw from the Gaza Strip altogether. All of the 21 Israeli settlements inside of it were destroyed, all 8,000 Israeli settlers within Gaza were either evacuated or forcibly withdrawn, while the military withdrew as well, and for the first time, the entirety of the Gaza Strip's land territory was passed over to the Palestinian Authority. Although Israel continued maintaining control over virtually all of Gaza's land crossings, with a fence they constructed around the entire territory back in 1994, along with continued control over all of Gaza's airspace that included Israel's destruction of the only airport in the Gaza Strip back in 2002. And then, finally, came the Palestinian legislative elections of January 2006 shortly afterwards, in which the political party known as Hamas achieved an unexpectedly decisive victory. Before then, the Palestinian Authority had been always controlled and dominated by the secular, socialist, and Palestinian Arab nationalist party known as Fatah, who had initially sought Israel's total destruction and the establishment of a secular, Palestinian Arab socialist state over the entirety of the former British Mandate area in its place. But it subsequently made peace with Israel during the Oslo Accords and then restricted their ambitions to establishing an independent Palestinian state limited only to the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip instead. By contrast, Hamas was a Sunni Islamist and Palestinian nationalist party, who argued that Fatah had become too complacent and too cooperative with Israel, and had abandoned the true original Palestinian cause. Hamas continued to be fully committed to Israel's total destruction, the same way that Fatah had used to be prior to the Oslo Accords. And separately from Fatah, Hamas advocated for the eventual establishment of a Sunni Islamist Palestinian state across the entirety of the former British Mandate area, once Israel had been completely destroyed. After a brief civil war within the Palestinian Authority between Hamas and Fatah, Hamas emerged victorious within the Gaza Strip and pushed Fatah out completely by the middle of 2007, which has ever since led to a continuous division within the Palestinian leadership. The Sunni Islamists of Hamas based in the Gaza Strip, who are fully dedicated to Israel's total destruction and the eventual establishment of a Sunni Islamic state across the entirety of the former British Mandate in its place, and the secular, socialist, and nationalist Fatah based in the Palestinian archipelago of the West Bank, willing to work together with Israel to eventually establish an independent Palestinian state based on the entirety of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, while recognizing Israel's own borders based on the 1949 Armistice Green Line, the same way that Egypt and Jordan do. But Israel responded to Hamas's uncompromising takeover of the Gaza Strip in 2007 by initiating a complete land, air, and sea blockade over the territory that harshly limited the ability of Palestinians or goods to exit or enter. A blockade that Gaza's other neighbor, Egypt, agreed to fully participate in on their side of the border as well. The 1994-era fence surrounding Gaza by land across Israel and Egypt was then extensively upgraded into the modern system of high walls, barbed wire, motion sensors, and even robotic machine guns, while the Israeli Navy enforced a maritime no-go zone around the Gaza Strip by sea, while the Israeli Air Force enforced a no-fly zone over the Gaza Strip's airspace. Israel's stated aims of enforcing the blockade over the Gaza Strip were to restrict the ability of the Hamas-led government inside from being able to import weapons from abroad to use against Israel, and to economically strangle the Hamas-led government and apply pressures on it to either moderate its position or face a slow, grinding collapse with a permanent scarcity of resources and supplies, generating unrest amongst the Palestinians they were elected to govern. But for the past 16 years that have followed this blockade of Gaza beginning, Hamas has neither moderated its position nor collapsed from power, while frequent fighting has consistently erupted between them and Israel ever since. And so, the joint Israeli-Egyptian blockade has continued on without a pause now for the past 16 years that have followed ever since 2007, a situation that has been frequently labeled as one of the 21st century's vastest humanitarian catastrophes. Israel's 16-year ongoing blockade of Gaza has been frequently labeled by human rights advocates as a form of collective punishment applied to everyone who lives within the Gaza Strip, while Israel has always counter-maintained that the policy is necessary to protect their own citizens from attacks coming from Hamas. Notably, Gaza's population has increased from around 1.4 million people when the blockade began in 2007 to about 2.2 million people today in 2023. Meaning that about 800,000 of the Palestinians within the Gaza Strip, or about 40% of the entire population right now, are currently children 16 years or younger who have been born during this total blockade and who have literally never known anything other than life confined within the walls, enforced by the Israeli military, and stuck under Hamas's continued uncompromising leadership. And all of the accompanying poverty, hunger, resource scarcity, and occasional ferocious violence that has come with it. At only about twice the size of Washington, D.C., the Gaza Strip has since become one of the most crowded and densely populated places anywhere in the entire world. And surrounded by high walls and a naval blockade on all sides, and an enforced no-fly zone above it, where hardly anyone is ever allowed to leave for any reason at all. It has also frequently been referred to ever since as constituting nothing less than the world's largest open-air prison, wherein the highest ambitions for any of the millions of people within the prison to have aspired towards for the past 16 years have been limited only to either escaping from it or becoming the prison's new warden. This was the extremely complicated geopolitical state that Israel and Palestine both found themselves in between 2007 and 2017. With Israel effectively managing its post-1967 acquired and occupied territories with a suffocating blockade enforced around the Gaza Strip, increasing the numbers of its settlers in Area C of the West Bank, accompanied by frequent talks of annexing parts or all of it directly, and prior outright annexations of East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights that nobody else in the outside world recognized as being legitimate. At the same time, Israel was maintaining international recognition based on its 1949 Green Line armistice borders with most of the world's other countries, though with very notable exceptions continuing in the Arab and Muslim worlds who had largely never recognized Israel's existence ever since the end of the British Mandate in 1948, along with several anti-colonial or anti-Western socialist states like North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela. By 2017, the only Arab states that had ever recognized Israel's existence and made peace were Egypt in 1980 and Jordan in 1994, with all the others continuing to hold ranks in solidarity with the Palestinians, and the three no's of the 1967 Khartoum Resolution. The state of Palestine, meanwhile, based on its claims to the entire West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip from the Oslo Accords in 1993 and 1995, and represented by the Fatah-led Palestinian Authority, was recognized by most of the outside world as well and was granted the status of a permanent observer at the United Nations in 2012. Though, very notably, lacked any official recognition across most of the Western world, including none from Israel, the United States, Canada, Australia, Japan, and most of Western Europe. And despite its continued de jure claims to sovereignty in the entire West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian Authority really only maintained de facto authority over the Palestinian archipelago within the West Bank, with the rest of the West Bank and Area C under continued Israeli colonial and military rule, East Jerusalem being annexed directly into Israel itself, and the Gaza Strip under the control of its rival Hamas government, completely blockaded by the Israelis and Egyptians, with frequent violence erupting all around it. This was the general situation that remained more or less the same between 2007 and 2017, until things finally started rapidly changing even further in favor of the Israelis after Donald Trump assumed the American presidency in January of 2017. Within his first year of assuming office in December of 2017, the Trump administration extended official U.S. recognition of Jerusalem as the capital city of Israel, which effectively extended formal U.S. recognition to Israel's unilateral annexation of East Jerusalem as well, an action that had previously gone unrecognized by the entire international community since 1980. The day after the U.S. announcement was made, the UN Security Council called for an emergency meeting, where 14 out of the 15 members universally condemned the American decision. But it was vetoed and overturned by the sole remaining member of the council, the United States itself. The vast majority of the world's leaders sharply condemned the American decision because it effectively meant that the United States would never recognize East Jerusalem as being a part of any future independent Palestinian state. To date, only a handful of other countries have followed the Americans' lead in recognizing a unified Jerusalem as being exclusively Israel's capital, Guatemala and Honduras, and the only partially recognized state of Kosovo being the only other ones. Hamas, still blockaded within the Gaza Strip, immediately seized on the opportunity to demand a new Palestinian intifada or uprising be launched against the Israelis in response to the American decision. On the 14th of May, 2018, the United States officially transferred its embassy to Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, with the new embassy's grand opening, which sparked mass protests organized by Hamas within the Gaza Strip near to the Israeli border wall that went on for every single Friday for nearly an entire year and a half until the end of 2019, that tens of thousands of Palestinians participated in, and which the Israeli Defense Forces responded to harshly with frequent tear gas and sniper fire that resulted in the deaths of at least 223 Palestinians and more than 9,200 injuries. And in the same month that America recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital, the Netanyahu administration's ruling Likud party in Israel passed a resolution that instructed Israeli legislators to finally begin pursuing the full unilateral annexation of the West Bank next. An action that Israel had long resisted formally doing ever since 1967, largely out of the fear of what the international backlash towards them would end up being. Then, after becoming the first outside country to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel in 2017, the United States under the Trump administration chose to officially recognize the 1981-era Israeli annexation of the Golan Heights next in March of 2019. Making the United States the first and so far only other country besides Israel itself to recognize the Golan Heights as fully sovereign Israeli territory rather than as Syrian territory under the occupation of Israel. These American recognitions of Israel's sovereignty over East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights were each continued forward with the Biden administration after 2021 as well, and it has since become a policy that is widely viewed by countries all around the world as an act of enormous hypocrisy on the part of Washington, as America has recognized Israel's unilateral annexations of territories that the entire rest of the world considers to be occupied and which America itself considered to be occupied for decades, while America simultaneously has fiercely rejected Russia's unilateral annexations of territories in Ukraine that are also considered to be occupied, like Crimea, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk. It has since made it appear to many outside observers that America isn't actually serious about upholding the norms of international law, but is only interested in selectively applying it to its rivals like Russia when they occupy and annex territories, while ignoring it for their friends and allies like Israel when they occupy and annex territories. Then it was in the following year, during a White House press conference on the 28th of January 2020, when the Trump administration, alongside the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, revealed what they each referred to as the deal of the century, better known as the Trump Peace Plan, the Trump administration's political proposal to finally resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict once and for all. The plan envisaged an independent Palestinian state composed only of various separated enclaves within the West Bank that would continue to be divided and completely surrounded by significantly expanded Israeli territory well beyond the mostly internationally recognized 1949 Armistice Green Line. The plan also completely rejected a Palestinian capital based in East Jerusalem proper, which the Trump administration had effectively recognized as fully Israeli territory back in 2017. Instead, the plan proposed that a new Palestinian capital would be exiled to the outskirts of Jerusalem and be separated from Jerusalem proper and all of Jerusalem's holy sites by the Israeli-constructed West Bank wall that now fully encloses the city from the rest of the West Bank. The plan even further demanded that these limited concessions allotted to a future independent Palestinian state would only be accepted by Israel and the United States if the Palestinian side first agreed to a status of total demilitarization and disarmament, and agreed to completely abandon all international legal action against Israel and the United States as well. And then, even further, during the press conference that was announcing the plan in the White House, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, declared that the Israeli government would be immediately annexing the entire Jordan Valley and all of the Israeli settlements within the West Bank. This would have effectively resulted in an Israeli annexation of 30% of the West Bank's territory, and the third formal unilateral annexation of the Israelis in the post-1967 territories that virtually the entire world beyond the United States and Israel consider to be occupied territories. The 2020 Trump peace plan was ultimately resoundingly rejected by virtually all Palestinians, and even many Israelis alike, along with most of the rest of the world. Joe Biden and every other leading Democratic 2020 presidential candidate labeled the plan as a smokescreen for the Israeli annexation of the occupied West Bank. The UN rejected the plan and reaffirmed its own commitment to a two-state solution within the former mandatory Palestine based on Israel's pre-1967 Green Line borders and a Palestinian state in the entire West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. Mahmoud Abbas, the longtime undemocratic leader of the Fatah Party and the Palestinian Authority since he won his only election in 2005, showed a map of the Trump peace plan at the United Nations Security Council that he famously described as turning Palestine into Swiss cheese. And naturally, both his own government in the Palestinian archipelago of the West Bank and his rival Hamas government in the Gaza Strip rejected the plan as being too heavily biased towards the Israeli side. Moreover, even the Israelis' Yesha Council, an umbrella organization representing the hundreds of thousands of Israeli Jewish settlers in the West Bank, rejected the Trump peace plan as well on the simple basis that it granted the Palestinians an independent state at all, which they were completely opposed to, even in this extremely limited context. But as it became clear that the 2020 Trump plan defining an enlarged Israeli state and a shrunken Palestinian state would never be implemented over the vast disagreements on all sides involved, the Trump administration began making significant advances for Israel on the diplomatic front anyway. Behind the scenes, the Trump administration had been mediating negotiations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates that suddenly resulted in a shocking joint statement between them on the 13th of August, 2020. Israel agreed that they would indefinitely suspend all of their plans for annexing parts of the West Bank like the Jordan Valley and their settlements in Area C, while in exchange, the United Arab Emirates agreed to fully normalize their relations with Israel, with the first ever direct commercial flights launching between them by the end of the month. It was a shocking announcement, because it represented only the third time in history, since the British Mandate of Palestine expired in 1948, that an Arab state had ever recognized Israel, after Egypt had done so back in 1980, and after Jordan had done so in 1994. From 1994 onwards, for the next quarter of a century, none of the rest of the Arabs would officially break rank and make peace with Israel, sticking on paper to the 1967 Three No's Agreement that they had all agreed upon back in Khartoum all that long time ago. But now, all of a sudden in the summer of 2020, seemingly out of nowhere, the United Arab Emirates had become the third Arab state overall and the first Persian Gulf state to openly violate the 1967 Khartoum Resolution and make peace with Israel without the final status of the Palestinians being resolved first. And it would be far from the last to do so. In a series of subsequent negotiations that came to be known overall as the Abraham Accords, the Trump administration was able to almost immediately convince Bahrain, after the United Arab Emirates, to become the fourth Arab state to fully normalize their relations with Israel in September of 2020. Then, just 3 months after that, in December of 2020, during the closing days of the Trump administration, the United States was able to convince Morocco to become the fifth Arab state to fully normalize their relations with Israel as well. That one was accomplished by Washington offering that, in exchange for Morocco recognizing Israel, the United States would extend its formal recognition to Morocco's unilateral annexation of the disputed territory of Western Sahara, a territory that Morocco had previously unilaterally declared to completely annex as their so-called southern provinces all the way back in the late 1970s, but which remained unrecognized by anyone else in the outside world for decades afterwards, with the United Nations having always considered the Moroccan annexation, like all other unilateral annexations that have come following World War II, to be legally null and void. So, in exchange for Morocco's recognition of Israel then, the United States became the first country in the world to ever recognize Morocco's unilateral annexation of Western Sahara, just as it had become the first country to ever recognize Israel's unilateral annexation of the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem in the couple years beforehand, all of which would ultimately provide even more hefty diplomatic ammunition to countries like Russia to blast the United States with later on, over Washington's hypocrisy regarding its selective applications of international law, approving unilateral annexations of UN-recognized occupied territories whenever Israel and now also Morocco do it, but fiercely rejecting it whenever Russia does the same thing in Ukraine. 3 years later in 2023, Israel would return the favor granted by Morocco by becoming the second state in the outside world to formally recognize Morocco's annexation of Western Sahara as well. And then on January 6, 2021, on the very same day that a mob of pro-Trump supporters stormed the American Capitol building in Washington, D.C., another event of monumental geopolitical importance was simultaneously taking place over on the other side of the world, within the symbolic capital city of Sudan, Khartoum, the very location from which the Arab League had previously proclaimed its three no's policy towards Israel more than 53 years previously. That day on January 6th, in that precise symbolic location, the Sudanese government became the next Arab government to formally sign on to the Abraham Accords as well, which initiated the process of full Sudanese normalization with Israel as well. In order to convince them, the Trump administration had agreed to remove Sudan from America's state sponsor of terrorism list, and provided them with a $1.2 billion loan to help clear Sudan's government debt to the World Bank. And just like that, the Trump administration was able to increase the pace of Israel's recognition in the Arab world from only 2 across 72 years of history to 4 more in fewer than 5 months, bringing the total up to 6 of them by 2021. And all without the underlying issue of Palestinian statehood being resolved first, that had long prevented Israel's recognition by any of the Arabs. By the time the Biden administration assumed office in Washington, it was seeming as if Israel was indeed going to be able to both eat their cake and still have it too. The Palestinians themselves were fully contained, divided, or scattered with an uncompromising Hamas-led government still dedicated to Israel's total destruction blockaded in Gaza, a mostly cooperative and collaborating Fatah-led government, isolated and divided across areas A and B of the West Bank, several million more completely removed Palestinian refugees scattered across Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, and about 1.6 million Palestinian citizens of Israel itself, who comprised a minority of only about 20% of Israel's citizen population. Despite Palestinians' total population across all of the former mandatory Palestine area, today remaining a slight majority at about 51% of the overall population, compared to the Jews at about 47%. To say nothing of the several million additional Palestinian refugees beyond the former mandatory Palestine in Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Lebanon, who have consistently argued for a right of return to the area of the former British Mandate that they or their ancestors fled or were forced out from. A right that represents a major component of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations that has always been refused by the Israeli side. From the Palestinian perspective, if more and more outside Arab states continue normalizing their ties with Israel, despite the Palestinians' dire situation on statehood, it could eventually have reached a tipping point where the Israeli government would eventually feel secure enough in a region with fewer overtly hostile enemies to finally begin the process of formally annexing territories in the West Bank, like the Jordan Valley and their numerous settlements, if not the entire West Bank altogether, something that has long been a goal of numerous right-wing and far-right Israeli parties for decades, but which has so far always been resisted out of fears of what the international response towards them would end up being. But if the fear of a harsh international response was removed, then what other deterrent would there have ever been? For the incoming Biden administration in 2021, the next goal for continuing on the Abraham Accords even further and achieving the biggest prize of all would be convincing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to become the next Arab country to normalize its relations with Israel as well. By this point in time, to most of the monarchist Gulf Arab states, Israel was already naturally starting to be viewed as less of an outright hostile enemy and more of a potential ally that they could maybe cooperate and do business with. The theocratic Islamic Republic in Iran, ruled by the Ayatollahs, and their ideology of radical Shiite Islamic revolution, had long espoused a foreign policy that advocated for the eventual unification of the entire Muslim world beneath the authority of their own Shia-dominated clergy, which included 3 initial objectives to accomplish first in very specific orders of importance. Number 1, destroy and remove all American and Western influence in the Islamic world that was perceived as a lasting vestige of the age of colonialism and corruptive. Number 2, completely destroy the State of Israel, that is similarly viewed by Iran's regime as a foreign Western colonial power occupying lands that are historically and rightfully Islamic. And number 3, spread the Islamic Revolution and the authority of Iran's Shiite clergy to the rest of the Muslim world, which necessitates overthrowing and toppling all of the various monarchies that exist across the Muslim world, that Iran's clergy deem to be heretical and contradictory to where authority within Islamic states should truly lie, with the clergy and not with the nobility. Thus, ever since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, Iran has been consistently opposed to Israel's entire existence and to the existence of the Sunni Muslim monarchist regimes reigning in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Jordan. Just before 2020, when the Abraham Accords began rapidly accelerating Israel's recognition across the Arab world, the Iranians were making significant geopolitical gains against the Arab monarchies specifically. They had successfully backed the Shia-adjacent Houthi movement in Yemen and kept them in power over most of the western side of the country, immediately opposite from Saudi Arabia's Shia-majority and unstable southern border, and directly across from the strategic Bab el-Mandeb Strait, through which a large amount of Saudi Arabia's oil exports flow through. Despite the Saudis spending nearly $265 billion in a years-long military intervention to crush the Houthis that failed. Iran's Shia militia organizations were growing increasingly powerful and influential in Iraq after the destruction of ISIS. Bashar al-Assad's government was winning the civil war in Syria against the Saudi-supported side. Hezbollah was growing even more powerful and more heavily armed than the Lebanese government itself, while the Gaza Strip, ruled by Hamas, remained a thorn in the side of both Israel and the anti-Islamist regime in Egypt of Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. These pieces, carefully positioned by the Iranians over decades across the board of the Middle East, represents what Tehran likes to call its axis of resistance, and Saudi Arabia was beginning to feel like the axis was encircling them. And then in 2019, Iran itself, or its proxies, even fired cruise missiles at Saudi Arabia that blew up the kingdom's biggest oil processing facilities at Abqaiq and Qurayas, that temporarily knocked half of the country's oil production offline, an attack that the kingdom's historic defender, the United States, refused to retaliate over. The Saudi monarchy quickly calculated after those attacks and after their military quagmire in Yemen that in order for them to have the best shot at surviving the coming inevitable confrontations with Iran over the rest of the century, they could no longer continue relying exclusively on their status as the world's biggest exporter and supplier of oil to keep the United States interested in defending them. A country that was becoming increasingly self-reliant on their own oil production through the shale and fracking revolutions. They needed to lock down an ironclad mutual defense treaty with the United States, just like the ones Washington has with their closest allies like NATO, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and the Philippines that would legally bind the United States to come to the kingdom's defense if they were ever to be attacked by Iran or their proxies again. And to help lock that treaty down, they began to also recognize that the enemy of their enemy could also end up becoming their friend. And that friend was potentially Israel, a country they had long opposed on the basis of solidarity with the Palestinian Arabs, but a country that posed no serious existential threat to the monarchy in the Saudi kingdom, the same way that revolutionary Iran and its axis of resistance did. That's part of the context that contributed to the Sunni monarchies in the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain agreeing to both recognize Israel with the Trump administration's mediation in 2020. And it's been a heavy part of the calculus that has been going on with the Biden administration's attempts to mediate a further normalization agreement between the Saudis and the Israelis next. And thus, across 2022 and 2023, the Saudis, the Israelis, and the Americans were all negotiating and discussing this process to jointly solve all of their own unique problems of the 2020s. Going into the negotiations, the Saudis were deliberately artificially cutting their own oil production lower and lower to the point where their spare oil production capacity reached 3 million barrels of oil per day by October of 2023, meaning that essentially within a single month's notice, the Saudis could, hypothetically, decide to just flip a switch and unleash the spigots and dump an entire Brazil's worth of oil production onto the world market again, which would, of course, dramatically reduce global oil prices, greatly taper global inflationary pressures and fuel prices leading into the upcoming American presidential election, while simultaneously harming Russia's ability to continue financing its war in Ukraine. As Russia, being the second largest oil exporter in the world, overwhelmingly relies on selling its own oil and gas reserves to fund their own government and military expenditures. And the lower global oil prices are, the less money Russia has to continue funding its war in Ukraine. The Biden administration, obviously, would greatly desire this outcome of the Saudis unleashing their taps. And to sweeten the deal even further, the Saudis would be willing to fully normalize their relations with Israel as well, granting the Biden administration a historic political achievement that the Trump administration before it wasn't quite capable of acquiring. all they were asking for in return was for Washington to solve all of their own problems. An ironclad mutual defense treaty permanently committing the United States to the kingdom's future defense against Iran, and American nuclear energy technology to enable the Saudis to establish a nuclear energy industry that would include the ability to enrich their own uranium. That, in a pinch, could enable the Saudis to rapidly develop their own nuclear weapon in the event that the Iranians suddenly developed one first. To the Biden administration in the United States, a deal enabling greater cooperation between the Israelis and the Gulf-era monarchies was also highly desirable for multiple reasons. It was well known by this point that America was attempting to finally withdraw most of its military forces from the Middle East, in order to focus on countering what Washington views as the far more pressing geopolitical challenges of the decade: Russian military aggression and expansion in Europe, aimed at Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, and likely elsewhere in the former Soviet world, and Chinese desires to fully and finally dominate Taiwan and East Asia. The Biden administration's commitment to finally withdraw from America's military presence in the region to focus more aggressively on these other theaters was most infamously symbolized by the disastrous American withdrawal from Afghanistan in the summer of 2021, and the ensuing Taliban blitzkrieg that immediately catapulted the Taliban right back into power again that undid nearly all of America's trillions of dollars, thousands of lives, and decades of effort spent trying to dislodge them. Washington knows that Iran and its axis of resistance remains its most potent geopolitical threat in the Middle East, who is the most capable force of throwing the entire world economy into chaos by launching wars in the Persian Gulf and all around the world's most critical oil and gas trade routes, the consequences of which would be spiking global oil and gas prices that would most immediately benefit the Russian war machine that is still raging across Ukraine. This is why the United States now more than ever needs its local allies in the Middle East who have historically not cooperated well together because of the Palestinian issue remaining unresolved, to set aside their differences and finally begin cooperating to contain Iran and its axis of resistance, while Washington's own forces relocate to focus on containing China in the Pacific and Russia in Eastern Europe. This is why the United States wants Israel and Saudi Arabia, its two biggest partners in the Middle East and the two greatest Middle Eastern military powers beyond Iran and Turkey, who have never had any formal relations before, to finally begin working together along with the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain against all of their mutual enemies in the region, Iran's axis of resistance. And then to Israel, Saudi Arabia, of all countries extending their recognition to the Jewish state, would be a permanent game changer. Saudi Arabia is the leading oil exporter of the world, and with that comes enormous economic power. Dominated by its world-leading oil exports, Saudi Arabia wields what is by far the largest economy in the Arab world, that is more than 2.5 times larger than the Egyptian economy, despite having only a third of Egypt's population. The Saudi economy is indeed so outsized compared to the rest of the Arab world that it represents nearly 1/3 of the entire Arab League's combined economy all on its own. Saudi Arabia is thus most often thought of as the premier leading Arab state today, despite having only the 6th largest overall population in the Arab world. And it's not just because of Saudi Arabia's outsized economic power either, but for their religious legitimacy within the worldwide Islamic faith, owing to their control and stewardship over the two holiest cities and sites in Islam, Mecca and Medina. If the Saudis recognized Israel's legitimacy then, there's no telling how much further their heavy weight would have carried, with influencing even more Arab and Muslim countries around the world to recognize Israel next, especially in the context of Sudan, Morocco, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates, all recognizing Israel immediately beforehand too. But the Saudi monarchy knew that simply recognizing Israel without addressing the underlying question of Palestinian statehood at all would have been a deeply unpopular move among their own people, who continue to overwhelmingly value their solidarity with their fellow Palestinian Arabs more than the cold geopolitical calculus that the ruling family prioritizes for the sake of their own survival. And so, Riyadh was also demanding some limited and relatively small concessions from the Israelis relating to the ongoing Israeli occupation of the West Bank, in order to save some face and appear to continue being the Arab world's champion. But this was proving difficult for specifically the new Israeli government of 2023 to accept, because it was a brand new coalition government, largely composed of hardcore right-wing Israeli nationalist parties who wanted to completely annex the entire West Bank outright. The preceding November 2022 legislative elections in Israel had resulted in what has been called the most far-right government in Israel's entire history, a byproduct of years' worth of higher fertility rates among Israel's most religious sects of Judaism, resulting in a shifting of demographics further towards the religious right that is expected to continue for decades to come. Leading into the negotiations on normalization with Saudi Arabia, Benjamin Netanyahu was already considered to have been fighting within Israel for his continued political survival. His new coalition government in 2023 consists of pro-settler parties like Jewish Power and the religious Zionist Party that favor deporting Palestinians considered to be disloyal from Israel and favor further Israeli annexations in the West Bank. The coalition agreement between Netanyahu's own Likud party and the religious Zionist Party that followed those elections in November of 2022 specifically stated, quote, "The Prime Minister will work towards the formulation and promotion of a policy whereby sovereignty is applied to the Judea and Samaria. Judea and Samaria being the Israeli right-wing term for the West Bank." As a result, in February of 2023, the Israeli Defense Ministry agreed to transfer most of their administrative powers in the West Bank over to a West Bank settler named Bezalel Smotrich, the leader of the religious Zionist Party and the brand new coalition government's appointed Minister of Finance. A move that effectively appointed Smotrich, an avowed Jewish supremacist who openly opposes any Palestinian statehood at all and denies the existence of the Palestinian people, as the de facto governor of the West Bank. And while the move might not have been accompanied by the same kind of pomp and circumstance that went along with Russia's declared unilateral annexations of occupied territories in Ukraine, this Israeli transfer of authority in the West Bank from military rule to civilian rule effectively amounted to a quiet de jure Israeli annexation of the West Bank anyway, and further cemented Israel's long-term designs on incorporating the territory even further at the expense of the Palestinians, and in contravention to the agreed-upon Oslo Accords of 1993 and 1995. And thus, for Netanyahu to compromise on any plans of further incorporating the West Bank into Israel would mean betraying his own coalition partners who were keeping him in power, which significantly tied his hands on the negotiations with Saudi Arabia, who was wanting to see at least some symbolic progress against the occupation of the West Bank being made. But progress was still being made nonetheless, with the Saudi Crown Prince himself saying in September of 2023, mere weeks before Hamas's attack on Israel, that every day the prospects of normalized relations between the kingdom and Israel were getting closer. All of this build-up to war began coming to a head in 2023, when Iran and the Saudis first negotiated a full restoration in their own diplomatic relations in March, with the mediation of the Chinese. A clear attempt by Iran to present itself and its axis as being less threatening to Riyadh in order to dissuade the Saudis from seeing the need to ally any further with Israel. Clearly, Iran does not want its two biggest self-declared enemies in the region, Israel and the Saudi monarchy, actually cooperating together against them. Iran would prefer to divide and conquer, and prevent Israel and the Saudis from being able to cooperate against them. Divided, they are easier targets for Tehran and their axis to work against independently, one at a time whenever they believe the times are right. Any deal between Tel Aviv and Riyadh that would disrupt that capability would have thus been anathema and unacceptable to Tehran's regime. Ultimately, as of the production of this video, it's still not precisely clear if Iran ended up having any direct influence or not on Hamas's attack on Israel that was launched on October 7th. But Hamas and Iran do have a very long relationship. Iran somewhat supports Hamas's regime in the Gaza Strip because they share at least one core aligned goal: the total destruction of Israel as a state. But Hamas is not just a total proxy of Iran that answers directly to the Ayatollah in the same kind of way that Hezbollah in Lebanon does. Hamas and Iran have core ideological and theological differences that matter. Hamas is a militant Sunni Islamist and Palestinian Arab nationalist organization, while Iran envisions the ultimate establishment of a pan-Islamist state ruled by their own Shiite clergy that would, assumingly one day, include all of Palestine as well. Of course, differences in ideology haven't stopped Iran from cooperating with other regimes in its axis of resistance before, such as the Arab nationalist and nominally secular Assad regime in Syria, but the differences between Hamas and Iran are still notable nonetheless. Hamas has historically cooperated with Iran and the rest of the axis of resistance in a sort of marriage of convenience. Not because they do so enthusiastically, but because there's basically nobody else in the world who will actually directly support them against Israel, as Hamas is recognized as a terrorist organization by basically the entire Western world and Egypt. Hamas knows that Iran views them as essentially a pawn on their board of the Middle East. A pawn that can be sacrificed to achieve strategic outcomes, like finally crashing the Israel-Saudi normalization process once and for all. But Hamas has been left with no other choice but to operate as Iran's pawn. And, even independently of Iran's reasons and influence, Hamas had their own motives to launch their attack on October 7th as well. By provoking Israel into launching a massive retaliatory invasion of the Gaza Strip, it puts Saudi Arabia into a very uncomfortable position. Would they, as the self-professed leader of the Arab world and advocate for the Arab people, continue normalizing relations with Israel in the midst of cataclysmic suffering of the Palestinian Arabs in Gaza? Continuing to do so would have fundamentally undermined the Saudi monarchy's own legitimacy with its people, and with Arabs and Muslims the world over. And so potentially with them deciding to stop the deal, the Saudis and Israelis wouldn't end up being able to cooperate together against one of Hamas's biggest supporters, Iran. The pace of continued recognition of Israel in the Arab world from the Abraham Accords may finally be stopped. The unresolved question of Palestinian statehood may finally return back to the forefront of political discourse in the Arab and outside worlds. International pressure on Israel may continue to grow, and perhaps the Israeli government would feel less secure in their looming plans to annex the West Bank, and potentially even feel less secure in continuing on with their 16-year-long blockade of the Gaza Strip. So far, it appears that many of these objectives have begun to already be achieved. Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, has already announced that the talks of normalizing relations with Israel will be put indefinitely on hold until the war in Gaza is over, and he has begun increasing his demands of Israel for a deal much further than he was before. Now, the Saudis are demanding that in order for the normalization agreement to be made after the war is concluded, Israel must fully withdraw all of its hundreds of thousands of settlers from the West Bank entirely, something that the hundreds of thousands of Israeli settlers themselves and the increasingly far-right Israeli demographics and parties who currently govern the country will most likely never be willing to accept. And that means that it's highly doubtful that Israel and the Saudis will be able to actually work out a deal and fully cooperate together against Iran going forward. Moreover, Washington's strategic plans for a new security arrangement in the Middle East to cover for their reshuffling of forces to focus on countering China and Russia now appear to have failed, with the future cooperation between the Israelis and the Saudis against the Iranians and the axis of resistance now appearing to be in tatters. Iran will continue to be emboldened to whittle away at the Israelis and Saudis one at a time, and at a time and place of their own choosing, while Iran's increasingly close ally Russia will be strengthened by the deal falling apart as well. Because now the Saudis have very little incentive to turn back online their spare oil production capacity of 3 million barrels of oil a day, which will likely keep oil prices higher for longer, and which will keep allowing the Russians to continue earning more money on their oil exports to keep pushing back against American influence in Ukraine and Europe. Moreover, America now might not be able to afford to turn its full attention away from the Middle East, like they had previously hoped to do, meaning that America's own forces will have to pick and choose their battles of support between a rotating cast of Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, as the increasingly close partnership of Iran, Russia, and China choose when to strike against global American hegemony next. As the Israeli ground forces are now invading the Gaza Strip and are dedicated to Hamas's complete destruction, it becomes apparent that sometimes you have to be willing to sacrifice a pawn in order to bait your enemy into making a strategic mistake. And it seems like Tehran has played their piece, knowingly or not, extraordinarily well. Of course, there's a lot more history and context to the many, many wars fought between Israel and Hamas that eventually led up to the current war that's ongoing today. The current conflict is actually the 5th war that they have fought between each other, with previous large-scale wars being waged between them in 2021, in 2014, in 2009, and in 2008, and skirmishes and attacks between them being fought all in between, that have all contributed even further to the buildup of total war that began in October of 2023.